What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some good news for Texas football, as Tashard Choice is staying in Austin. Plus, could Nebraska be making a change that could impact college football programs across the country? We'll talk about that. We've got some major NFL trade news. Myles Garrett requesting out of Cleveland. Cooper Kupp may be out in L.A. What does it mean for those two guys, and where could they end up? Plus, more details from the Luka Dončić trade, an MLB betting scandal involving an umpire, audio from Super Bowl 59 opening night. The Texans have themselves a new offensive coordinator. We got a lot to get to between now and 10 o'clock right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Good morning, Buck. How are you, my friend?
Good morning to you, my friend. It's going to be a beautiful day here in Dripping Springs and in Central Texas, all over the place. Close to 80 degrees today, maybe even a high of 80, 82, 83 degrees today. So get ready, enjoy it. It's a beautiful day, great day to be alive. Take advantage of it. Find someone, help someone today. That's my deal. On a Tuesday, when you least expect it. Luka Dončić, expect it. When you least expect it, you got to expect it. So that's how our world works. Don't be surprised by anything. Keep your head on a swivel, kids. There you go. There's my tip for kids in the car line. Keep your head on a swivel because anything could happen at any time, just out of nowhere. So just keep that head on a swivel and move forward as much as you can in this world today. Move forward. Don't move back. No reason to move backwards. People will actually let you move backwards if you'd like to, but there's no reason to do that. Always be moving forward.
Yeah. You could be on pace to be the best student in the history of your school.
Absolutely.
Yet your principal might trade you to another school for no reason.
That's right.
Yeah, like you could be a third grader with the best GPA the school has ever had and the most impressive resume the school is on pace to ever have, but they might trade you for a bag of chips and an old crusty sixth grader.
That's right.
Head on a swivel, kids.
That's right. Keep your head on a swivel. That's my deal to you. Always like this. Keep the blinders like this. Don't be looking behind you. No rear view mirror. Just keep on going forward.
I like that. That's a good tip for kids in the car line and a tip for athletes everywhere, I guess.
Just everybody. Just always keep your head. Just be moving forward. There's no reason to look back. The only thing I like to look back is something that made me happy. That's my once a day deal when I get up and say, hey, don't go to jail. Do whatever you can not to lose your freedom. After that, man, there's got to be something in your past that made you happy. Once a day you can think back to something that as a kid just made you happy as hell. Didn't seem like much, but it's there, and it can always make you smile. So I got a lot of great childhood memories growing up in Greensboro, North Carolina, and then Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Got a chance in a couple of really cool places. Got to meet all kinds of people. Lived in an all-black community until I was in sixth grade. Never hardly even saw a white person except for the nuns. That was it. And then from that point on, I was the first to graduate from my high school. I was the first in my elementary school, first black kid to graduate in my high school at Bethlehem Catholic till my brothers and sisters came along. And so you got to learn how to get along with everybody. You got to do that. That's a part of the deal. That's a part of the creator. The creator wants you to learn how to get along. You have to get along with the animals. You got to get along with the people. Can't get along with the people. It's going to be kind of hard to survive in this world.
Yeah, you're giving out all sorts of tips for kids.
Well, you can live in the bubble if you like to, but who the F wants to live in the bubble? Seriously.
The Lakers had a good time in 2020.
They did. They won, didn't they?
They won the bubble championship. I think they loved living in the bubble.
And look what it's gotten. Look at what it's gotten them now. A Hall of Fame player immediately. Wow.
Incredible. We'll talk more about that trade later in the show.
Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much what you do for all of us. We do appreciate it, to you and your families, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Hope everyone's having a great start to their Tuesday morning. I got some things in the works behind the scenes on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We can't make any announcements yet, but some big things coming for our future. So be on the lookout and the listen out for everything that we have planned.
And I did a deed yesterday that it took me a while, but I'm glad I did it. And I'm sorry it took me so long. That's just being flat out lazy. There was a young man that coached at Dartmouth for a long time, and I think there's a documentary out on Buddy Tevens. His name is Buddy Tevens. He was the head coach twice at Dartmouth. At one time, his wife was the secretary at Boston College, and I was there. And when I first got into coaching, she's just a marvelous person, and she lost her husband last year. Buddy was, I think they were vacationing, I think maybe in Hawaii, and he got hit on his bicycle and lost his leg. And then a year later, he died from it. And I'm just getting around to getting in touch with her yesterday after this. And there's a documentary out, I think, out about Buddy Tevens and what he had done. I think he was also the head coach at Tulane at one time, went back to become the coach at Dartmouth, loved Dartmouth. And I think his family still resides in Dartmouth. But I got in touch with her and apologized. And of course, she was like, "Dude, why are you apologizing? You got in touch with me. It wasn't like you never got in touch." And she was such a wonderful person. And Buddy was such a wonderful just brilliant young coach, and came back and stayed in the coach back into the Ivy Leagues. But there are a lot of people around this country that know about Buddy Tevens. But to lose that battle, he was still trying to coach, after he lost his leg. He was trying to rehab and come back. He wanted to come back, but I don't know what it was. We didn't get into all of that yesterday. We just got into grandkids and she's been doing all kinds of documentaries and, of course, awards for Coach Tevens up in that New Hampshire area, because that's where I started my coaching. Actually, was Dartmouth. I was a graduate assistant at Dartmouth. No, I was not a graduate of Dartmouth. Don't get that.
Oh, come on. You were GA. That doesn't mean you were a grad student there, too?
I didn't take one class at Dartmouth. All I did was go get coffee for some old dude that was like my head freshman coach. That was my graduate assistant.
Hey, I'm here to tell you right now, we all know that you didn't graduate from Dartmouth.
What? Come on. Now, when I say that now, I do say it proudly, like I was a grad student at Dartmouth in the Ivy Leagues.
Anybody who's listened to this show or any of the shows you've been on over the years. Yeah.
But I am a graduate of Boston College, which is very special for me too. So keep that head on a swivel, folks.
Keep that head on a swivel. Well, rest in peace to your old pal and a great coach, and sounds like a great man as well. All right, we've got some good Texas football news to start our day. We spent a lot of time talking about the possibility of Tashard Choice leaving the Longhorns for a job with the Dallas Cowboys. Well, turns out we don't have to worry about that at all, because the Dallas Cowboys have hired a running backs coach, and it is not Tashard Choice. It is former Saints and Chargers running backs coach Derek Foster. Tashard Choice reportedly sticking around Austin. Sounds like he's getting a raise as well. Made $700,000 last year. His old contract had him slated to make $725,000 here in 2025. But it sounds like he's going to get a little bit of a pay bump that might take him over $800K.
Well, I'm glad, because I would have had to get in shape to go ahead and get that job to get that running back coaching job back. So, and I'm not quite ready to get right back in that kind of shape.
Oh, if Tashard Choice left for the Cowboys, you would have put your name in the ring for the Longhorns gig.
Well, why wouldn't I? One of the greatest running back coaches of all time there, if not the greatest running back coach of all time at the University of Texas. Why wouldn't I?
And a Dartmouth grad to boot.
By the way, and a Dartmouth grad to boot.
That would have been great, man. Like, of course, only if you could have kept doing this job as well.
I mean, it's going to be hard for you to keep up with the $800,000 part of it.
Yeah, you're right.
That guy's getting $8 million. I needed to get $1 million.
Oh, well, you needed more than that. Even though you said yesterday you were making about $80K at Texas, you now need $1 million to coach at Texas?
Keep your head on a swivel. Hey, put the blinders on. If you think that guy's worth 8 or 7, you don't think I'm worth $1 million? Think about it.
Yeah, well.
You wouldn't be worrying about running back problems.
No.
No.
I'd wonder how you'd be able to recruit in the year of our Lord 20 and 25.
That may be a problem, getting out of planes and hustling. Hey, and having to be on the computer all the time.
I'm not sure how relatable you are to young kids. I think the most relatable you are to young kids is the fact that P. Diddy is a role model of yours.
No, I think I could still relate. Relating isn't the problem. That's not the problem. It would more so be the physical. It's the summer times are hot, practices in the summer here.
Oh man.
Can you imagine me forgetting, going down with the amnesia and like, where am I? What field am I on?
You'd be done. Although you do golf a lot in the summertime.
I do, yeah. And golfing is a lot longer.
Yeah.
And I move around a lot. No, dude, it would take me all of a couple months to be ready for something like that. I just don't know if I could take it's the handling of the kids. And if I were to say some of the stuff that I've said in the past to a kid now, I mean, they take you up on that. You say something that's real smart ass, like, how about if I send you home to your mom in a box? They'd go home and tell their moms would be on the phone with me, and the kid would be gone by the afternoon.
You'd be in jail probably.
Sorry about that, kid. Just a slip of the tongue.
Yeah, sorry, kid. I'm trying to recreate the ending of the movie Seven with your head, kid.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I just, the language that I would have to. I'd have to go back to some of the old language. They wouldn't be in tune to some of that old football language.
No, I don't think they would.
No, but like when I first got into coaching and I did Bull in the Ring, and the head coach came over to me and said, "Oh, we don't do that anymore." When guys were getting knocked out and carried off the field in my first drill.
Yeah.
And the head coach, Jack McNeil, Cowboy Jack, said, "Bucky, hey, we don't do that anymore." I'm like, "What? You don't do Bull in the Ring?" "No, you see those two guys that are hurt over there right now? We can't do that. That's not acceptable."
Jack McNeil hit you.
Can't accept that.
Oh, no, he did that deal. He came over to me. That was the end of Bull in the Ring. That was one of my first drills to get my running backs ready for blitz pickup. And guys got hit from behind when the number got called and they didn't turn their head on a swivel BK, and somebody crashed into them from behind and took them out, and they were laid out. And the trainer, like the whole training staff, was over at my drill. That was it. I never did it again.
The good news is Texas doesn't have to worry about you doing Bull in the Ring anytime soon, because Tashard Choice is sticking around. I don't know if CJ Baxter, with his injury history, would be a great candidate for Bull in the Ring.
Oh, come on, little baby, get up.
I don't think we need to do that, but great news for Texas.
That's great for Texas. That's great news for Texas. Great news for he and his family. He's going to get some more cash. Plus, he's going to be in a place that's where he wanted to be, obviously.
Yeah, it's a better situation. Like people don't leave jobs to take pay cuts. People don't leave jobs for less job security. People don't leave jobs to work for worse bosses. That's what Tashard Choice would be doing. He would be taking a pay cut to coach for the Cowboys. He would be going to a circus with the Cowboys. And I mean, Steve Sarkisian just signed an extension through 2031. It feels like that guy is going to be here for the long haul. I think if all goes right, Sark will be here beyond 2031. Meanwhile, Brian Schottenheimer, people are talking about that dude being like a one and done or a two and done coach in Big D. So like, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense for me for Tashard Choice to seriously consider the NFL unless he was done recruiting, unless he was done with NIL, which it's clear that he wasn't. But there's so much more to like about the Texas running backs coach position than there is to like about the Cowboys running backs coach position right now.
Number one is you got players.
You got players, yeah. We said it yesterday. The only running back the Cowboys have under contract for 2025 is Deuce Vaughn. Now, local kid, no disrespect to him, but he's not very good in the NFL.
No.
And you need a lot more than that in the running back room to have a chance to compete in the NFL. So, yeah, Texas, I mean, Tashard Choice recruited all of those guys to Texas. He has built a really strong running back room with a few more freshmen coming in this spring. Yeah, like it's just a healthier spot to be for about 100 different reasons right now.
Oh, yeah, and if he's got a young family, I mean, his kids, I mean, to get him in the system here in Central Texas, are you kidding me? This is, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. It really doesn't. You know, in the world of college football coaching for a running back coach, this is it. You're always going to have the best. I said the best of the best come out of the state of Texas anyway. So, and those guys got to come through your campus. They just have to, you know.
Yeah.
They can never just say, no, I'm going here, I'm not interested. They always, if they're the best runners in this state, they have to come at least visit you, you know.
And that's a good point. It's a good segue because the top running back in the state for the class of 2026 is a young man named Javion Osborne, who is from Forney, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
He's the 4th ranked running back recruit in the country. But I believe he's the tops in the state. That guy has visited Texas, and he's very much considering Texas. And if the Longhorns lose to Tashard Choice, there's a good chance they lose out on the top-rated running back in the state next year. I mean, there are a few running backs in the class of 2026 and 27 that are heavily considering Texas, I think in large part because Tashard Choice is here in Austin.
Absolutely.
So you lose him. Look, Texas would have hired somebody really good. There wouldn't have been some huge drop-off. But obviously, anytime you lose a coach on your staff, it affects things in a number of different ways. You could lose guys to the portal. You could lose recruits that you've been targeting. Like, you don't want to shake things up when you don't have to.
No.
And Texas didn't have to, and thankfully they don't need to.
No, and that's, like I said, that's good for continuity, especially what they do offensively.
Yeah. Yeah, Texas is...
Now, that guy, see, the thing about it is that guy's recruiting other players besides the running backs.
Yeah.
He's a running back recruiter. He's getting involved in some of these wide receivers, offensive linemen. I mean, he's the guy who meets up with guys at the school. If they've got a wide receiver, a defensive back, a linebacker, he's the first guy to meet those guys because that's in his area. So he gets to be the first one in, gets to talk to parents, and then you turn them over to position coaches. But he's the first guy who makes contact with these guys. So he's not just a running back recruiter. He recruits a lot of different guys on this team. I'd be surprised I wouldn't be surprised to find out how many different guys he's been involved with in the recruiting process.
And he has publicly been given credit for landing Ryan Wingo, 5-star wide receiver from the state of Missouri last year, right? I mean, Tashard Choice, known as the secondary recruiter. I don't know exactly how much he did, but anytime that you're mentioned as a recruiter for another position, it means that you at least did something worthy of note. And we know how good Ryan Wingo was last year, and we know how much we expect from him moving forward at Texas. So, yeah, you're right. To your point, it's not just running backs that Tashard Choice has been able to recruit. He's proven that he can be one of the best recruiters in college football, regardless of who he's going after. And to your point, yeah, I mean, alignment is huge and continuity is huge. Like, Texas has been great at keeping its coaches around. Some of it's skill, some of it's luck. We're lucky that PK doesn't want to be a head coach anywhere.
Yeah, there's no doubt, or he'd be that guy could be gone. That guy would be gone by now over the last 2 years.
Oh my God, that guy probably would have left after like year 2 of the Steve Sarkisian era. But he doesn't want to be a head coach. He's come out publicly and said that multiple times. So, like, look, you're fortunate that you're Texas. He wants to coach here because he could leave to be a DC somewhere else. But the fact that that guy is comfortable being a defensive coordinator is awesome. Kyle Flood seems like he's pretty content to be an offensive coordinator and offensive line coach at Texas. A little bit of luck there, but also there's some skill and there's some money involved too. The skill is, I think Steve Sarkisian is great at hiring people, so you give him credit. I think the team success has obviously helped these coaches want to stick around. The way Steve Sarkisian treats people, I think, is an important thing. Like, all of that matters. And then, of course, having the money to tell Tashard Choice that, hey, we know the Cowboys are interested. And, apparently the Raiders and Saints wanted to talk to Tashard Choice as well. Hey, that's great, but they can only pay you this much. We could pay you this much if you stay here. That doesn't hurt the chances of Texas being able to retain.
I'm interested in seeing what Coach Choice can do with Baxter now, coming off a knee injury. What involvement he has and how he prepares that guy and gets him ready mentally, because there's a lot of mental work in this knee thing. And I mean, I think the kid obviously physically has done nothing but for a year, but work, get that leg better, get in the weight room, get his academics straight where it's, where he knows everything and where to go, who to see, because he did a great job with Trey Wisner. I just thought that guy was a journeyman running back, and he's helped turn that guy into a really kind of special running back. That guy would be starting at a lot of places in this country. I mean, that would be their starting running back at a lot of big time schools in the country. And to me, I thought we're looking at a journeyman that, they may have oversold, but not really. When I look at his numbers, he's not oversold. He's pretty good. for a kid who never played that much, wasn't a, 5-star, unbelievable. Everybody had to have him guy. They turned him into something really, really special that really fits what they're trying to do. And he's got the skill set to do it too.
You're right. No, that's where you give Tashard Choice credit for the eval and also the credit for the development, right? I mean,
the development of that kid is just unbelievable. To go into this season, we're losing two top guys, and them telling us how good this kid was, and we having to believe that that's true, and them turning it into reality. We would have loved a little bit more, but you got a lot more than you expected. That's for damn sure. I think I did for sure.
Yeah. It's one thing to coach up a guy like Bijan Robinson, who's a 5-star number one running back.
It's like coaching Ricky Williams. I mean, really?
It helps. Yeah, it helps to have guys like that. But when you can get a 3-star, and I know I've said this, but I'll say it again, Quintravion Wisner was the 28th ranked running back recruit in the class of 2023. To find that guy and also to turn him into a guy who was one of the better running backs in college football last season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over 1,000 yards for the Longhorns. Like that's impressive. That's one of the many reasons why you want to keep Tashard Choice around. But it's a big year. Like anytime you get a raise, the expectations are raised, right?
Sure.
Like people talked about Steve Sarkisian. He got a big raise going into this past season, did a great job, lived up to it. Some people wanted more, though. I mean, our guy Zay celebrated a birthday, by the way, yesterday.
There you go.
He was pissed at Sark. I mean, a lot of Texas fans were pissed at Sark, obviously, for the way the Ohio State game ended. But there are fans who are like, Sark, you didn't earn enough money this year. You got another raise going into 2025. Let's see what you could do to take the next step. Tashard Choice now, everybody knows he's about to get another pay bump. Texas had the 71st ranked rushing offense in college football last year. Now, a lot of that is what you had to say. All right, Texas lost 2 running backs for the season before the year started. That impacted some things. But still, I mean, that's the worst rushing year that Texas has had in the Steve Sarkisian era. They ran the ball better in 5 and 7 than they did this past season when they played in the college football playoff semifinal. So it's a big year. It'll help getting Baxter back. It'll help that Wisner's got more experience. It'll help that Gibson's going into year 2 at Texas.
Yes.
But the run game, and Tashard Choice is one of the highest paid running backs coaches in college football now. The run game needs to be closer to one of the best in college football than it was this past year.
Well, it'll be interesting because we'll see. We'll see, like I said, we'll see how Baxter comes back from this injury. Because Trey Wisner, he won't go, once again, put the blinders on, move forward. He's not going backwards in his development now. He can. I think he'll only get better. If he stays healthy, he'll only get better in some of the things that we saw him do. Maybe he'll get a step faster, Maybe his hands will get a little bit better. Everything else, he was fine. He picked up the blitz. They all picked up the blitz. All those weird things that people always talk about why they don't play. Oh, he can't pick up the blitz. Nah, that's not to be. Nobody wants to hear about that kind of stuff anymore. And we don't hear about it. They just do it or they don't play. But we'll have to see if he does he remain the same? Does he get a little bit better? But Baxter's the one coming off a knee injury. How does he develop? Because that guy is I would think he's still slated. I don't slate him to be the starter. I slate him to be the backup coming off that knee. I'm not saying that guy walks in coming off a knee because of who he is, and now all of a sudden he's the starter. I think he's the backup to Trey Wisner. Trey Wisner should go into the season as the starter, I would think. Yeah. And there's a lot of things you have to do to beat him out. But this other guy has all those tools. He came in with those tools. We'll just see that if the knee sets him back, or does he move right on through that like nothing ever happened,
Right. Yeah, I think spring ball will go a long way into telling us who the starter is, right?
Sure.
I mean, how much does C.J. Baxter play in the spring? Do they play him at all? Do they just give him a few more months to fully rehab and make sure he's 100%? Maybe he's wearing like a non-contact jersey throughout the spring.
I can imagine him having contact in the spring. I imagine him getting into some non-contact, drills where he runs through the defensive line and they just thud him up. But I don't see them bringing him down to the ground.
Yeah.
You don't want that. You don't want to see that guy go out in the spring. I've seen that happen before. You don't want that to happen. You don't want that to happen in the spring game or spring practice. You want to see him in real games. But a part of that is the offensive line has to be better when it comes to the run game too.
Agreed.
They picked it up in certain games and then they went to sleep in certain games. So, and we know who those games were. So that has to be fixed too.
Yeah, from 2021 to 2023, Steve Sarkisian's first 3 years at Texas, the Longhorns ranked 26th, 36th, and 25th nationally in rushing yards per game, respectively. Again, 71st in rushing offense in 2024. Yeah, CJ Baxter, I think, is the guy who's got the most Bijan / Jonathan Brooks potential, to where like he could be maybe the first running back drafted the year he goes pro. I don't think Trey Wise. I don't think there's anything Trey Wisner can do to like be that good and to have NFL teams salivating over him the way that they could salivate over a guy like CJ Baxter with his physical traits.
Yeah, he can make himself a hell of a third-round guy, though, that people would love to have down the line that would be in their backfield. And if that guy rushes for, I mean, if he rushes for 1,400 yards again, he continues to move up the ladder. He's not going to move backwards.
Oh, yeah. If he gets to 12 or 1,400 yards, then CJ Baxter is not going to be the first running back off the board because his stats aren't going to be good enough.
No, or the first guy off the bench, the first guy on the field either.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So maybe I'm putting too much stock into recruiting stars, and maybe I should have a little bit more faith in Quintravion Wisner being
There'll be another star. There'll be another star running back. I mean, in this state, there's somebody's, like you said, somebody's coming. There's a good chance somebody's coming to this campus that'll be on this campus the very next year that all of a sudden the coaches will go, damn, we haven't seen one like this since Bijan. Damn, we haven't seen one like this since Ricky Williams. Damn, we haven't seen anybody like this, no matter what the star level is, you know?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe that was one of the two guys who got hurt last offseason.
Could have been.
Maybe that's one of the two new guys who are here. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, the other guys have to get better. You know, the freshman that played this season will have to get better.
Yeah.
The one that got hurt, well, now he's in a bind because he has to now catch up to the rest of them. So that's a great room to have right there, because you got a bunch of guys that know that the competition is heavy and will always be heavy at the University of Texas at that position.
Of course, you're breaking in a new starter at quarterback, so a quarterback's best friend is a good
off of that dude.
Yeah, it's a quarterback's best friend, right? A good running game.
Absolutely.
You'd like to be multidimensional. I mean, Sark has talked about it a million times since coming here. His offense is at its best when it's multidimensional. They can run it well. They can throw it well. It makes any offense a lot harder to stop. Texas is no exception. So having more consistency. I mean, we talked about it all year, and the first and goal from the one, not being able to run the ball in against the Buckeyes kind of feels like a microcosm of the whole season, to where you just couldn't rely on your run game enough when you needed it. And
absolutely.
Look, you've told me for years, as long as I've known you, at a place like Texas, like that, you've got to be able to have running backs that you can rely on to get you important yards in important spots.
Yeah, the guys will fight each other for that yard just to get that first down. I'm in the game. This is my specialty. This is what I do. That's fine. It may not be blocked. There may be a guy standing in the hole, but got to turn your body sideways, make yourself small, and give me a yard. I never blame it on the offensive line. I look at the running back and go, you couldn't get 6 inches. You can get 1/2 a yard. I don't care if the guy came clean. You couldn't make that guy miss enough that he got that kind of clean shot on you. That wouldn't be good enough. And they've got those guys. They just got to find out who your specialty back is, and if that's what he's used for, guess what? And they know he's coming in for that purpose, and they still can't stop him.
Would you have been mad at Trey Wisner for not getting those 9 yards after that pitch on that second and goal play call?
No, I would have stopped the head coach from calling that in midstream. Like, no, you're not going to pitch this out. They're too fast. We're not getting outside on them. Why waste this call? I don't care if you run the counter play and you pull guys down here and they're in your backfield. We'll figure out a way to we'll figure out a way to block them back and punch it in for a 1/2 a yard. I don't recall getting stops on third and ones with Priest Holmes, Ricky. I don't, even Wayne McGarity when he was playing in the backfield. I don't remember ever getting stuffed on 4th down during that time. Guys go over the top. Guys dive over the top. They do everything they can. They'll break your leg or break your ankle if it's in the hole to get a 1/2 a yard. I never really put that on the offensive line. We didn't always have great offensive line. Guys could block. They were big, but I never put that. I always put that on the back. That's your problem. You can't get a yard. That's not that dude. That's not that fat ass's problem over there. That's your problem.
Well, that was a problem for the whole team in 2024. They've got to figure out the short yardage offense, the goal line offense, and
even the short yardage offensive linemen didn't have to come in. If you got to substitute two of them.
Oh, you want defensive linemen in the game?
No, I don't want to see them. I said offensive linemen. If you have to substitute two offensive linemen where they're better at this kind of deal, do that. No, I don't want anybody on the defense on the offensive line or in the backfield. They don't practice that. They don't practice bull in the ring. No. They don't do enough of those things.
I don't think anybody practices bull in the ring anymore.
Come on, BK. Don't be so soft.
Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Actually, you know what? I will say I won't do it. Don't ever ask me to do that, please. Unless it's against like a seventh grader.
Dude, I thought it was a dumb drill when I used to see it in Pop Warner football. I thought it was dumb when I used to take part in it. So believe me, when I was now calling that, I knew how dumb it was, but I thought it was something that was needed at the time. So
it's gracious.
It worked out. Nobody really got seriously hurt.
That's good. That is good. Well, great.
When I was doing it, Ricky wasn't around because then the head coach would have fired me if I'd have done that with him.
Yeah, you can't put a guy like that in that type of risk.
No.
Put him in harm's way like that can't happen. All right, great news. Tashard Choice sticking around. It helps to be wanted. Tashard Choice got interviewed by the Cowboys. Our guy Clarence Hill of DLLS Sports reported that Tashard Choice was also being courted by the Raiders and the Saints. I don't think he had formal interviews with either of those teams, but the fact that 3 NFL teams at least reached out to Coach Choice's people helped Tashard Choice get a little bit of a pay bump here in Austin. But obviously great news from a recruiting standpoint, from a development standpoint, from an everything standpoint, that Coach Choice isn't going anywhere. So some great news that the Longhorns got.
Great news.
Yeah, Jerry Jones can ruin his team in Arlington, but he can't ruin this team in Austin. So that's awesome for the Texas Longhorns. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Hit us up there. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Buck, before we shift gears, we've got some big NFL news to get into. Some major potential trades on the horizon in the National Football League, and the Dallas Cowboys could be in the mix for one of these players. That's at least according to the folks in Vegas. Before we talk about that, let's give our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, getting the right support has always been super difficult and very important in my life, and my back needed the comfort that after having thoracic surgery, I needed to have the comfort and support in my thoracic back. Told never, you're not going to be playing golf anymore. And I not so fast, my friend. So I went over to the folks over at Relax the Back, and they made my life comfortable. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair right now, and the leather chair and the support I get from, I don't even know the kind of different things that they have. The armrest tilted the right way, the back support tilted the right way. But my back feels fantastic every time I sit in this chair, every morning when I get in it. And it has been that way for over 20 years. The folks at Relax the Back, they've got 2 great locations. So if you care about somebody or you care about yourself and you've been having these problems with your hips and you're wondering why, it could be you've been sitting on that couch, sinking into that couch and not getting the right support. But at Relax the Back, they've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, select office chairs, all these great recliners that they have, zero gravity recliners. They've got it. And they've got 2 great, wonderful stores. In BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Some love to them. Also, some love to our friends at CentexTickets.com. Hey, the Texas men's basketball team is back home this week. They'll be reigniting an old Southwest Conference rivalry with the Arkansas Razorbacks. If you want to be in the building for that game, CentexTickets.com has you covered. Of course, that's tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Any Texas men's game, any Texas women's game, any Texas game all season long, they've got tickets online at CentexTickets.com. But, of course, it's not just the Longhorns, and it's not just sports. Concerts, festivals, comedy shows, Broadway shows.
Super Bowl.
The what now?
Super Bowl or the big game or whatever the hell they call it.
We're allowed to call it the Super Bowl on this.
Oh, we are. We don't have to hide away from calling it the Super Bowl.
No, that's the unfiltered part of TSU. We get to use terms like Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl, believe me, Shelby's got tickets. You make a call over there and you need a couple Super Bowl tickets to get to New Orleans here this weekend. He can get those for you too. I don't know how much they'll cost you, but he can get them.
Hey, you'll get 10% off if you use the promo code CENTEX10. CENTEX10 at checkout, 10% off from CentexTickets.com. Shout out to them and shout out to our friends at AV Consultations as well. We'll let you hear from our friends at Audiovisual right now.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
There you go.
Indeed. Love them. Love AV Console.
Just around the corner from the Masters on my 98-incher.
No, 85-incher.
Oh no, I got the 90-incher, really.
What, did you give it a little blue pill to make it bigger?
Yeah, it's bigger. It's bolder.
What? How does that happen? Overnight?
No, it's over the course of a year, it's stretched a little bit.
Interesting. Okay.
Sort of like my stories.
Yeah. Well done there. All of ours stretch a little bit over the years.
Absolutely.
All right. Some big news out of the NFL. Future Hall of Famer Myles Garrett, the Texas native, and of course the Texas A&M Aggie, has requested a trade from the Cleveland Browns. He went to social media yesterday to post a statement saying something along the lines of, I don't really care about being in Canton. I want to win Super Bowls. And, Buck, that's very hard to do if you're a member of the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, it is.
And the Browns have been going in the wrong direction over the last couple of years. Oh, by the way, Myles, you're already going to Canton, dude. You're a 6-time All-Pro. You're the Defensive Player of the Year in 2023. You could walk away from the game today, and you would have a spot in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So you don't have to worry about any of that. But Myles Garrett requesting a trade. And before we get to the Vegas odds of who's projected to land the future Hall of Famer, we've got exclusive sound from Myles Garrett. Now, it's the offseason for the Browns. He's not holding real press conferences, but we at TSU, we're investigative journalists, Buck. So we find sound. And we spoke with Myles Garrett, and here's what he had to say about his trade request.
Yeah, I requested a trade. It's the Browns. There are CFL teams that have a better chance of winning a Super Bowl than the Browns. I think the Indiana Fever are farther along than us. Also, I don't want to be around Deshaun Watson, or as I call him, the rub and tug goat. Plus, I heard we're training for that kicker, Justin Tugger. If those two guys so much as see a massage table, they get to hump and It's like a Pavlov's dog kind of thing. People are going to call us the tug team. If Deshaun Watson could sustain a drive as long as he sustains his handies, I wouldn't be leaving. The good thing about leaving Cleveland is I won't have to play in a stadium that smells like meth anymore. Maybe I'll go to San Francisco and play where it just smells like poppers and bum cum. The Browns are so bad, the fans don't even get mad when you demand a trade. They just wonder what took you so long. All the women in Ohio look like lunchtime strippers and smell like a Golden Corral restroom.
Wow.
Man.
That is earth-shattering stuff right there from Myles Garrett, who said if Deshaun Watson can sustain a drive as long as he could sustain a massage, then the Browns would be okay.
I don't know if they're going to give. They're not leaving. That guy's not getting out of there that easy. He can go off all he wants to, but they're not getting that guy under his contract. You don't give up those dudes.
Well, he's a little bit nervous that Deshaun Watson and Justin Tucker are going to be on the same team, you know?
Wow.
How about that accusation? When those guys even see a massage table, they start humping shit. Did I hear that right? Allegedly.
There's too many people that would want him. He's not getting out that easy. They're going to have to do an awful lot to get him.
that's the thing. I mean, the Browns had come out a couple of days ago and said they had no plans on trading Myles Garrett, which I assume that hasn't changed, even though Myles Garrett himself requested a trade out of there. So we could have a little bit of a standoff. I mean, technically the offseason hasn't even started yet. We've got the Super Bowl on Sunday, and the start of the new league year doesn't happen until March. So nothing's going to get done right now, but this is something that could really drag itself a long way closer to the start of next season. If Myles Garrett has zero interest in playing for the Browns ever again, and the Browns have zero interest in trading Myles Garrett, then this could get ugly up in Cleveland.
Well, don't let that dude get to the Commanders, that young team.
Well,
that's scary. That's scary for the Cowboys.
Funny you say that. So I looked at some Vegas odds yesterday.
Oh, boy.
For Myles Garrett's next team. The favorites at 4-1, the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh. Didn't we just say that Jerry doesn't pay anybody? Didn't we just go through that over the last couple of weeks? That guy doesn't give up any money.
There is a 0% chance that Myles Garrett ends up with the Cowboys. I think Vegas is thinking that, Myles Garrett's a Texas kid, probably grew up rooting for the Cowboys. Jerry Jones would maybe like to pair him with Micah Parsons, or hey, maybe this allows
Micah Parsons would have a baby.
Well, maybe this allows Jerry to trade Micah Parsons, which some people have suggested.
Okay.
Like, hey, you get Myles Garrett. He's the same position. He's just as good, if not better, than Micah Parsons. And he's a little bit older than Micah Parsons, but hey.
Well, we can talk. We can talk there.
Right. So I look, didn't Myles Garrett say he wanted to win a Super Bowl?
Yes, he did.
Like, you got a better chance, I guess, with the Cowboys than you do with the Browns, but you got a better chance.
Not the same chance.
You got about a better chance with 28 other teams in the NFL, I would think, than you do with either of them.
You got a better chance with the Saints. That's kind of scary.
I guess the Saints have won one more recently than the Cowboys have.
Yeah.
And they've, played in the NFC Championship.
Don't let that guy get into your Giants, Philly. Forget Philly, because it's over if he ever got there. But if he even gets to the Commanders, that's scary enough. That young team.
Well, that's the team with the second best odds right now. So you've got NFC East, Cowboys, Commanders, the top two Vegas odds right now to land Myles Garrett in a trade. You know what's scarier than that, Buck? The team with the third.
San Francisco.
No, worse.
Who? Not Kansas City.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Get out of here on that defense. No way.
Could you imagine a defensive line with Myles Garrett and Chris Jones together?
I can imagine it, but I know the rest of the league they don't want to imagine it.
All the conspiracy theories. We've got some sound from Roger Goodell. We'll play in a little bit. He was asked about the league being fixed and helping out the Chiefs with some of the calls that they get made. We'll play that sound from Goodell a little bit later, but how about that? We might have to just cancel next season. That'd be Dodgers-esque if the Chiefs win on Sunday and then go out and add Myles Garrett.
That's supposed to happen. Why isn't it the victors comes to the spoils anyway? Why doesn't something like that happen with them? The Chiefs have been running it back just because of the people that they have, their coach and their quarterback, and part of their defense. Why isn't it that they don't get some of the best and just say, you know what? We'll give you a couple of these scrubs here, but you're going to give us Myles Garrett. Who would you like? No, you're not getting Chris Jones. No, you're not getting our quarterback. You want one of these scrubby running backs? You can have one of them. You want, except for our young wide receiver, no, and you can't have Kelsey. So the rest of them you can have. You want Hop, you can have him too. You can have anything. Just give us Myles Garrett. Guys that will tell you that you can't have any of the rest of them. They're available.
You want Kareem Hunt back? We'll give him to you.
You want him back? Yeah, take him back. Take him today.
Take him. Yeah, look, if
two others, and we'll give you a first-round draft choice.
I was going to say, if any deal gets done, it's going to take a ton of draft compensation, right? Because Myles Garrett's a win-now type of player. He's one of few win-now players that the Browns have. If they move off of him, then that tells you they're going into a full rebuild. I don't think Cleveland wants to do that. I think the Browns are like, can we get an actual quarterback in here because we've got Nick Chubb, we've got Myles Garrett. Like, maybe we've got enough to at least be competitive if we could just get a quarterback. That's why they went and made the Deshaun Watson trade. That's why they mortgaged their whole future trading for that guy and giving him an unprecedentedly huge contract. They literally felt like if they just had a quarterback, they had enough pieces to where they could compete. Well, turns out they still don't have the quarterback. They whipped on Deshaun. So I think that's why they don't want to trade Garrett. Like, the people who are saying the Cowboys should trade Micah Parsons, that's crazy to me because I think the Cowboys have their quarterback and they just paid him like they do. So the Cowboys should be trying to win now. So trading Micah Parsons doesn't help you win now. But the Browns, I don't know if the Browns should be trying to win now, Buck. They should be trying to figure out how the hell they're going to be good at some point in their future.
Yes.
And that would involve getting a whole, don't just pull a Nico Harrison and talk to one team, Cleveland. Maybe you talk 10 teams around the league and see what kind of massive offer you can get for the reigning defensive player of the year.
Boy, but once again, if you got Myles Garrett to a place like the Commanders, the Philadelphia is now playing in the Super Bowl on Sunday. That word gets out to them, and now they're all worried about the future of Philadelphia. New York is worried. Of course, Dallas is worried. You can't let that guy. The Cowboys, if they are to do something, they can't let it happen somewhere else. I know that. Got to do all you can. But I like Micah Parsons, but boy, do I like Myles Garrett.
Well, the move is too cool for the Cowboys to make.
Yeah, it is.
It's too cool. Like, really good teams make moves like that. So if the Commanders or the Chiefs do it, okay, it doesn't surprise me that they do it. I mean, the Chiefs are the best team in the NFL. The Commanders just played in the NFC title game.
Yeah, that guy ends up with the 49ers with that defense. I'm looking like, well, it's supposed to happen that way. It always does.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me that much.
No.
It would surprise me if the Eagles somehow found a way to get that dude.
Oh, God, no. Wow.
Like all the cap complaining that Jerry and Steven do, and here are the Eagles just, we'll pay this guy, we'll pay that guy, we'll trade for that guy. We can get whoever we want because we actually know what the hell we're doing here.
Yes.
So
they're picking up guys from special teams that are becoming all pros at linebacker for them.
I know. It just feels like they're doing everything right. And somehow they could end up with Myles Garrett, who's not a special teams guy. So, yeah, look, I'd love the Cowboys to do this. I think everybody would. But it's too cool. The Cowboys aren't cool enough to make a move like this. It won't happen.
I mean, are they cool enough to make it work? That's the thing. Even if they were pulling it off, could they make it work? Could they turn this in? I just don't know how you would stop if you ended up with both of those guys. You can't end up with both of them. If you ended up with both of them, how do you stop them from killing your quarterback and your running backs and your tackles?
That's the thing. Like, the Cowboys would have to give up a lot of their draft picks, both this year and in the future, if they wanted to make a Myles Garrett move. There aren't a lot of players the Cowboys could trade to net them a huge return of draft picks.
No, there's not.
It's CeeDee Lamb. It's Micah Parsons. That's it. I mean, Dak would be that guy, but they're not trading Dak because they'd have to eat $100 million if they traded him to another team. So do you want to trade CeeDee Lamb or Micah Parsons at the expense of Myles Garrett?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think so. So I was shocked to see the Cowboys. Like, I don't think there's any chance that Dallas ends up making this deal. As fun as it would be, like you said, to have those two guys.
Well, plus they wouldn't be able to do like the Mavs where nobody knows what's going on because Jerry would never be able to keep it quiet. I mean, you think that could be kept quiet?
No chance. I mean, it's already louder than the Luka deal because Myles Garrett requested a trade.
Right.
So everyone's going to be talking about this. Obviously, you got the Super Bowl, but even though that's going on this Sunday, there were a lot of people talking about the Myles Garrett tweets and Instagram posts that were sent out yesterday. So we will see. But yeah, the fact
dude
that
is just wanting out. I thought that guy was going to be a lifer there and just stay there and suffer and go to the Hall of Fame, just never win a Super Bowl and just be in misery.
Yeah, like Joe Thomas did, right? I mean,
you just remind me of the Purple People Eaters, all those great players that never won a Super Bowl. They went, but they just never won.
But those guys were close. Like, if the Browns were making the playoffs, if the Browns were making the playoffs and it's like, they just couldn't get over the hump, I don't think Myles Garrett would be doing this. But he's seeing the team go backwards. And it's like, I don't think, I mean, Browns fans are upset, of course, because they don't want to lose their best player. But it's like, can you be that mad at a guy for wanting to get out of that train wreck?
No.
Mistake by the lake. They've made countless mistakes. since he's been there.
Well, I tell you, who could really use him is Cincinnati.
Oh, man. Well, him and Trey Hendrickson, speaking of great edge rushers, Hendrickson led the league in sacks this season.
Yep.
So you get both of those guys. Yeah, there's no way the Browns would trade him in state, in division.
They got a couple of receivers that the Browns could use. Then again, they don't have any quarterbacks to throw it to them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what receivers they have because they ain't got no one throwing them the rock. Wow. So that's one bit of NFL trade news from yesterday. Another piece of NFL trading news is the Los Angeles Rams are apparently looking to deal Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp actually broke the news. He posted on his social media accounts that he's been told that the Rams are looking to trade him. So this is not Kupp making a request. This is Kupp being informed by the team that, hey, man, let us know if you've got a couple of spots that you like because we are looking to move off of you in the off season.
Yeah, I expect him to look a little bit better than he did last year. He probably came back too soon. He came back and he got hurt again. His body is just, after that great year he had, BK, with all those receptions, his body, the wear and tear on his body and the cuts and the kind of cuts that he make just wore him out. I mean, he looks like an old war horse now,
Yeah.
But if he gets a lot of rest, if he can get some rest and is on a team where he does, but he wants to be the guy. That's the thing with him. He doesn't want to be that third receiver, catching, 45 balls in a year. He wants to be the top dog, but his body can't take that. I mean, I don't think his body can take the kind of punishment. And 17 games, it's just a lot after the injuries, It's not what he can give it all to you.
And you go back to that.
Physically, can he give it to you now,
I don't know. You go back to that historic season he had in 2021, 145 catches, 1,947 yards, and 16 touchdowns, all career highs. I mean,
he was so fast and coming out of breaks and catching everything in sight. But that guy was making diving his body was slamming into the turf. He did everything he could to catch the ball. His body paid a price for the success of that season. And he hasn't come back to looking that kind of quickness. It's almost like he needs to be that guy in between or the third guy. But mentally, he doesn't want to be. That's the problem. He could be on a team and be the third guy catching a bunch of balls, but he wants to be the top dog. I just don't know if his body will let him be that.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp hasn't played more than 12 games in a season since that record-breaking 2021 campaign. Hasn't had more than 850 yards in a season since what he did in 2021. He's going to be 32 next year. Or I guess he'll turn 32 later this year, but next season is what I mean. So, yeah, you wonder how much more that body can take. Like, I don't know. I don't know what type of hole, because Kupp's got 2 more years left on his current contract, and he's slated to make about $40 million total over those 2 years. So I don't know how many teams are going to be willing to pay him $20 million a year.
I just don't know. I don't think I would because of the body type right now and what's going on with his body. But if I can get him as a third guy on my team or a second, I'd be fine. But I can't give him that kind of money.
And you wonder, the Cowboys are being linked to Cooper Kupp too, because Dallas is going to get linked to every wide receiver out there because they need somebody to pair with CD Lamb.
What they don't need is they don't need a banged up body. They don't need a guy who's going to miss 6 games a year. They don't need it. They need somebody because CD Lamb is going to play until his body falls off. They already got a guy who will go down with the ship. They don't need another guy who's already gone down with one ship, They need a young guy that can fly around and be good for a couple of years.
I agree. Like, I'd be okay with the Cowboys bringing in Cooper Kupp, but that can't be all they do at wide receiver.
Right. Oh, no.
Like, if you trade for Cooper Kupp, maybe you don't take a receiver at 12. Maybe you take Ashton Jeanty at 12, but you still need a receiver on day 2 of the draft at minimum. Or you got to go out and sign a free agent or trade for somebody else too. Like, you can't just say, oh, we fixed the receiver room. We got 32-year-old injury-prone Cooper Kupp and call it a day. Like, because you're right. You need guys who are actually going to be able to stay on the field to help this offense out for 17 games next season. And I just don't think you can rely on Cooper Kupp to do that right now, which sucks. He's so much fun to watch. When he's right, he's one of the best receivers in football.
That guy would be a pain in the ass with Kansas City. I know they've already got one. They've already got a guy like that. Hopkins, who I think you will see in this Super Bowl out of nowhere. I haven't seen him lately, but in a game like this is the game where that guy shows up.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes makes sure he shows up in this game.
Probably right. That's so crazy to me that they got him. If Cooper Kupp ends up on the Chiefs, then he's going to go for 1,000 yards next year, right?
Sure.
Yeah, there are certain teams like, if Cooper Kupp ends up in Philly, he'd go for 1,000 yards next season. It's just the rich get richer kind of thing. I'm looking at this article. I don't see any odds right now for where Cooper Kupp is most likely to end up, which is disappointing. But I do see a CBS Sports article that lists 5 teams that could be interested in Cooper Kupp. Dallas is one of them. Once again, Brandon Cook slated to hit free agency. It's really CeeDee Lamb, and you trust Jalen Tolbert? Do you trust Flournoy? Do you trust Kevontae Turpin, who's a returner playing receiver? I don't think that's good enough. Pittsburgh's another team that is mentioned. You also have the Ravens, Broncos, and Bills rounding out the 5 teams that could be interested.
You're sucking up weather-wise, but Cooper Kupp, there, not inside. Ugh.
Yeah, that's a downgrade.
Man.
Going from L.A., I mean, not just weather-wise, but everything-wise. Going from L.A. to Pittsburgh. If you're going to Dallas.
Late October came when you really needed that guy would be frozen stiff. You had to pull him out of the freezer.
You got a lot of cold weather lists or destinations on that list, with Buffalo on there, with Baltimore on there, with Denver on there. In Pittsburgh, obviously. I think Cooper Kupp probably wants Dallas over any of those destinations.
Oh, for sure.
We will see. I don't know what type of return Cooper Kupp will get. Maybe the Rams will have to eat some of his contract if they make a move. You might have to restructure it with the new team that he's on. But, some big names, some of the biggest names in the NFL, Myles Garrett and Cooper Kupp. Big trade news surrounding both of them leaking on the same day. That's pretty wild to see. And maybe some good news for lifetime Longhorn Jordan Whittington, who's with the Rams, who played some his rookie year. But if the Rams do end up dealing Kupp, maybe that means an increased role for Jay Witt going into
I thought he did enough this year. I don't think he's ever going to be. I know people will say now he moves up. I don't think anybody's going to look at him as the guy, as the wide receiver. I don't think they look at him as wide receiver 1. They'd like him to play the role that he does and just get a little bit better at the role that he's doing now. Because I can't see him as the leading receiver on the team. I can see him as number 2 and doing a lot of good things. I don't see him as being anybody's lead receiver.
No, well, the Rams still have Puka Nacua. Like, that's why they that's why they feel like they can get rid of Cooper Kupp. It's like you've got a number 1 receiver already.
Sure.
And Nacua has taken over as the number 1 in Los Angeles over the last couple of years. So,
Jordan Whittington. How long will it be before that young body wears out? Because they're using that guy as reverse guy, running back guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I hopefully not for a while because he's really fun to watch.
Well, he is fun to watch. I mean, you're talking about looking like a snowball going down a hill, just gathering momentum when he starts running with the ball. But his arms are going one way, his legs are going the other way. And he takes some hits because like I said, they use him as if, they use him on those reverses and things. And eventually, every once in a while, you'll see the Chiefs use their speedster that way. And that's fine. But Nacua, that dude gets like 4 of those a game where he's the running back. I'm like, damn.
And he did get hurt this year. He missed some time this season. And it's only his second year in the league. So maybe the Rams will have to monitor the way they use Puka Nacua in the future. Jordan Whittington just pulled up his rookie season numbers, 22 catches for 293 yards in 15 games played. So
they probably like him to be a 40-a-year guy, 40 catches in a season guy.
He could be a good number 3 option for a team. And I think that's what he was for the Rams last year. So we'll see. We'll see what his role turns into if a Cooper Kupp deal goes down. But the Dallas Cowboys being linked to both Myles Garrett and Cooper Kupp. Both of those trades would be fun, and the Cowboys don't like to have a lot of fun now, do they, Buck?
No, they're always linked to something that never happens.
Yeah, that's what they do better than just about anybody.
Yeah, they do. They can do that.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. If you're a Cowboys fan, do you want Myles Garrett? Do you want Cooper Kupp? Do you want to keep the draft picks? We want to hear from you. Plenty more to get into.
They need the draft picks. I mean, that deal, if they've got an opportunity, with their number 12 to get the running back at number 12, that guy helps you out in the passing game too.
Yeah, like that. I don't want them to trade number 12.
No, you don't. You don't want them messing with that.
No. If they could somehow – they probably can't. Matter of fact, there's no way they can't. I'd love for them to get Myles Garrett without trading this year's first. Like they'd have to trade next year's first and maybe another first on top of that.
Sure.
But if they could keep number 12 to draft an offensive difference maker and still somehow get Myles Garrett to bolster that defense, then I'd be very intrigued. But
and they're still going to, no matter what, they're going to take – the Cowboys are going to take an offensive lineman. They're going to take one of these second-round guys. They're going to take another lineman somehow, some way. They always do.
Maybe. Yeah, well, the O-line wasn't good enough last year.
Good ones. They found some pretty good ones, too.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the Cowboys, I mean, they had 2 rookies starting last year, so I don't know how much they're going to invest in the offensive line versus just hoping those dudes figure it out. I mean, they will take at least one offensive lineman in the draft, but do they spend a premium first 2-day pick on one? They've got 4 of those, by the way. I don't know, but it has kind of become the Cowboys' way, it feels like, to do that.
Yeah, it seems like it's the safe way. Like you're talking about taking a safe pick. They seem to go to safe way. They're not going to, they need another wide receiver, but they'll take a safe pick on an offensive lineman.
They won't do that at 12. I mean, they spend a lot of first-round picks.
They need a star at 12.
Yeah, they won't. They
won't take another guy from Michigan unless he's an offensive lineman.
They shouldn't take that either.
Or a defensive lineman.
They shouldn't take that either. Don't take anybody out of Michigan ever again. Okay? Ever again. Like the Cowboys, some of the worst draft picks the Cowboys have ever made have come in the last 10 years from guys that they have selected out of Ann Arbor. Don't do that, please. Give up. Give it up. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Before we shift gears here, we got more fallout from the Luka Dončić trade, some other NBA trade deadline rumors to get to as well, plus a lot more in hour 2. But before any of that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Texas Orthopedics, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, your hips are bothering you, your ankles, your knees, contact the experts and our friends there. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons. They are great dudes too also. And their goal is to get you back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it. And I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway said, come on down. Pick up all your needs for the big Super Bowl parties that you're going to have if you're having them at your house or in the neighborhood. But if you're having them at your office or your business location, they will happily deliver to you. They're a wholesale distributor. They can get you everything they want. They also told me to let you know that they have plenty of All-Stat right there at the store at 4601 Southwest Parkway.
Can confirm.
Yes, you can confirm that. Maybe you bought it all. Maybe they don't have any more left.
I need to go back there.
Yeah, you need to have some for this weekend. Big weekend coming up.
Oh, my God. I need to have some for the week.
I played some squares. My son-in-law there has me in the squares. Yes, I got rooked into that. I don't know how it happens. Every year, I never win. Why don't I just give them $100? Why don't I just say, hey, give this to your friend or you, whoever your best buddy is who's going to win this thing. Why do I don't go to the party. I just donate to the fun of, it's like $25 a square.
Yeah, I am dreading. I think I mentioned this last week. Our guy Ike from Domino's, great friend, great listener. He reached out to me about squares. And look, Ike's a great dude. He's been a sponsor for us. Like, I want to support him. But he said each square was $100.
What?
And I'm dreading Ike's text this week. Like, hey, you're still in on squares, right?
Does he have some young kids that need some new uniforms? Or they get private school or something?
And he swears he's never won. He swears he's never won before, but I think his wife has won, his mom has won, his sister has won, his kid has won. Everybody but Ike has won.
You're better off get your Vegas pick and go ahead and call in tails, because tails won't fail this one.
I believe you said that last year, and it did.
I think I went headsy. I won this thing I think I've had one miss in about the last 5 years, and it could have been last year.
Okay.
I'm going tails.
You're feeling good about tails this year, huh?
I'm in that tail.
Do you ever pick the team that wins the coin toss, or do you only pick the result of the coin toss?
I just pick the result of the coin toss. That's it. Makes me feel like I'm pulling that lever in Vegas, baby.
There's no better feeling in the world. That's why I get scared when I bet the coin toss or the national anthem, like whichever one comes first, because if I miss that, I know it's going to be a long day.
But if you win that, baby, that day has started and you are happy.
Like the worst Super Bowl betting performance I had was the one where Mahomes and the Chiefs lost to Brady and the Bucks. And I lost the national anthem over under, and I lost the coin toss. And right after that, I was like, oh shit.
And the whole day was just misery. The guy who scored first, the whole works.
I think I had like 5 different Chiefs being first touchdown score. I'm like, I'm winning this bet. I'm at least winning this bet. Buck, that was the game the Chiefs didn't score a touchdown. So I was throwing money. I had the Chiefs covering. I had the Chiefs over team toe. Like I thought the Chiefs were going to win. I bet against Tom Brady. I'm an idiot. I deserved all of it.
I would love to know, and I think we talked to Lee, don't we, on Friday?
We do. Yep.
Find out what the 2 quarterbacks total rushing will be, because I got Mahomes going over 40.
Is that what it is? 40?
It may be. I don't know. Okay. I think maybe 42, but I'm taking that dude to rush for over that. You know he's going to take off. And they're going to be in that backfield.
Oh yeah. I mean, his legs, you go back to the Super Bowl these two teams played in 2 years ago. Patrick Mahomes had that long run on a bum ankle, mind you,
right,
to set the Chiefs up in field goal range for that game-winning field goal.
Yeah, I'm surprised that guy hasn't twisted his ankle during practice and telling everybody, oh, my ankle's bad for this Super Bowl. He'll be limping around just for the sake of it, just for the hell of it.
And then he'll have like some 30-yard run like Case McCoy.
Run down the sideline, pretend he's going out of bounds. You better hit that guy every single time.
Yeah, and he's going to look like Case McCoy against A&M, just running down the middle of the field in a big spot to give the Chiefs another Lombardi trophy.
Will be one of mine. His over in total rushing yards, unless they get into the mid 50s, they stay in the 40s, and I'm going over.
I have a hard time believing it'll be mid 50s. I mean, the game against the Bills was one of his best rushing games of his career, and I think his best rushing game of the season, and he had like 43. So they won't put it in the mid 50s. I think
they'll put it at 38, 36.
Probably.
You know I'm going for it if it's in the 30s.
You probably look this up right now.
There you go.
Quick Google search here. How about 28.5?
What? That looks like a first half line to me.
They might try to sucker you in.
They got me. If you're telling me it's going to be 28-30, they got me on that.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing 26.5 in one book.
Dude, what do you think? You know the pressure that's going to come on him from that defensive line, and if they get out of their lanes, if Carter gets out of his lanes, you don't think Mahomes is taking off and going?
He will. They're going to need him to. The Chiefs haven't gotten enough from their traditional ground game in these playoffs.
I agree.
Isaiah Pacheco still looks like he's a little bit hurt. Maybe the extra week off has gotten him righter. But, Isaiah Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, those guys aren't elite. The Eagles have seen better running backs than those two guys this season.
They see better running backs at practice.
And, obviously they've got the best running back in football right now. And that's the biggest thing for me is can the Chiefs contain Saquon Barkley? Because the Chiefs struggled against Joe Mixon. They struggled against James Cook. The Bills just used James Cook a little bit more. I think we're talking about the Bills playing the Eagles this Sunday. And Saquon's better than both of those guys. So, the Eagles aren't going to shy away from running the football. It's just what they do. That's their identity. So can Kansas City bow up on its defensive front and do a better job containing the run game than they have in their 2 playoff victories? If not, I don't know how much Mahomes running is going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm trusting on both of these defensive coordinators to have some things that they really can rely on in these third down situations. But Mahomes in third down is just That guy's money in third. That third and medium stuff, 3rd and 7s and 6s and 5s. That's just like first down for me with him. No matter who he has at wide receiver.
Well, the guy's awesome.
He's awesome at that kind of stuff. But for Kansas City, they got to stop first down. They got to stop turnaround handoff to the guy on first down who goes 60 on down number 1, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And turnovers were the difference in Super Bowl 57. The Chiefs had a scoop and score off Jalen Hurts, and I think they forced a couple of turnovers in that game. But the Eagles won the time of possession battle. I think the Eagles won the yardage battle. Like, they did a lot right. It was a very close game. The Chiefs kicked a game-winning field goal with less than 15 seconds to go. So Philly was right there, but the turnovers were the difference. That's obviously been a huge factor in these playoffs. Every game except for the AFC Championship.
Yes.
The team that won the turnover battle won the football game. Of course, the Chiefs have the devil on their side, so they're able to overcome losing that and beat Buffalo a couple weeks back. But turnovers have been like the biggest determining factor in these playoffs, and it was what gave the Chiefs the win 2 years ago. So, yeah, protecting the football, needless to say, going to be important in New Orleans.
Yeah, and for Philly, they're going to have design runs for their quarterback. I think they'll have that. Yeah. This is Jalen Hurts isn't just breaking away and taking off. He does that like Patrick Mahomes naturally. You know, that's their skill set. But I think they're going to have some design runs because I think he's feeling better. Last week he looked okay to me.
Yeah, he looked great. He looked awesome against the Commanders. Yeah,
so
that knee is fine.
Design runs. They're trying to win They're trying to win this time. They don't give a rat's ass. They're going to run him with the ball.
Of course. No, they have to. I mean, that's Jalen Hurts' best strength, right? He's a better thrower of the football than people give him credit for, but he's elite with his legs. And, yeah, him and Saquon, and give Kenneth Gainwell some love, too. That guy's one of the best number 2 backs in football. The 3 of those guys, tough to stop. So, yeah, Eagles, they want to run the ball 40 times plus on Sunday, I think.
My early pick right now is Philadelphia.
Yeah, I am too, and we're both going to make the mistake in betting against Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
We're both on Sunday going to go. I mean, that guy's won 3 of these in a row, really? That's what I see myself saying on Monday. I really picked against that guy.
Yeah,
but so far I am.
I'm not changing. Like, I'm going to pick the Eagles to win. I think they're better, so I'm going to pick them to win. But I also picked the Eagles 2 years ago to win. I think I picked the Niners last year to win. So what am I doing? I promise it's not reverse psychology.
You didn't pick Buffalo to win in Kansas City, though.
Oh, I did.
Oh, what the hell's wrong with you? You're a bad little streak against them.
I know. Well, maybe it's is it reverse psychology because I'm a Chiefs fan?
No.
I'm trying to, get the football gods on my side. Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out how many more tricks could they have up their sleeves? They can't do anything any more tricky than they've done for the course of 17 games. They can't trick you anymore, can they? I mean, this isn't,
of course.
This is not Texas special teams where you get a 4th down. They're not going to let that happen to them, right?
Oh no, they're gonna have some stuff. Andy Reid always has some tricks up his sleeve, man. Come on, and the Eagles will pull out some stops too. You gotta do against these defenses. Yeah, you gotta do something.
Their trick is to get AJ Brown the ball. That's going to be their trick.
Yeah, I heard AJ Brown is going to be playing with that book this week.
Oh, he's going to catch one-handed balls, book in one hand. Oh yeah, nice.
No, look, one hand while he's reading a chapter from whatever book he was reading.
Yeah, this is where Smith kills you, though, in this game. Everybody's paying attention to the wrong dude.
Dude, they're all that's why I'm picking the Eagles. Like, how do you stop those guys?
And Goddard, and you're right. How do they stop them?
They've got a quarterback that almost won MVP 2 years ago. They've got a running back who would be in the MVP race this year if running backs were ever in the MVP race. You've got 2 bona fide number 1 receivers. You've got a great tight end. They've got one of the best O-lines in the game, and you've got an elite defense.
I know.
Like, they're awesome. And the Chiefs are really awesome too. And
they're pretty good.
They have won 2 of these in a row in 3 of the last 5, so they
are know the pressure. They know what the pressure's like.
Yeah, but I look at what the Eagles have this time around, and it kills me to say it as a guy who likes the Chiefs and a guy who hates Philly to pick Philly, but I am picking Philly.
If somebody sees Mahomes at 30.5.
Well, yeah, knowing the guy your cousin calls, it'll be like 38.5.
Oh yeah, it'll be 42. Yeah. Yeah, my cousin will get the guy who gives me that. That's the line I'll get on it.
I'll let you know what I get. I'll be in Lake Charles this week. I hoping to stay for the game. If I do stay for the Super Bowl itself, I've got to drive back
that night.
That's a 5-hour drive. I probably wouldn't leave until 10. So I'd be getting back at like 3 or 4 in the morning, which doesn't seem smart.
Yeah, don't park in the handicap spot either.
Even if I don't stay for the Super Bowl, I will be there, and I'll have buddies who are staying, so they can cash any winning tickets.
There you go.
That you've got. So I'll see what they've got out there at the real casinos and let you know what's going on.
So do we? I mean, after all this casino talk, is a casino bill up for grabs here again this year in the state of Texas? Is that what's going on? Are they thinking of having legalized gambling in the state, or is that just a thought? Once again, Buck, hold on, that's not happening for another 20 years.
Well, it got turned down recently. I think it's up again in 2027. So not 20 years, but not this year.
Okay.
Obviously, you've been seeing a lot of conspiracy theories involving the Mavs trade of Luka Dončić. Just to is that affecting, or is that affected by the legislation here in the state of Texas regarding gambling and casinos and whatnot? But yeah, I think 2027 is the next time it's open. I don't know. So we won't have it for this Super Bowl, though. I regret to inform you.
I have to continue about people running to Choctaw, Oklahoma, spending their money in that state.
Yeah, we here in Austin have it kind of rough because in Dallas, you drive an hour and you're at casinos. In Houston, it's about 2 hours and you're at casinos. Austin, we got to work a little bit harder to, being in Central Texas, we've got to go outside of the state to find a place where we could gamble. So we've got to work a little harder to make that happen.
Got to head to Louisiana there.
Yeah, Louisiana or Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma's faster.
I've never been there. I've never driven to. I'm not going to spend my money there.
Okay, I was going to say
I'd rather spend my money with the Pissers than to spend my money with the Sooners.
Well, it's because you hate Native Americans, right?
Oh, see, come on.
That's got to be it. That money's not going to the Oklahoma Sooners. That money's going to the Choctaw Indians.
Don't pay any taxes. You got to pay nothing.
I'm surprised with how many times we go to Dallas for Texas OU.
I've never been there.
Yeah, it's like an hour away, not even.
No, not when the next exit is where my horse racing place is.
Yeah, I was about to say. You just
one exit away.
Lone Star Park in Grand Prairie, Texas.
There you go.
Which is about 10 minutes from where we stay in Arlington.
It's a numbers game for me there. And I'm fine. I'm just fine. Do pretty well there. I'm okay with that place. I can't imagine getting in a car and going that hour. And it always seems to be some weird ass weather up there that time of the year. Oh, snow squalls and 8-foot drifts. I've never been there. I don't know what it's like. Somebody who's been there has got to tell me, do they have every kind of table? Do they have, is it all machines? What is it? Is it everything that would be at any other casino?
Yeah, I could tell you. I've been there multiple times. Yeah, it's just any other casino and resort.
Really?
They have concerts there too.
I could throw craps instead of on a machine or something.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, they got all the machines. They got all the tables. They got high limit games. They've got whatever you want.
No limit games like Buck likes to get into.
Yeah, they got the Buffalo machines that I like. They've got the Kronos machines like I like.
They got the machines where the ladies pee on the seat that I wipe to the side and sit down and get it going.
I don't think that one came from Oklahoma, but I'm sure it's happened before. Hey, if the machine's hot, you can't get up, man.
I agree with you. I agree. Just keep bringing me orange juice. And hey, lady, don't touch my machine. Don't put your hands on it. And don't stand behind me. That's my deal. Why are you standing behind me with that cigarette? Do you mind if I smoke? Many of people that who, in an area where even you're allowed to smoke, when someone is behind me and said, hey, do you mind if I smoke? And I look around, I'm like, well, yeah, I do mind if you smoke. Why don't you go stand over there with that guy and blow smoke in that dude's ear?
Is it because you're winning or because you just don't want smoke in your face?
I just don't want smoke in my face. And I always like the people that want to ask you, why would you really ask me a question like that? No, I don't want you to smoke behind me or on me or in my face. I don't care. Yes, you can smoke. No, why would you ask me if you thought that I would have an answer? It says no smoking. You can do it. You're allowed to do it. You're allowed to smoke wherever. So, but why would you ask me if I mind? Yes, I mind. I say the same thing every time. Yes, ma'am, I do mind if you smoke.
Well, trying to be courteous.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks.
Yeah, versus just smoking in your face and then you getting ticked off about it. So.
I won't get ticked off if they smoke behind me and you're allowed to smoke. That's fine. It's that area, but them just bothering to ask, I'm like, why ask? I don't know. I don't want to smoke.
Yeah, I got to try some. If I'm ever having a losing,
and I start blowing smoke in your back of your neck, would you mind?
You're gonna swallow their. You're gonna spit their smoke. You're gonna inhale it with your mouth and spit it back in their face.
I hate to smoke. I can't smell. I can't do it. I have a hard time if I go from here to Retama and it was a non-smoking area, BK, and I can still smell smoking around the area. My throat gets dried up instantly.
I'll tell you what. If I'm having a rough stretch at the machines and someone says, "Can I smoke?" I'm like, "Yeah." Take a big inhale and blow it right in my face, please.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to push the button again. And if it works, you got to keep puffing away. You know what? I'll buy you a pack of cigarettes. Let's keep this thing going. Give me all that cancer, baby. Give it to me. I need it.
Yes.
Good. Whatever it takes to win.
And now I do hover around a machine. If I go to Pennsylvania and my one machine that I have a lot of success at, my 50-cent slot machine, if I go there and somebody's on it early in the morning when I generally go, I do hover around that sucker a little bit. I'm like the Costco kiosk deal. I'll go down the aisle, come back, and eventually somebody will look and say, "Hey, I'm on this machine." I'm like, "Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that you're on it." How long are you going to be?
You need the machines to call to you.
Oh.
I just walk around until one of them's like,
I've had that particular machine call to me.
Yeah, that's it. You know, when you know, you know. All right.
I know, brother. I know. Yeah. I'm at one with that one machine. There's one machine that I play. I don't play any other slot machine.
You go every time.
Every time.
That's crazy.
Just about every time I'm there.
Also crazy.
And I don't start out with like sticking $100 bill. I stick a $20 bill in it, and we roll from there.
Mm-hmm.
Now I've gotten away from playing blackjack. I'm not good at that. I take too many risks when I shouldn't be taking a hit, and that fool behind there should be taking that hit. I'm the guy that will piss everybody off at the table. Give me that hit. Give me that. Give me that three. Give me that three. Face guard. Sorry, you idiot.
Blackjack's been rough to me the last few times I've played. I need a turnaround. I've noticed that whenever I play at a table with a dealer with a COVID mask, I lose.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't care if you wear a mask or not, or vax or not. I don't care about any of that stuff. But
I generally will not.
Apparently, I do care if you're dealing me cards and you're wearing a mask because you're hiding something under there.
Yeah, I don't go to dealers that are brothers or Asian women. Sorry.
Why?
I just that hasn't been good to me.
Brothers or Asian women?
Yeah.
So sisters and Asian men are okay.
Yes.
But black guys and Asian women, not okay.
No.
Disrespect.
I don't like to have conversations with dealers. I like to converse with people, bathrooms, but when we're playing that stuff, I don't converse with them.
And you're saying that black guys and Asian women converse the most?
Asian women's at the casinos that are dealers. Yeah, they converse a lot from my experience. Yes.
Interesting. So you don't want to be talked to when you're playing.
Certain guys in the pit I don't mind. You get a relationship. There's a particular guy with glasses when I'm in Pennsylvania that I bring Texas stuff back. I bring him gear every time I come back, and he's like the boss there. I mean, he instructs everybody to go around, and he's a Longhorn fan, and I do well having conversations with him, and he's just the boss, and he makes sure that I don't get cheated out of a cent. I mean, he is awesome. He just, he makes the bets for me. If I get on a regular or something, he just, when I throw it down, he says what it is and who it's from, and we move right along.
Let me guess. He's not a black guy or an Asian woman.
No, he's an old white man with glasses. But there's this beautiful Asian pit boss there who would always, see me with my Longhorn gear, wanted to talk. And, I would get so hung up in kind of not paying attention, but just talking to her. I'd be losing and just throwing it down, and she would just be smiling. Got to be careful.
Got to watch out for those Asian women. They will get you.
Only at certain places, only at the casinos.
That's pretty amazing. All right. Now
you're going to check it out. Now you're going to be looking.
I don't know. Do I need to heed to that advice this weekend? I'm kind of scared now.
No. Get your own voodoo. You do.
It's just COVID masks for me. For you, it's
COVID mask, huh?
For you, it's just you're randomly racist towards your own race and to the Asians.
So do you see people still walking around with the mask on?
Yeah, dealers all the time.
Really?
I was in Vegas 2 weeks ago, and I wouldn't say half and half. I'd say about 30%.
I won't even go to that table. I don't need that. I do enough mumbling myself. I don't need some other guy mumbling at the same table. No thanks.
Yeah, maybe that's my problem. Maybe that is my problem. I'll be in Louisiana though this weekend. I don't think I'll see a lot of COVID masks down there.
Oh hell no! You'll see a lot of peers though.
I will be one of the peers. I cannot wait. First thing I do when I cross over state lines, I'm going to pull my car over to the side and just take a leak.
That place is phenomenal. That won't leave me ever.
Yep.
My wife thinks I just made that up. She thinks you just made that up about the people of Louisiana. I'm like, no, that's not made up. It's for real.
It's everywhere. There's just pee on every floor in that entire state.
Yeah.
All right. We've got some maps to talk about. Also some sad breaking news involving a former Texas football player. And boy, this guy's road just continues to get worse and worse. We'll get to that in a second. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Hello, our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. For close to 70 years, they've been in service with heating, plumbing. Now they do plumbing and, of course, air conditioning units. And it's going to get warm this weekend. Maybe they should do electricity. I see some lights flashing in your background there. But Woods Comfort Systems, nobody does it better, folks. My heating system has been, and I brought this home a couple of years ago, and I've got a contract for them to come out twice a year, and they do great service. They're in and they're out, and I've not had a problem with my heating or my air conditioning. But I know who to call if I ever do. And as I said, this weekend's going to get a little warm, so you want to make sure that air conditioning system is working. But still, don't give up. I still think we got a couple days left for that heater to pop on too. So call Woods Comfort Systems if you're interested in having somebody service you're already the system that you already have in. Make sure you call on Woods Comfort System. Plenty of trucks out there, and they are available for you for sure. WoodsComfortSystems.com. You'll love the folks there.
Can you hear me and see me?
I see you. I got you. I just saw a little flash. That's all.
Oh, my computer, I can't see you, but I know you're on. You're definitely on. We're both on. So as long as you can hear and see me, then we're okay. But my computer is in the middle of a seizure right now, it appears.
Call the people in the building. They did
it. Oh, you think they could fix my laptop here?
Hey, they can change a light bulb.
They can. It'll take them a week to get here to do it, but they can change a light bulb. So this computer's out of commission for that long. We're in some trouble here. Here's the bit. We need to get this thing working again because we've got some video and audio to play. But we can tell you the story that came out this morning involving former Texas wide receiver Jonte Cook. Buck, it's gone from bad to worse for Jonte. He was arrested in Tarrant County, Texas this morning for property theft of items between $100 and $750 and also interfering with public duties. He was booked into Tarrant County Jail this morning, and that story, we had an early text, and again, my computer's freaking out, so I can't give credit to whoever I need to give credit to. There's an early text right after 8 o'clock that said Jonte Cook was arrested. I did a quick search. I didn't see anything, but now it's starting to come out that, yeah, Jonte Cook has been arrested up in Tarrant County.
I mean, does it say what it's on, what he's booked on?
Yes.
Say it again.
Property theft of items between $100 and $750 and interfering with public duties.
Oh, interfering with the cops?
I guess so. I guess that's considered public duty. So we don't have too many more details than that. That's just the legal jargon that we've been given.
Damn. Yeah, somebody needs to step in on that kid, because now it's not about athletics. It's about a life change for him, sounds like.
Yeah, well, it's, he left the Texas football program in the middle of last season, was kind of asked to leave the Texas football program. I'll give Sark and company, I'll give them some credit, because they sort of called it a mutual parting of the ways. But over time, it came out that this was more of a Texas decision, just because of the way Jonte Cook had been acting, for lack of a better word. And he transfers to Washington. He's only on Washington's campus for like a day before it comes out that he's basically been kicked off the Washington football team and went back home to the Metroplex where he's from. And now he has been arrested, apparently. So, we said it after the Washington news that we had hoped Jonte Cook was going to be able to find the help he needs. Now we really hope that he gets the help he needs.
Yeah, he'll figure this out. He'll figure out that it's not, you only get a couple chances in life, and sometimes you don't even get that. Sometimes you get 0 chances. So the one that you have, you better make good of it. So this is already looks like a second or third chance, and it'll end eventually. Somebody will say, well, that's not it. And you start messing with the law, you don't get a lot of chances there. So
no, you don't. Okay, I'm going to leave for what I hope is 1 second to get this fixed. Hold on. Okay, we back in?
Back.
Okay. Oh, you were still on, by the way. I should have probably told you that you could keep talking.
I'm good. I looked good. I was good.
We're back in. But, that's the news. The booking reports don't quite see an exact time for when he was booked, but this started coming out early this morning. And now, once again, a lot of folks who cover Texas, who cover Washington, they have tweeted out the news of Jonte Cook's arrest. There's also a mugshot that is out there. We're not going to show that, but sucks. Sucks. It's wasted talent, Buck. The saddest thing in life is wasted talent. And
boy, I feel bad. I feel bad for his family. I feel bad for his high school coach. And Texas now has to go back and, recruit that high school, and they've got to trust that the coach understands that his players, they had to know a little bit about that guy's character, of course,
Yeah.
I know it's hard to turn your back on those 5 stars and say, no, we can change them, but some guys you just can't change,
It's just crazy, because I go back to last year's NFL Combine when guys like Jonathan Brooks and Xavier Worthy and Jatavion Sanders were there, and all 3 of those guys separately were asked, like, who are a couple of Longhorns to look out for this coming season? Like, oh, you guys are going pro. Who's taking your spot? Who's next up? All 3 of those guys, unprovoked, said Jonte Cook was that guy. And those are guys who, spent a year with Jonte Cook. Like, they knew the player he was, but they also knew the guy he was. So I don't know if it's always been a thing or if something just changed seemingly overnight. But, like everyone had high hopes. Even the guys in that locker room were talking about Jonte Cook being not only a great player, but like a leader for Texas.
Yeah, well, we've seen this story in athletics before. We just have. I mean,
you're right.
This isn't new to you've been around sports long enough. I've been around football players and athletes long enough to know I've seen tons of these could have, should have, would have been this or that if only they had done, or if only somebody had been able to communicate certain things to them. But sometimes it just doesn't change. It's too hard. And plus in this day and age, you ain't got the time to change them. If they can't grow up in a way, and they don't have that kind of special leadership around them when they get to you can't. You try your best to change them into something that they're just not going to be. If they can't do it themselves, because they're the main character in all of this, then it's going to be a problem. And college coaches don't have time for it anymore. In the world of NIL and the pressures of winning and next guy up and all that other kind of shit that sounds like cliche, but it's true. It is. It's just next guy up now. I don't have time. I can't spend that kind of time. I used to be able to spend tons of time on a guy who I thought that just with a little help was going to make it. But then even for me, I had to go, I'm sorry, but I've got a responsibility to like 14 other guys in a room or 12 other guys in a room. I got to take care of them. I can't spend all my time going down to police station or coming to your apartment dealing with you and the things that are going on in your life. You've had plenty of chances. There's no reason why you can't change. You've had plenty of opportunities. So, we go through it in our personal lives. We go through it with our kids at times. You go through it with players. It's just a part of life. Now you're the one that has to make the change.
Yeah, it's well said, man. It's well said. And I think Jonte Cook will get another chance. I definitely felt that way before the arrest, and I still feel that way after the arrest. But it won't be at a place like Texas or Washington. I mean, he's going to have to go to a small school, maybe JUCO, maybe D2. I don't know.
Well, he's going to have to prove to people that he's worthy of that, even at a small school. They're going to make it that the first thing you do, the first class you miss, the first meeting you miss, and the first excuse you have is your last. You're done. We're not going past excuse number one. We just won't do it.
You're right. And that's the way
I
can't
even imagine what Sark and those guys put up with this guy for a year.
Yeah, I think they gave him.
I can't even imagine.
They gave him all sorts of chances. It sounds like they wanted it to work out, and it sounds like they even tried to give Jonte Cook some extra help. Like, hey, we've got people within our university who can help you, and it just nothing worked at Texas, nothing worked at Washington, and nothing is working with Jonte Cook being back home. It seems like.
Oh no. That's when you're at your most comfortable. You're at home and you think you can get away because you've been getting away with shit there all your life.
Yeah.
Because it didn't just start up when he got to college,
That guy made some money, some NIL money at Texas. And I don't know if he ever got to collect anything he made at Washington, but the fact that guy's stealing stuff, $100 to $750 in value. I don't even know what to speculate on what that could be. But it tells me maybe he spent a lot of the money he's made.
And traveling in some bad company once he got back home.
Could be that too. So wishing Jonte Cook the best, but a sad story has gotten even sadder with that story.
Once again, BK, as I said, everybody doesn't get a second chance. Everybody doesn't get a third chance. And it doesn't matter what level it is. Sometimes people are just say, no, we can't do it. Can't have this I can't have you in my program. You will affect everybody else here. And I'm not going to waste a position if I can get somebody else. By the way, what have you done at those other places?
I would say about 98% of people are done with Jonte Cook, but if he wants to take a shot with one of the 2% of coaches who will, then he'll be all right. But
good luck to that 2%.
Yeah, I agree. Hopefully this is the wake-up call that he needs. You would think getting kicked off of Texas would be a wake-up call. You would think getting kicked out of Washington after a day on campus could be a wake-up call, but now that he's spent at least a little bit of time in the slammer, maybe that could be.
I mean, there's just so many people that they never think that they need some serious help. Oh no, I just need somebody to guide me in this direction. No, there's some people with some real serious mental issues that just somebody saying a couple things is not it. It's a daily treatment. You got to take. You got to take care of yourself. And once again, it's that guy who has to take care of himself first.
You know who needs some mental help?
Besides Jerry?
No, I'm talking about the worst GM in Dallas.
Oh, that guy.
Jerry is no longer the worst GM in Dallas. Somehow, some way, Jerry Jones is not the most hated general manager of a Dallas sports team. That's pretty impressive to beat that guy. But Nico Harrison, the Mavs GM, has done that. I didn't show you this, but we played some audio from the joint press conference that Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd held Sunday morning after the trade went down Saturday night. And here's a little video of what Jason Kidd did to Nico Harrison during that press conference. Nico's talking, and then, up comes Jason Kidd. He's got his hand around Nico's throat, and he starts choking him out in public, in front of the media, on TV. I'm surprised people haven't talked about that a little bit more.
How did you get that clip? Where do you get these clips from? They find you?
The clips get me, Buck.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible. The power of artificial intelligence. And If you're tuned in on the app this morning, number one, thank you. You can't see this, unfortunately, but if you're watching on any of our video platforms, you can see just how incredible AI has become. We've got some more sound about this trade. I've got to give some sponsor love. You gave a Woods Comfort Systems shout out, and then my computer went kaput. I got to give a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes.
Yes, I talked to Mike last week.
Nice. Yeah, I know Mike's listening this morning. I know Rodney's talked to him. Now I know you've talked to him. So we trust him and his team, and you should too. Those guys have been around for 40 years. Mike and his crew at McCall Custom Homes can hook you up if you want to build a new home or if you want to renovate the home that you already have with a new kitchen, new bathroom, new outdoor space, whatever. Mike and his family-owned and operated business at McCall Custom Homes, they can turn your dreams into reality because they've been hooking up Central Texans for 40 years. A local company that started here, that stayed here. They've got your back. Just go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 4 decades, get some ideas for your home, and then reach out there. Or you can call or text our guy Mike, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
I mean, BK, I know you've got something that you're getting ready to come up with, but let me ask you about this Nebraska thing. Is this going to send coaches that are having, their spring games on TV, like, screw that, we don't want them on national TV, we don't want this nationally televised? Because for a while that was not a handicap for that helped out recruiting. That was great to see the Nebraskas of the world, with their 100,000 seat stadium and 80,000 showing up for a spring game. That was a big deal for them when they were struggling, and so now it's a hindrance to them. Is that what Coach Rule is feeling like? People start stealing just from what they see on the TV.
That's interesting, right? Could Nebraska still have a spring game without putting it on TV? I don't know if that'd be some sort of violation of contract that they've got with whatever network that they work with. But yeah, that was a report that came out late last week that Matt Rule was heavily considering canceling the Nebraska spring game due to fear of tampering. He dropped this quote: "It's really because last year we were one of the more televised spring games, and I dealt with a lot of people offering our players a lot of opportunities after that," end quote.
So, yeah, I'm wondering if that's just, come on, Matt, get over it. I mean, the tampering would come with probably people tampering with wanting your quarterback, that young kid. Well, he wasn't there then when they did that, right?
Yeah, he was.
Was he? He was. That's right. He had already got there. He's on campus.
Mini Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nebraska did lose 6 players to the portal after the spring, but Matt Rule's making it sound like he might have had a couple of dozen of his guys get calls or texts from other schools like, "Hey, saw what you did in the spring game. We'll pay you this much if you hit the portal and come here." And Matt Rule doesn't want to deal with that anymore. So
yeah, I can't see them stopping. I can't see coaches not, if they have an opportunity to be on the nationally televised and they're going to have their spring game. NIL is NIL. Until it changes, then that's the battle that you fight. I'd rather be on TV and having somebody look at my guys than not be on TV. I got to believe.
Yeah, I mean, I get Matt Rule's frustration.
Sure.
Tampering happens all the time, and yeah, if teams, you don't see scouts going to spring games. I don't think that's legal. So
now they can show up. I mean, they can show. I mean, they can show up and get into your spring game.
Yeah, I guess as a fan, if they're like dressed up as a fan and going undercover, then they can. But it's not like, they're probably not supposed to do that. And there's a lot of things that aren't supposed to be done in college sports that have been.
Yeah, I don't even know if you, as another coach, if you wanted to go. I mean, what if your cousin or one of your nephews played on a Nebraska team and you went there to see your nephew play? If you could sit in the stands, but I mean, I don't think you could be there with a pad doing that, but there's a lot of things you can see mentally that you can bring back to the other staff. I don't know if they can stop you from going to a spring game as a fan.
I don't know if that's wanted. I would think in a situation that you brought up where a coach on another team has a nephew or a kid on your team, that you would get approval from the coach and the coaching staff. Like, "Hey, I'm going to show up. Are you cool with that? I want to watch my son play." But then again, you're probably coaching your own team at that time. So I don't know if that's even
or maybe your
feasible.
spring games may not happen or has happened already or whatever.
Yeah.
I just
don't
think as a fan of football, hey, I want to go see Nebraska play football. I mean, what's the big deal?
Yeah, well, it sucks. I mean, that's the big deal. Like, they don't want to lose their players. That is a big deal because
it is.
Nebraska. Matt Rule is trying to get Nebraska turned around, and Nebraska ain't what it used to be. Not breaking any news here. So it's an uphill battle. It's not an easy job like it used to be. And it becomes a little harder if guys are poaching your best players after a spring game. So I just don't want this to become a thing everywhere else. I love the spring game. I mean, last year we had Ole Miss turn its spring game into like what the NFL Pro Bowl games are.
Yes.
They did like dodgeball. They did like a dunk contest. Like, it was just a day of bits basically at Ole Miss. And they opened it up to the fans, but it wasn't a football game. And some of the fans defended it because, you're going to defend your school. I'm sure if Texas made that move, there would be Longhorn fans who are like, they don't want guys to get hurt or they don't want guys to get tampered with or whatever. But I enjoy the spring game. Like, I think the coaches do, but the fans definitely do. And I'm worried that Matt Rule is going to start some sort of paranoia amongst all college coaches.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to. There's too many other ways to tamper than to go to your spring game, have your spring game seen on TV, and some other coaches replaying it, winding it back, and calling up your players. Now, that's better for Nebraska's program to be on TV. And any other program. I mean, if Central Florida could get on TV for their spring game, I'm sure that they'd rather be. Yeah, I think he may be getting a little paranoid. NIL, they're going to find you in Nebraska anyway. Mm-hmm. You're going to be on enough. They've got enough film of your players and your guys. You don't want to be missing out on an opportunity to have your team shown on a spring game throughout the nation if you want people to know about your university.
Yeah.
I can't see that changing the way things will be. But we'll see. If he makes enough stir about it, all he has to do is say it to Dabo, and that'll be it for Clemson. You know that.
All right. Yeah. Well, I don't know. The spring game is old school, and Dabo likes old school, so he's not getting rid of that.
Oh, no. He's going to play four full quarters.
Yeah. Anything, and if it's tied, they're playing overtime. You can bet your ass.
Right. We're doing the overtime rules.
Yeah, any old school thing Dabo Swinney's keeping around. It's the new school stuff that he's had issues with. So I don't know. I love the spring game. I'm really excited for the Texas spring game. We don't have a date on when that's going to be, but that's something I either go to or watch on TV at minimum every year. And I know I'm not alone with that. So it's a big spring. I mean, insider reports are great. We as media have access to a couple of practices, but for the general fan, you don't get to see any Texas football from this year, January 10th to August 30th. It's a long ass time, 8 months plus with no game. So you don't want to, or 7 months plus, with no game like that. You'd like to at least get a little something, and that spring game is a little something. So I don't care too much about Nebraska football. If they want to cancel it, fine. But I don't want this to become a national deal that Texas or other schools across the country follow. I don't know.
Yeah, let's hurry up and get Nick Saban in there as commissioner and get him off TV humping Alabama every week. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, humping Alabama?
Yeah, that's that. I had enough of that for year number one with that dude.
He wasn't the only one humping Alabama last year.
Yeah, but he was the main humpy, let me tell you.
Yeah, he was receiving the humping.
He was. Him pumping up Alabama all year was long.
Because there's a humper and there's a hump-e. So you're saying he was the humper or he was the hump-e?
No, he was the humper. He was humping. Yeah, he was doing the humping.
He was trying to get his Crimson Tide in the college football playoff. Instead, they lost the ReliaQuest Bowl to
Roll Tide.
To Michigan. Yeah, high tide there, Buck. Don't forget, high tide is what it's supposed to be.
Very interesting to see what their quarterback situation is going to look like now that they got rid of the guy they couldn't wait to get rid of.
Oh, yeah, Jalen Milroe off to the NFL. Yeah, they've got Ty Simpson, former 5-star quarterback, who's there right now. So I think he's next in line to start at Alabama. But we'll see. Big year for Kalen DeBoer. It's crazy because it's year 2. Steve Sarkisian went 8-5 at Texas in year 2, and all good. If Kalen DeBoer goes 8-5 at Alabama in year 2, then there will not be a year 3.
Oh my God, you think so? You think it would be that bad?
8-5 is it'd be bad. They were 9-3, 9-4 with the bowl game. If they do that again, maybe DeBoer gets a third season. But if they take a step back next year,
wow.
Woo, I'd love to see it. I don't care for Alabama at all.
Well, you don't care for Kalen DeBoer. You don't want to see anything happen good with him anyway.
No, I want that guy to come to Texas and be like an analyst or something.
All right.
So we don't
sorry to distract you from Luka, but even Luka's dad is mad now, huh?
Luka's dad's mad. He did an interview on a local Slovenian TV station in a different language, so we don't have audio from that, but he just buried the Dallas Mavericks for the way that they handle this entire situation. And we've got more that has come out. I mean, Mavs fans were hoping that like somehow the further along we were removed from this deal, the more it would start to make sense. Like maybe there'd be more that came out to rationalize what felt incredibly irrational or justify the unjustifiable. But that hasn't happened. Matter of fact, it's gone in the opposite direction. So we'll start with this from Kirk Goldsberry, who covers the NBA. He was on Bill Simmons' podcast yesterday just talking about this trade. And look, people are mad the Mavs traded Luka, right? Like that's one thing. But you and I touched on it. It's one thing to trade your superstar franchise cornerstone. It's another thing to only talk to one team and get the type of return that the Mavericks got for Luka Dončić. Here's Kirk Goldsberry saying the Mavs actually took less than the Lakers originally offered.
One of my sources inside the Lakers was indicating that the deal was bigger. And I think you guys were literally joking about this last night, that there were 2 firsts and there was Dalton Connect, and the deal got whittled down because I think Rob Pelinka was able to convince the Dallas Mavericks that Luka is a lot of risk. Yeah. And you guys are right for trying to look at this way because this guy, is drinking or whatever, his weight problem, whatever it is. So they were able to convince it. This was a weeks-long process. That's another thing that came out today. And Dallas
almost
started
3.5 weeks.
Dallas started it, dude.
So Dallas started it, but also the original offer included another first-round pick and Dalton Connect, who was the Lakers' first-round pick this year, who looks to be a pretty impressive rookie. Even that, like Mavs fans would still be ticked, but you hear that the original deal was more, and you got convinced that Luka's not good, so you took less? Like that is twisting the knife even more, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what is that guy doing besides eating all the pizza in town? Is he drinking up all the Allstat in town too?
Well, here's the way the Mavs look at Luka Dončić.
Oh, gee.
That, like, everybody else around the league thinks Luka is this generational star. And the Mavs look at Luka Dončić like he's just, I compared it to Lizzo yesterday. Like that type of size. It's ridiculous. Like every other team, oh my God, if the Mavs could have called any other team in the league and gotten more than what they got for the Lakers. But Rob Pelinka, I'll give him credit. He was able to convince the Mavs that Luka is not very good.
Yeah, I know now he is the cornerstone for the Lakers, which all the stars that go somewhere else end up being at the Lakers. And LeBron will have 2 years maybe, but I don't know. LeBron's not being told about any of this stuff. He's not going to be happy either.
I think LeBron's very happy.
Think so? I think he'll find a way to get to Steph. I don't know what I think for some reason he and Steph will end up together before Thursday. In my mind, I'm thinking that could possibly happen.
With the Lakers or with the Warriors?
The Warriors.
Wow. Interesting. Would the Lakers trade LeBron right now? Would LeBron say yes to a Lakers trade? LeBron loves Luka. He's been open talking about wanting to somehow get to play with Luka.
Didn't he and Steph just have a nice relationship?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're boys. Like
the Olympics and all that crap.
Yeah, LeBron has talked about wanting to play with Steph, too. Like, LeBron is a guy who left Cleveland to go pair up with 2 Hall of Famers.
He hasn't had much to say over the last 24 hours about being shocked that all this went down. He's just kind of sitting back and trying to figure out how are they going to win together, probably.
Yeah.
He's here. What am I going to do?
You're right. You do.
I got to worry about my kid. Now I got to worry about going to pick up Luka down at the bar at 2 a.m. now?
You know, LeBron has – I'm trying to see if LeBron's tweeted since the trade. The only thing LeBron has tweeted since the deal went down was there was a reporter on CBS Sports who had said that LeBron had grown frustrated with Anthony Davis. And LeBron quote tweeted that and said, "You a effing lie." So LeBron putting to bed any potential narrative that he spearheaded this trade. He was tired of playing with AD and he wanted him shipped out of town. So that's all we've gotten from LeBron. I think the Lakers are holding a press conference today to introduce Luka officially. So that will go down. We'll obviously get to hear from Luka for the first time as a Laker, and we'll get to hear from Rob Pelinka. I don't think we'll hear from LeBron. But, haven't heard much from LeBron. Maybe he is pissed. As crazy as that sounds, because I think like 99.999% of players who have ever played would be like, yeah, I'm pretty happy about this. But, LeBron's been the GM of every team he's been on in his entire career, and he was left out of the loop on this one, and AD's his boy. So is there a chance LeBron's pissed?
Yeah, there's a real good chance.
I hadn't thought about that. I really hadn't. I was sitting here thinking LeBron's got to be the happiest guy in the world because they just pulled off maybe the greatest heist in NBA history. But maybe LeBron, because he's LeBron.
He probably wants to always think he's the cornerstone no matter what, even though his future is, 2 or 3 years down the road, he'll be done anyway. But he's probably thinking they still need to let me in on every move they make. I still have my kids sitting on the end of the bench down there. Once I'm gone, he's going to be gone too.
Oh, he's mad that Luka Dončić now is the number 1 selling jersey in the NBA, and it's not him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is going to be this. No, LeBron's not going to take this one. I mean, Steph needs some help with the Warriors on his last leg there. So they're good buddies. I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened because nothing can surprise you even more than what just happened. So.
I know. Like, anything is possible. It feels like any player can be traded now that just happened. And that's been the sentiment, like players around the league. Every star player has been asked. Like I saw Anthony Edwards in Minnesota was asked about it last night. Like everyone's number one, like, oh, I can't believe this. Really? And then the sentiment changes to, well, it could happen to me. It could happen to anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody can get traded. If Luka Dončić, who felt like one of the most untradeable players in sports right now, can get traded overnight, then I guess anybody is up for grabs, which means LeBron could be up for grabs.
And boy, the Mavs wanted out of that deal, didn't they?
I'm telling you, like they didn't think Luka was good enough. They didn't think Luka was good enough, even though he got them to the finals last year, even though he's been to 2 Western Conference finals already. He's won more than 5 playoff series at the age of 25, which is not easy to do. I mean, Luka has done things that no 25-year-old in the history of the NBA has done. When you look at his stats, when you look at the playoff success, when you look at the All-NBAs, like Luka has a resume that nobody else, even LeBron James, has ever pulled off at this stage in his career. And the Mavs treated him like he's just, not
a
that
fat
good.
dude.
Yeah, he's just a fat guy. He's out of shape. His conditioning's bad. He's not good enough to win. When you've spent years building around Luka, you finally have a team that you feel like can win with Luka, and then you just give up on it 8 months after you play for an NBA championship. And they lost to a historically good Boston team. It's not like they lost to some scrubini in the finals.
You're right.
They lost to an amazing Celtics team that had the best offensive efficiency in league history last year. And 8 months removed from that, all of a sudden, this guy ain't good enough?
Yeah, and you said he just bought a new home and everything.
Yeah, so we got a couple more bits of sound before we bring on Wags and Double R. Here's Chandler Parsons, former Mav, former NBA player. A couple of different cuts from him talking about, Luka's reaction to the news.
I just think this is bad business when you draft this guy. This dude just bought a $15 million house. Just closed last week in Dallas. Apparently he cried when he found out. And this is your everything, particularly the conference finals last year. I just find it extreme BS, and I think the narrative needs to change around when players make decisions like this to understand that more. That's better for their future, their family, their life. It's no saying Nico did this because he thinks it's better for the map. So
well, that shoe has been on the other foot for a while where the players run the organization. This one just got flipped around like nobody's business. So all these other owners now are going to these other guys, hey, if it can happen to him, like you said, BK, this damn sure can happen to you. So don't think you run this pro. Don't think you run my organization. I run this organization, or my GM runs the organization. I mean, that puts the power back in the hands of some owners, they think, because it hadn't been run like this in the NBA for a long, long time.
Here's
Mark deal Cuban. Like this. You've never seen a deal like this happen.
No, never. It's the most shocking trade in NBA history. Like, and that's not me being a Mavs fan, being a 30-year-old saying that. That's guys who are impartial to the Mavs, who have covered the NBA for longer than I've been alive, saying that. Here's one more from Chandler Parsons talking about Mark Cuban, right? Mark Cuban sold his majority stake as the Mavs owner a few months ago, so he's not as involved with the team as he used to be. Chandler Parsons says he texted Mark Cuban.
I texted him and I said, I'm so confused. And he wrote back, that makes two of us. So that kind of tells you right there he wasn't involved. And by the way, this new ownership, Patrick Dumont and Adelson family, they're business people, right? They're Vegas casino, real estate moguls. They know nothing about the NBA and basketball. So they have fully given Nico the keys to do decisions and make big, bold moves like this. So I believe Mark. I think this is just more of a shock. The comment he said now is coming to light about, filing on Monday, which obviously is getting pulled back to light. But, yeah, I mean, I texted him, and he literally said that makes two of us. So he's probably just as shocked as we all are.
Yeah, I mean, this brings the power back to the owners now, because every owner will look at his star and say, if it can happen to that guy, it can happen to you. So don't think you run this deal. I mean, like I said, it hasn't been that way. I don't know. Hell, I don't even remember the last time it was like that. I mean, even back to Jerry Buss. I mean, that's been a long time since the owners have run the NBA. It's been
here's where I disagree with you, Buck. Like, everything we've heard says the owners had they just said yes. Mark Cuban knows basketball, obviously. Mark Cuban never would have said yes to this because he's too smart of a basketball guy.
Sure.
The new Mavs owners don't know shit about basketball, so they're thinking this guy that Mark Cuban hired to be the GM, the guy that we have as our GM, he's the basketball guy. That is his job.
So he got swindled by the Lakers dude.
Yeah, so it's the GM. By all accounts, it is the GM, and the Mavs owner's just saying, that's your job. We don't know what we're doing here. We're just owning the team, trying to make a lot of money and bring casinos to Texas. So if you tell us this is the right thing, dude, then we approve. So I think there are some owners who might be having that conversation, but this is not the owners trading Luka Dončić. This is one crappy GM going rogue trading Luka Dončić. So
but that's Pelinka taking advantage of that dude. That's what that is.
Yeah, 100%. Rob Pelinka making out. I mean, he didn't rob the Mavs at all. No, the Mavs walked in there, left $1 million on the kitchen table, and walked out with a TV.
Yeah.
That's what they did. Amazing. All right. Shout out to Olipop, by the way. Didn't give them some love. Love me some Olipop. I got one in the fridge. I need to drink it. I should have brought it out for the show. That's on me. I'll have another one on the show tomorrow. Sue Patrick as well. You got your Waterloo hat on. You got your Sue Patrick shirt on. I got my Sue Patrick hat on. Love all of our great sponsors on TSU. None of this would be possible without everything that they do for us.
All right, boys. I got to head off. I got to make a call. Make an appointment. It's it's jelly time.
Oh.
Hey, it's for free. Hey, it's free.
Even better.
What are you volunteering to see Dr. Jellyfinger today?
Oh, but once a year you get a freebie, and I can't turn down a freebie.
Oh man. Thought it was a clinical study or one of those things where we need 50 men, age whatever.
No, this is a freebie, boys. I'm gonna go get my freebie and see I want to see what a free one is like.
Later. It's probably the same as. It's probably even worse than what you paid for. I don't know.
Oh, God, a freebie. I mean, okay, Rod. Now that you bring that up, someone is saying they will give you financial compensation to, have Dr. Jellyfinger pay you a visit internally.
Yeah.
What type of compensation are you requiring to say yes to that opportunity?
I got to tell you, because we talked about it last year, because I was all hesitant about doing it and scared and all this stuff. It was actually a very pleasant experience for me. I mean, it was like a great sleep, man. 30 minutes of great resting that I got. I mean, I would play the whole, whatever. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't take much, dude, because it was like harmless. And the after effect, I mean, I hadn't shit that well in years. I didn't feel it. I didn't feel it, BK. It was like, okay, whatever. I woke up and it was all done, The exciting part was before I'm getting this done, there's like two really nice young ladies, all around me. They're talking to me. They're like, okay, this won't take long. We're going to get done. And then here he comes with the glove on, the dude comes
Did he get a full start, like a running head start?
I think that dude probably ran a 40. I think he ran a 40-yard dash and just went like, was that Conan the Barbarian or like a pole vaulter, wham, stuck it in there. And
let me amend this because it is a hypothetical Tuesday after all. So let me amend this hypothetical here. What if your doctor was Charlie Strong and you had to deal with this finger?
Oh my goodness.
Now that it's different. It's a different experience you have with that guy versus the guy that you're talking about, Double R.
You left that part out. I need about $5 million.
That is not real. Is that?
Yes. That's a real picture that was taken when Charlie beat Oklahoma in 2013.
Right, but is that not enhanced?
No, dude.
They didn't have Allen Iverson back in those days. I mean, that's real.
You're right. Allen Iverson was just a player at that point. He wasn't
that's right.
doing all of the great things he's doing now in the world.
How about that shirt? How about that shirt behind him?
The pink shirt?
What is that?
I don't know. That looks like a Cotton Bowl shirt. That looks like just the guy who works for the Cotton Bowl rocking that.
Look at that finger. My goodness, man.
At least it's long and not fat, right? Like girth is going to stretch you out.
Well, but at least I would get to a certain point and quit going. That thing right there, it's like it'll just keep going. Like when they come to clean out your septic system and all that, and you got a plumbing leak and they send that thing in there and it just keeps going, and you're like, damn, where's it going to stop? I mean, that's that finger right there. I mean, the fatty finger is going to stop somewhere.
I'd have to throw up after this, and this is my fault. That's on me.
You steered it down this path, and he's bad. This is his first day back, and he did this. So,
yeah, that's on me. Well, it's good to see you, Double R. Wags. What do you guys have planned on today's show?
I got a little bit of the flu, so it's fantastic. I don't know how the fuck this happened, or excuse my language. I don't know how this happened. We did have a couple of kids over for the games this past weekend, but I don't think it was any of Reed's friends. They weren't that sick, but I don't know how the hell I got it.
What do you know exactly how the hell you got it?
I didn't say it.
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
I should have said it. And also I should have kissed Kim. I didn't kiss Kim either.
Those were your two mistakes, huh? You didn't make this kind of love to Kim.
Put my face in her armpit. Come on in here, girl. Let me give it to you real good, like Aunt Shirley. I don't know if you got an Aunt Shirley or an Aunt Rhonda, whatever. But
I don't. Double R, you're muted, by the way. We can't hear you at the moment. But
sorry about that.
You're good.
Yeah, there we go. My bad. Yeah, that do the Kim Mulkey laugh. I ain't gonna get tested.
Shoot.
I mean, we're gonna let we're going to talk about Coach Choice staying home. We're going to, get into a little bit of that. What else, Rodney had? You got to talk about Myles Garrett requesting a trade.
Myles Garrett
out of Cleveland there. And then, of course, let Rodney talk about his little LA Luka. And then we got some Spurs to talk about. His Spurs are getting a little bit hot at the right time. So a little bit of everything, man.
Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird, guys, how all this has happened? And we're like in Super Bowl week, but the NBA has like taken over. It's like it's all NBA. And by the way, there's a football game this weekend that's going to crown a champion, maybe a 3-in-a-row champion. It's like I got to tell you this, guys. So I was in Kansas City on this trip that I hastily had to make. Those people love their football team. They love their football team over there. Lots of Chiefs fans. Hell, I'd be excited too if the Cowboys were about 23 in a row.
I'm more interested in the barbecue that they got over there.
It's awesome.
It's good. It's good.
Oh no!
It's
Double
good.
R.
It's good. It's good.
Well, if I like the vinegar based twangy barbecue, like
gotta
North Carolina
remember
barbecue, I can't imagine what this. I've had the St. Louis ribs from Rudy's, and they're fantastic because of the rub that they put on.
Yeah. It's BK. You got to remember. You got to remember where I grew up. So I'm like a barbecue. I'm not a snob at many things, but I'm like it's good. I mean, it's good. It's really good, but it's just not quite the same.
Where did you go? Can I ask?
Yeah, we were right there around the convention center, right there in that downtown Kansas City.
You remember
area.
the restaurant though? Did you go to a barbecue
I don't remember
restaurant?
the name. I don't remember the name. They told me just to show up. Yeah,
that's probably your mistake there.
Yeah.
All right, before I leave, Wags, you were slated to do the 11 o'clock show with Jordan today. Are you going to make that, or Rodney? Can you do that, or do I need to do that?
I'll give it my best, man. Go ahead and don't crash your plans because of my shit. Like I felt like I was good enough to go, and then I gave Rodney a call at like 5 minutes before the show, be like, "Yo, any way we could switch Tuesday and Thursday?" So no, I'll send you a text message halfway through it, or if you think that I'm just not up for it, man, you make the call halfway through. But I feel like I'm all right.
All right, well, good luck. I'll be listening,
Thank
boys.
you. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks for powering through. See y'all tomorrow.
Hey, thanks for powering my corn. Watch your cornhole, dude. Never mind. Anyways, we're off to a wild and crazy, chaotic one already. Welcome back, Double R, man. Good to have you back, my dude. Hopefully, you're able to get out unscathed from the detainment there in Kansas City, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Let you catch up, but everybody, make sure you're welcoming back Double R there, and then also make sure you like the video, guys, and then hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. My partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez, is at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. I'm on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. What's up, my dude? Let's talk. Or if you're out and about, if you are mobile, hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. All right, and then smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. All right, let's get into it, man. Tell me about your trip.
That was good. Kansas City drive. I had to break it up in segments. There were some complications. So going up there was really good. But yesterday, dude, 11 and a half hours straight, man. I was grinding all the way back.
With that, though, like a lot of people break it up like you do, man. But sometimes when I shoot back to Maryland, that's 22.
Yeah,
that's 22 hours, 23 hours. Well, I can get it done in like 21, 20, but I mean, hell, man, I'll go right through. I'll just have a piss bottle and just shoot, man. Just that's it. Maybe if I'm dead ass tired, I'll pull over at like a rest stop for like an hour or two, and then just catch like a little cat nap real quick, and then power on through it, man. But yeah I don't know. Like I don't know if you're the same way, but I don't mind trips, man. It kind of gives me a little bit of time to get my head right, to align stuff that I got going on, just floating out in la la land and pull it all back together.
Yeah, no, the only reason that I broke up the trip down there was because I had a late start. I mean, but like coming back yesterday, it's like, man, I left Kansas City at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was in my driveway at 7:57, and that's stopping for diesel a couple of times, stopping to take a leak a couple of times, or random stuff. So I do, man. It's a very weird thing when you do long drives like that. I always live by the sense of I'm here and I want to get here and I want to get there as quick as possible. I don't need to stop and do whatever. When I'm traveling with people and they're like, hey, let's stop and look at the whatever. I'm like, man, I ain't on no damn sightseeing trip.
Man,
come on, man.
That reminds me that we were going back east for the holidays one time, and I was passed out. I probably had a headache and wasn't feeling well already. And I was like on the end of my shift of driving, and we had gotten, I think it was Arkansas and I was just like, all right, fine. And I had stayed up the night before anyway, so I was out, and Katie was taking over, and within like maybe 5 minutes I had passed out, right? And then like we wake up, it didn't feel like we had gone far, but we wake up and she wanted to see the sunrise in Memphis, right? So she pulls over and stops in Memphis, where this Grant, it's like it's the main street on Memphis to where they have, I don't know, it's like it looks like a circus or a fair or some type of event. And she wakes me up, and I felt so bad. She wakes me up to see it, and I'm like, get us the F out. I don't give a hell about it. You got 6 a.m. on Sunday, early Sunday on Memphis. We're about to get robbed. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell am I talking about, man? I just want to get the hell out, and get up the damn East Coast and get home, or get back to Baltimore, man. Anyways, yeah, it's travel. I mean, I'm much better traveling by myself than I am with my family, and I'm a mess when my family travels with me. I feel like I got to be all on alert and everything, man.
I prefer being by myself. I mean, honestly, because I can just, and it's one of those things, like if I'm going somewhere for a football game, for a car race, or, whatever the case is, recreational. If it's one of those trips where I'm going to do whatever, I prefer being by myself, because like if you go with somebody, it's going to be like, so what are we going to do in the downtime? If it's like a football game, in the downtime, I'm going to hang out at the hotel. I'm just going to kind of be there and do whatever. Like with the racing, that's one of those things where it's like, if you're on a race weekend, it's like, so what are we going to do in the downtime? I'm going to go to the track.
Yeah.
I'm going to the racetrack. I'm going to hang around.
Now I'm a homebody after having all this stuff set up here by Tom McKay. But I mean, there's just no reason to go out anywhere. But usually, like, even when I have like family over, like if my mom comes to stay, we rarely see each other, and she's in my home. You'd think I'd be going down and watching shows in the living room with her and everything. I mean, I'll do that for like 1 or 2 shows, but one, I can't watch, Exploration World or wherever the hell she's going, or whatever they watch, some travel channel. She watches the travel show all damn day. I can't do that, right? Like I gotta play some video games. I gotta watch sports. I have to shake up my day a little bit. But she'll just sit there. She'll go from show to show. She'll step out back. She'll walk in the clouds, and then she'll come back and go from show to show. Cannot do that, and she doesn't stop talking. I mean, of course, it doesn't fall far from the tree, but still, she can just roll with it, man. And then hell, she talks to people that aren't even there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's talking to, she's already in there. She's embraced senility very well. She's talking to people, and God rest her heart. I love her. I absolutely love her. But man, I have to remove myself from the situation and go and come up here in this room and at least be by myself and get my head right. Just like get all the fucking voices to stop. Just turn them off. Just turn them off for a minute.
Well,
so yeah, I'm usually a lot better when I travel by myself, but I don't know. BK will tell you, I stay in the hotel room half the time.
That's the way I do it too. I mean, because and a lot of that traveling by yourself is because you can talk to people that aren't around. It's like you
can get the hell up and walk away whenever you want.
Have a conversation with yourself. I mean, I do that a lot, and the other part of it
that's how you get people to stay away from you. Is you just sit here and talk to yourself in the hotel lobby or whatever, and people look at this guy.
We're in the business, like with this show, we're talking to people that we can't actually see. But with my other job, it's like I am like Saturday, for example. I am people in my face for 11 hours, dude. It's 11 straight hours of, and you name the flavor, you name the story, you name the whatever. It's like I'm 11 hours compressing everything that people are telling me. We get done there, and there's a group of people, and they're like, let's go to dinner. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you people. I have been talking to people for 11 fucking hours. I'm going to my hotel. I'm going to Uber Eats a 6-pack of beer because I can't get to my truck, and I just want to be left alone. So it's
also different when we do like the link ups with this family, because this family, at least what the hell we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like everybody's on the same page, and everybody's got good wherewithal and good common sense to carry a good conversation, man. Hell, half the time I go home, I don't know what the hell I'm going to be talking about. Right.
Well,
like it's like, holy shit. All right. We're back here. All right. Now I understand why I left. What I mean? Now I understand why I moved to Texas.
And I know you did the Friday top 5, and that'll be
so that's another thing. That's what I forgot to mention. So So Mondays, right? But we had Smash on yesterday, so I kind of wanted to leave it up to you since you're going to be here on Friday, right?
No.
So we also have to include the people. Okay, so we have a couple of candidates for the top 5 of this week. I also wanted to get your ideas or your thoughts on some of the top 5s that we're going to be rolling out for this week. We have worst trades comes to mind after all this Luka and Anthony Davis, mishap and debacle here. Also, we have top 5 foods for the Super Bowl, but I'll acquiesce and hear from the peanut gallery here, and then also from yourself, Double R. How you feeling about the top 5, man?
I think that the top 5,
we got to do the wheel. The wheel comes out, the spinning wheel in the selection Thursday, right? That rhymes, that rings, right? Selection Thursday.
We're gonna get the randomizer. Get the randomizer.
Randomizer or the wheel. We can shake things up, or we can do an animation where we can get a wheel going.
I think the top 5 for this weekend or Friday should maybe be something Super Bowl related. I mean, the food's easy, like you were talking about, and here's the reason why I thought about it, because the 5 easiest ways, because as a matter of fact, last night, because there's going to be people here for the Super Bowl. And so last night when I get back in, my wife's telling me the people that are coming or whatever, and I'm like, that's a bunch of talkers. I mean, I'm going to have to go to the AV consultation studio to get away from
Come over to my house if you want.
Well, or vice versa. I mean, I was going to talk to you about that, but again, this is going to be. But I'm like, top 5 excuses to get away from the Super Bowl party somehow to watch the game. There's that.
I took medicine. It's not you.
No, it's I tend to do that to people. Top 5. I know a lot of people do top 5. The greatest Super Bowls of all time. Do the worst Super Bowls of all time.
There it is.
There have been a lot.
Stinkers.
There've been a lot. Because I remember, growing up, a lot of times it was like, okay, time to go to the Super Bowl, and you get to the Super Bowl. Like when San Francisco beat the wheels off of Denver, it's like we waited all year for that. I mean, so that could be something. The top 5 Super Bowl duds or stinkers. I mean, whatever you want.
What was a really good Super Bowl but had a shitty ending?
What's that?
The Bengals-Rams Super Bowl. Because it ended on an official's call. But I remember that Super Bowl being pretty damn good, but then all of a sudden, like, the ending was just terrible. The break between it was the break between Kansas City's first Super Bowl, and then after that year, Kansas City's been back in the Super Bowl the past in succession straight. So that was a pretty good Super Bowl, but a lousy ending. So we got some things to go through. We'll put our candidates up there. We got crappy Super Bowls. That's a good one to roll in there because everybody puts their best. Everybody wants to talk about the golden days, right? The golden days.
Yep.
Let's see. We get Super Bowl foods, worst Super Bowls, Super Bowl Super Bowl performances. All right,
who's this year? Who's doing it this year?
I believe it's Kendrick. I think it's Kendrick.
Oh, okay.
But we got Super Bowl all-time Super Bowl performances. We could do all-time terrible Super Bowl performances as well. You can go with your things. So we got some candidates. Candidates.
Yep. So we'll come up with that. You guys, Code of Text Line's already given me bad Super Bowls, and I'm like, yep. So we,
that'll go into the wheel, and we'll spin it around. We'll get the selection. We'll get the selection Thursday rolling around here. We're gonna make that pop. We're gonna make Selection Thursday pop.
Get that thing going around, because that's the thing now. That's a weird part about doing these shows is now NBA. I mean, the NBA has kind of jumped in here, and I guess that's a good transition. The NBA has kind of dove in here, and they're stealing that thunder. I mean, and they're doing it at a really good time. And of course, the whole thing is when anything happens like this, it's like immediate conspiracy theory. Well, this has been in the works. They're just trying to dive into the NFL and trying to take a little bit of I don't care about any of that, but with the trades that we've seen, and again with the move that the Spurs made, that we can talk about that later on, but Wags, you're much more in the know and much more, with the NBA and the basketball circles than I am, because I dive in a little bit later. But I mean, seriously, and I apologize if you guys talked about this yesterday, but are you buying all of this? Well, it was a 23rd hour thing, and LeBron was eating steak and had no idea.
So I've been reading a little bit more into it, and I didn't know that there was like outside factors going into this. One, I didn't know that the ownership of Dallas were trying to get the whole gambling, the casinos.
That
Deal
was part of that shit.
That was I wasn't in it. I didn't have a pulse on that. And then talking with Justin yesterday, and then also talking with Ty offhand, and they're like, basically they're trying to undersell the value of the team. That way they can either move it to Vegas or find a way to get gambling in Texas. Which either one happens first, that's where Dallas is going. And that's ultimately how Ty and Justin both felt. And Justin shared his concerns and thoughts, on the air yesterday, or on the show yesterday. But yeah, I wasn't privy to that. I was kind of like everybody, just, hit with a bag of what the F, why, how in the hell did that trade go down? Is this a joke? Like everybody, like even Shams, he's just like, this is a hack, or
got hacked,
something happened, or I'm under the impression that an intern was upset or got mad and then threw something out there before he got fired or lost his job, right?
Yeah.
It made no sense, because you're sitting here thinking like, why would anybody trade Luka Dončić? Why would that happen? This is the worst trade that I've seen. I mean, the Wizards get fleeced a lot in the NBA, but this is terrible, and it almost felt purposely done on, to kind of wreck a team. But you're just sitting here thinking, I don't want to put my tinfoil on that way. But I mean, hell, I'm not a lifelong Mavs fan. I honestly started watching them because of the play. And one, I love Kyrie Irving. Like, having the backcourt play of Kyrie Irving and Luka Dončić, being able to watch that was something special. I can't, for the life of me, can't get over the fact that an organization would, or GM, Nico Harrison would trade away a generational talent like that for the little return that they got, honestly.
And that was my biggest, question with it when I saw that come across Saturday night. And it was that seriously is, if you're a sports fan, that is one of those things to what were you doing when you saw that? Because it was seriously unbelievable. I saw that and I'm like, there's no
Most
way.
of us were on our couches because it was a dump.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, you're watching college basketball and boom, that pops up, and it's like, there's no way. And it was one of those things, like when you have breaking news. I got back to my hotel and I sat there and watched it for 3 hours. They're still talking about the whole thing over and over. But when you look at that, and that's the point right there that you brought up, that it slipped my mind, and just kind of the whole gut punch of the move that had been made with that ownership change, and because it really is, it is a very proactive move. And again, I think that it should happen, having spent the better part of the last.
Apparently, ownership didn't even know about it.
I mean, Jason Kidd didn't know about it till the deal was done, and that's kind of the whole thing that I've been fed there. But it does really stem back to, with the ownership group, having spent myself the last month, a good part of the last couple of months in Oklahoma, to where all of these people are coming in to Oklahoma. Texas is giving money away, honestly. And I think it really is a good push. I had heard something a while back that this ownership group maybe had even kind of pinpointed in on the old Texas Stadium location in Irving to maybe get a casino built. So it does seem like that's really what they're trying to do, to devalue that. But here's the messed up part, because I hear winners and losers on this trade. But Dallas, with what they've done here, what if they make a run here? What if they make a run? And
I would be a lot cooler with the trade if I'm not even cool with the trade at all. But I would think that scenario would happen a lot more if Lively was back and healthy. And again, this might have been, a reason why they kind of, started flirting with the idea in the first place is to get a big over here to try and salvage the season. I think it's absolute craziness to salvage one season for the future. And if you think that you got to return back on your future because you're getting a draft pick, a first round draft pick from the Lakers, it's not going to be anything. It's not even going to be a lottery pick. And of course, Luka hasn't played, that much either. So, and people constantly gripe about, how out of shape he is, or, his health. But besides that, I mean, you can't deny that he's a generational talent. He's a generational player, and we've seen, even the basement for Luka is still pretty damn good. I don't disagree with trading Luka. I disagree with the return that you got for a generational talent like that. And that's not a slight at Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis has been playing fantastic basketball lately, past couple of seasons. Gave six decent years for the Lakers. But the problem with Anthony Davis, and I think most pundits say this, is that he's prone to injury, right? And if you're looking to get some beef, some muscle to bulk up your front court, how consistent is that beef going to be there, right? If you're talking about somebody that's prone to injury, the guy's got to be there consistently, night in, night out. Now, granted, it's probably a lot better if he's there when it matters the most in postseason. But I think you're right. I think something good happened, but it would have been a lot. Something could happen this season. They could make a run. I mean, hell, they made a run, at the turn or at the trade deadline last season.
Yeah,
and went on a tear. With a shooter like Clay, and now Kyrie's got to be the dude. Like, I mean, you want to talk about him being able to take some time off, some sequences off, and kind of be the Robin and let Batman go and do it now. And he's the Cape Crusader now, and Clay's going to be his Robin. So, and that can work out well. Kyrie Irving breaking down the defense and penetrating and looking for the pass to the perimeter. That's usually going to be lights out with Klay Thompson there. He's been daggers, pretty much all season long. He's had a great season. So I don't think it's crazy of an idea to sit here and think that, Dallas can go on a run and make it to the playoffs. I think it's absolutely batshit crazy to trade a generational talent like Luka Dončić for a minimum. Anthony Davis straight up, and basically Anthony Davis straight up. And a draft pick. That's crazy. It's just nuts. But your guys, I mean, then you look at the De'Aaron Fox deal, and he gets paired up with one of the young sensational talents of the association with Wemby. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that too. But yeah, I'm sorry. I know that was a little bit long-winded for Dallas. And then also just to piggyback off that real quick, Smash kind of talked a little bit there that, with Harrison's ties from Nike, he was kind of tinfoil hatting it to where, and also because no one knew, like ownership didn't know. Jason Kidd didn't know, like nobody knew, only Pelinka knew, right? That's the only just a conversation between these two dudes. So he was under the conspiracy theory and tinfoil hat type of scenario, to where Harrison was kind of toting it out there and going back to his Nike days, thinking, all right, well, we gotta get a bigger player for the brand here, for the Nike brand. So we're gonna move him out to LA where his brand can shine a little bit more. LA Luka, right? LA Luka, and then bring Nike back to Nike back to the top of the mountain. I don't even know if they fell off the top of the mountain, but that's kind of where he was going with that. And I just thought it was absolutely beyond me to think that a general manager would put a previous job or an ideology of Nike being, a top dog or having another superstar on the West Coast beyond or in front of having a championship or hardware be brought back to the Dallas Mavericks, where that's your primary job in the first place. So I don't. There's been a lot going up. This is a trade to make your head spin and make you crazy and think nuts, anyways, right? So apparently, lunacy is going around the association and in that Mavs GM office there. So, I don't know your thoughts. You tell me, amigo.
This to me was very in real estate. They have a term that's called a pocket listing. You know, when you have a property that somebody hires you to sell, and you're not going to market it to other realtors, to whatever, you have that in your back pocket. It's a pocket listing, and typically what you do with that is you really score the value, because I come to you and I'm like, Wags, I've got somebody that wants to sell this property out on Lake Travis, and you know, here's the market value of it, but I'm not going to put it in front of everybody else. I want to offer it to you and your clients, but in doing that, I'm going to need you to kind of up the ante a little bit. And to me, that's what was missing in this whole deal. Is, you know, when it was all said and done, and you talked about kind of what Dallas got, and it was very undervalued in the sense, and especially in the sense that they didn't put it out to other suitors. Apparently, we don't know that. We don't know that. And Nico Harrison, and I mean, these dudes are buddies.
Like if it was put out to other suitors, like, wouldn't this kind of make some buzz though?
Yes, and we would have known, because
so that's why I feel like that part is kind of right. Like, I feel
yeah, and a lot of these insiders, you know, that are typically in the know, and that's the thing, that's what they do. I mean, they sit there to get in the middle of shit and figure stuff out. And there's a lot of people that have said that they had no idea. Did LeBron know? I
feel like
I think
LeBron has to know, right?
LeBron has to
look, LeBron can apparently keep, if LeBron's been to a Diddy party, LeBron can apparently keep a secret.
LeBron's got to be the one that's going to put the stamp on it. So he may not have known the initial discussions that apparently happened in a coffee shop somewhere in Dallas between the two GMs. He may not have known that part, but I bet he did know that those conversations.
He knew pieces on. He knew which pieces on the chessboard were moving too.
Yeah, and that's where I think the for the now, I think for Dallas, it's an okay move. I mean, they call that dude street clothes.
It's an absolute terrible move for me. Like, in my opinion, like, this is an awful trade. This is absolutely awful. I mean, sure, Luka hasn't played, but this is one of the worst trades that I have ever seen in NBA history.
Isn't it weird that we're talking about these two guys and it's essentially one bum for another because they both hurt? I mean, they both. It's like
they're hurt right now, but I mean, like, even this year, like, Anthony Davis has been fantastic, and Luka's an MVP. Like, Luka should have won the MVP last year.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think that this is going to be. And what's the ulterior motive of the Dallas Maverick ownership? I don't know.
Anthony Davis is going to be a Hall of Famer. Okay, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. But I don't know if he's going to be at the top of his at the top of the elite. I'm pretty sure that Luka is going to be at the top of the, like, when it's all said and done with, Luka is going to be a top 5 player.
Yeah, and what the Lakers have done, I mean, I think this is where you look more forward. Is you look at the Lakers? They've got their next. I mean, Luka's going to be their franchise guy because at some point LeBron's going to step away. And I guess, or go somewhere else. Does he waive the no trade clause here?
He's not going anywhere with Luka coming here.
Yeah, that's the whole thing where I see, does he really want to work? What I hope happens out of this is that maybe Luka's going to be able to, and I really don't hope this happens because I'm not a Lakers guy, but I'm hoping that maybe Luka Dončić, because of the shit that we talk about, the guy's too fat, the guy's whatever, the guy doesn't play no defense, the guy, so the work ethic, all that, maybe some of that will rub off spending time with LeBron. But I think here's the key.
LeBron does put a lot of money back into his body, so
he absolutely does. But here's the underlying factor that I think is going to be something that's going to be big right now, and I think it's going to be moving forward, is the fact that if you really sit here and think about this, you go back and you think about JJ Redick and this guy Luka have been teammates. They were teammates. What was that in the 2020, 2021? These guys played together. I think that's the relationship that maybe is getting forgotten a little bit, where it's like, is LeBron going to groom him? Is LeBron going to do whatever? I think JJ Redick maybe will get up this dude's ass, and because he is going to be the face of the Lakers for the next 10 years, whenever LeBron goes away. So I think it's but I just really have a problem with the whole nobody knew. There had to have been. Yeah. I mean, the timing of it, Wags, right around the Super Bowl. And it's a good grab. It's a good grab for the NBA because the NBA is kind of fledgling a little bit. And boom, you go in there and hit the NFL.
I think there was some decent trades that went down to where it didn't absolutely need Luka Dončić going to LA. But yeah, that's a headliner.
Yeah,
it's a showstopper, man.
It really is. It really is, man.
Showstopper for Dallas because it's kind of like what Jake says. He shared his sentiments yesterday. They're done. Of course, Jake thought that they were done, 2 weeks ago anyway. So
yeah,
but he thinks they're absolutely just done, like nuke hit the damn organization. So
and like I saw the post right there that was mentioned. I mean, and I think it was Jake that said it. Where what happened? I mean, I would not be surprised if Dallas goes on a run right here with the move, and Kyrie asserts himself and whatever. You've got a good core in there. They make a run. Are they going to win an NBA championship? I don't know, but if they do this for a couple of years and then they dumbfound their way into getting a new building there in Dallas, and it's like all of that kind of stops. I mean, does the ultimate plan of relocating, does it backfire? Does it backfire? I mean, maybe it does, but I'm really curious to see what happens. And to your point there about San Antonio, and this is where, to me, San Antonio is the organization is just so good because we knew San Antonio wanted this guy. It had been very clear that San Antonio wanted this guy. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't
sell the farm.
They didn't mortgage the future. Yeah. They figured out a way to do this business where they bring in these other teams and do whatever. They got the guy they wanted.
I'm sorry, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that the Jazz, like Danny Ainge, didn't have any idea what the hell was going down with the Jazz either.
Yeah.
In the because it was a 3-team trade, so it wasn't just a 2-team trade. So
yeah,
sorry to cut you off.
No, that's fine. But that's the whole thing where San Antonio, just even in the downtime, how good they really are run as an organization. They wanted Fox. Fox was their guy. And here's the other part. Fox wanted to go there. Fox wanted to play with Wemby. And I think that is just a huge thing moving forward. I think this is the first of many that are going to want to go be a part of this duo right here. This is San Antonio. I didn't text you because I knew you're not a hardcore Dallas or Houston fan, but I went in there Saturday night and I found my Rockets fans and I found my Dallas fans, buddies, in a text message. I said, I hope you boys enjoy it right now because San Antonio just made the first move to rule Texas again, bitches, because that and they did it. That's the way San Antonio works. And that hasn't changed.
I'm curious because you mentioned people want to come and play for Wemby. I'm wondering if people still want to come and play for Chris Paul or play with Chris Paul rather. Like if he's cancerous in the locker room, or I've heard decent stories that he's all right, but this stage of his career, I'm wondering if if he's an absolute asshole to be around because he just knows that his time's kind of, it's coming to an end there and you're getting a little bit of tunnel vision and you still don't have any hardware yet. And I don't know, man, hopefully this is a move that he would absolutely be on board with because it does make San Antonio a little bit more of a winner. But they got a lot of pieces to put together still. Oh, yeah. But this just with this trade alone makes them a conversational piece. I don't think that they're going to be making a run at a championship or anything like that, but they could win some ball games and turn some heads. Rodney, I don't think it's out too far fetched that you could sit here and say that San Antonio could. Whoa, I don't know, maybe not enough time. I think San Antonio is going to be a playoff team next year.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
Yeah, San Antonio.
I don't want to sit here and I was going to say that they could potentially get into the play-in game this year, but they'd have. I don't know if I just don't think there's enough time, honestly.
Yeah, they just upped the learning curve quite a bit right there with that move right there. And then again, the most impressive thing to me is just the tactical way that they did it, to where it was like it wasn't a surprise thing. Like we said, it was known that this is the way this is who they wanted. This was their guy. And the way that they pulled it off by leveraging other people.
They have a chance. They could maybe.
They might get into the play.
Maybe into the play.
Yeah. But, the thing about it, I mean, you got Devin Vessel, you got Kelson Johnson. I mean, you've got guys there that,
you can build. You're correct.
Yeah. I mean, you've got those guys in there. And I really do think that they're going to figure out a way to build around this. That they have what has San Antonio done? In that run that they had the big three or the big four at times. And then you had the Robert Ories and the different guys that would step in and do whatever. They got two. They've got two of them right here. One very young, another one relatively young. I think they've really put themselves in a good spot. And I think Chris Paul, from everything that I've heard from some friends in San Antonio media, is that guy, is pop with everything that's happened with him, where Chris Paul has kind of stepped in
reinvigorated.
And kind of become that mentor factor more to Victor Wembanyama and kind of teaching him how to be a pro.
I'll tell you what, I mean, if De'Aaron Fox needs any help with learning how to run a two-man game, and I don't think he does, because I think it's going to be a sensational two-man game. But yeah, Chris Paul is one of the best dynamic duos to do it, man. In the backcourt with it doesn't matter. I thought him with I don't know if Capella was more. Don't get me wrong. Like, Blake Griffin was an athlete, but I mean, it's just the Lob City with Chris Paul and Blake Griffin was fantastic. But I've always been a fan of Capella, and when he and Harden too, with the Harden combination too, with Capella, I thought that was fantastic. And of course, it was very short lived. It didn't last that long. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, even with Steven Adams' game soared with Chris Paul. This is a dude that knows how to run the pick and roll very well, and one of the best to do it. And hell, I think you give this guy a little bit of help with De'Aaron Fox, and now you have two dudes that can kind of run people insane off of Wemby, and not to mention you have Wemby knocking down half court shots. Sure. And it's behind the back hook shot. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here anointing Wemby as the he is a unicorn. But he's fun to watch. I'll say that. It's good that Luka, it's good that Wemby's here if Luka is gone, because it at least gives somebody in the area or people in the area, fun stuff to watch with greatness here. Mavs fans, yeah, I'm absolutely, my heart is torn out for y'all, man. I'm sorry that this has happened. This is awful. I was starting to become one hell of a Mavs fan. At least I was embraced well by the damn, Mavs fans for life here. But this is absolutely awful, gut wrenching.
Well, and then I think it didn't help that first game after the trade, you come out and you're down like 100-20 in the first quarter. It's like, geez, well, and that goes back to.
It took the pulse of the team out.
Yeah, it really is.
He didn't have to be. And again, like, just because he wasn't on the floor doesn't mean like the inspiration and the soul is not going to be uprooted. Right. If he's gone.
Right. And it's like, I've heard different people, talking about the trade, who wins, who loses, whatever. But it's like, with Luka, I mean, the dude's a crybaby. All these guys, these guys.
I've
definitely does.
I've been hard on him about that. He does. He works the refs more than Krzyzewski. He does.
He really does. He really does. Friends, if you need a Super Bowl new pre-owned car, truck, SUV, only one place to go. It's our friends at Covert Bee Cave, that magnificent dealership out there in the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. They are going to hook you up. Check them out at covertbeecave.com. There's weekly specials there, and they have the car, truck, or SUV that you are looking for. If you are in the hunt for that, one place to go, Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it. And I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And don't forget, friends, if you're a Texas fan, now, I guess kind of at the forefront right now, I know the bats were swinging this weekend with the alumni game over at UFCU Dishfall Field. But basketball right now, the men in action against Arkansas tomorrow as they continue to clamber their way there in the SEC. And, of course, the ladies doing what Vic Schaefer teaches them to do and coaches them to do. You can find them at passes.com. So check it out today. Passes is the content creator company the Texas One Fund has partnered up with and giving Texas fans that exclusive behind-the-scenes access to your favorite teams and players that you are not going to find anywhere else. You know about the Texas One Fund, and now you know what they do for the University of Texas. You can donate to that Texas One Fund and get something back in return, whether it's access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, VIP experiences, athlete spotlights. That's the coolest part on there, where you kind of get a little bit behind the curtain there and get to know these folks a little bit better and kind of what drives them, what makes them a great athlete. That's really cool. And again, you're not just donating to help the future of Longhorn athletics. You're getting access to memorabilia and experiences you are not going to find anywhere else. Check it out at passes.com/Texas One Fund. Again, that's passes.com/Texas One Fund. Check them out today. Wags, along the lines there of the Texas Longhorns and Texas Longhorn athletics, I don't think he's on passes, but Tashard Choice, it comes down. You're going to keep, and we talked about him all year when we talked about the way the running back room shifted around when C.J. Baxter went down in the off season, and then the way that he was able to make that running back room better and started producing. Tashard Choice hanging around, interviewed for the Cowboys job. He's going to stay at Texas, and much like Steve Sarkisian, he's going to get a little bump right there. Going to get a little bump in that pay envelope every 2 weeks.
Rightfully so.
Yeah,
rightfully so.
Yeah, and don't you think, like we talked about with Sark, I think that it's gotten where this is where you see that difference between the way college athletics is now versus back in the day or whatever versus the NFL, to where it's like, you don't necessarily, that NFL job is not necessarily the albeit to where it's like, I'm moving on. I mean, he's in a much better spot right now, I think, here. And now that bump in the envelope every 2 weeks, Texas doing everything that they need to keep that nucleus of coaches around to continue to build this program.
Is that stigma still, it's funny you bring that up. Is that stigma still in place to where for NFL, I mean, hell, even for players, right? Like with NIL being so prevalent as it is now, is that stigma still like the ultimate stigma out there for players and coaches? Like if you're at the collegiate era, if you're playing amateur ball or coaching amateur ball, are you trying to get to the next level pro ball, or is it, find a $4 million deal and go to another college like Miami or something like that? I'm wondering if that stigma is kind of being broken up or kind of softened a little bit now, since the whole NIL has kind of been put in back. To me, I still think the ultimate landing spot is to be in the league itself, and not just collecting a check of, oh well, he got $4 million to play at Miami. Yeah, but did he get drafted? Did he go? Yeah. What did he do as a pro? It's just, I don't know. I'm curious to see about that stigma. I'm very sorry, Rodney. I forgot your original question.
Oh no, you were actually you went along right there with what I'm talking about with Tashard Choice.
I'm very foggy brain here.
No, that's all right.
And my head is like, that's the worst part about like the flu is like, even when your congestion starts to allow you to breathe a little bit, like the womp womps, man. Like like, and it feels like my head goes with my heartbeat. But just
that little temple. Yeah, you feel that thing.
Right. I'm sitting here massaging it, trying to rub it, man.
Don't you love like? So has it happened to you like when you put your head on the pillow and you're trying to rest and you hear?
No, I get spent.
Man,
I've been sitting in the shower most of the morning, man, just letting the water hit me. Usually that's what I do. Like when I'm feeling awful, I'll sit in the shower for the most, or I'll find water. You should see me on the trip at Costa Rica. I had one of the migraines that I get I usually get, it's awful. I get like 1 or 2 migraines a month. And this happened to be on our trip. Now, again, I was out in the sun, the day before. So dehydrated. I actually only had like one beer on the fishing trip, but I think I had like a whole bunch of margaritas or not margaritas, but daiquiris from Luis. Anyhow, I have to. There's a waterfall right at the pool or at the pool place at Costa Rica, and I had to let that thing just hit my head and massage my head as much as possible, man. If I don't have one of those, I'm usually in the shower, just letting the shower come down and hit me, man. I don't do well when I'm sick. I'll just say that.
The best part, I mean, if there is any good part to having the flu, the best part of having the flu is when
weight.
Well, that too, but when you feel like hammered cat shit, and then finally you feel that fever. You feel that fever break.
The break, I haven't had that yet. I'm freezing. I got a hoodie on, man, and
and then that happens, and you just feel that cool where it's like, what the hell just happened? And it's like immediate relief. I mean, the guy that I was working with this weekend with the hastily planned trip to Kansas City, that was his problem. He had the flu, and he mentioned to me, he was like, dude, it was like 2 nights ago. Well, 2 nights before we got there, he was like, it finally broke. He said, it finally broke. I had strength. I had an appetite. I wanted to drink water. I wanted to drink Gatorade. He said he wanted to drink beer.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, I'm sitting here trying to make myself sweat. I can't sweat.
Yeah,
I'm trying to break it.
No, man, it's rough. I too spend hours and hours in the shower, but it's not because I'm feeling sick. I'm just doing other things in there, getting clean.
Yeah, cleaning yourself pretty damn good, huh?
Certain spaces. I did want to mention there about
we were talking about Tashard Choice.
Yeah, Tashard Choice. I think that it's very weird that we've had these conversations and that we have it, because even like with Sark and now Tashard Choice, and we see the assistants, Chip Kelly's going back to the NFL.
Yeah, so Hartline's going to step in and take the offensive coordinator position. I didn't see that. I would assume that's who gets in there and assumes the position.
Yeah, well, and I think that's where a lot of folks are calling for the, needing a quarterback and now needing both coordinators with Ohio State. And it's like, look, we're kind of dealing with Texas over there as well. They're going to get those spots filled, and they're going to find themselves a quarterback, and they're going to be totally fine. But the initial question there about Tashard Choice, it's very weird that we're having the conversations about these guys, whether the NFL is the ultimate, the place that you want to be to make your career complete or whatever. And the fact that we're having those conversations, and possibly the greatest all-time coach ever has just gone to college. Part of that maybe because bridges burned. People didn't want to hire Bill Belichick, whatever the case was. But it's very weird that when we see guys that are like, okay, no, I'm not going to make the move. I'm going to stay in college. I'm going to have to deal with NIL, because I think a lot of this has come down to with NIL versus professional football versus contracts and all that. It's kind of, what do they say? 6 1 half, a dozen of the other, where it's the same thing. It just so happens now you're dealing with donors and whatever the case is. But the fact that Bill Belichick has gone to college in this very turbulent era of being a coach is just really weird. It's just really weird. Saw Belichick yesterday at an event for North Carolina without the hoodie. Dude was dressed in a tie and suit. It's that young lady, man. That young lady.
You saw him personally?
Oh yeah. I talked to him.
Does he look like a bag of bone? Like I've never. How tall is Bill Belichick?
I saw him one time, and it looked like
a little guy.
Dude looked like seriously, Wags. The way you look with the hoodie on, kind of a little rough shaven. Seriously, what the guy looked like? I'm like, just look like a dude.
You're comparing my looks to Bill Belichick
and intelligence.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone
Whoa.
first.
Maybe I'll take football acumen, but football. I don't know if he's. We both got lookers, so
we said something.
I'd say that my looker is a little bit better than his looker, but I kind of have to say that.
And as CB says, yeah, Belichick, as are you. You guys are both winning. You're definitely winning.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Anything else before you got to get out of here?
Myles Garrett. I'm going to make another bold prediction. I went last night. I went last night to the ball, not my balls. I went to the ball last night, and I said, 8-ball, this Myles Garrett thing. Is Cleveland really going to do this? Whatever. I really think with Myles Garrett, that dude's going to end up and ends up being my 8-ball predictions all the time. He's going to end up in Washington, dude. Imagine adding Myles Garrett to the Washington Commanders.
You don't see Jerry making a ploy and trying to throw a bag of money at this guy.
If I'm Jerry, he needs to realize that he's got to get number 11.
He's a Jerry. That's a Jerry move.
That's
right
very
to go out and splash a guy like this,
especially after the dipshit moves that he's made recently.
Right, I'm serious.
No, I think it is. But I mean, you got Micah Parsons. You got to figure out what you're going to do with that. I mean, so you have to figure that in. But I think with the Commanders, you've got that whole new regime right there. You got all that momentum that's going on right there. Myles Garrett's going to look at this and say, man, this quarterback, this dude just is a rookie. I mean, everything that's happening right there, I got a feeling. And not to mention that in the business of everything, Washington got a lot of cap space, brother. They got a lot of cap space. And I think that they will be able to make that move.
What Chicago got? Does Chicago got cap space?
Not as much as the Redskins.
I got to look into that, because if Chicago's got cap space, I can see Chicago making a move. I can see Ben Johnson making a move and going after that. Like he wasn't on the defensive side of the ball, clearly, right? But I think he was there enough to see how much of effect that Hutch can make. So if you get a guy like that for Chicago. Chicago's got some decent linebackers, but if you can get an edge rusher like that to couple with the offense that they have, or with the potential offense that they have, yeah, Chicago's just bolstered their roster there. Anybody that gets Myles Garrett's going to bolster their roster.
Yeah,
this could be a Hall of Famer.
And I think it's ultimately because what he said, the reason he wants to leave Cleveland is to win a Super Bowl. And I
fault him though, right? Like, what's Cleveland? Like, Cleveland threw away Baker Mayfield, the dude that brought him out of purgatory and got him to a playoff game for the first time in 20 years almost.
I think
since Kelly Holcomb.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Cleveland and you want to keep this dude around, of course, Cleveland's wow, we're not letting him go, but. I mean, I think this is where you probably got to go find you a quarterback. I mean, the massage guy is hurt, and I was gone when the Justin Tucker knees broke. Come on, man. Come on, Tuck. Calm down there.
I'm pretty sure that he's sticking to his guns and everything.
I hope that this is the case. I hope that this is the case.
My only thing is when there's multiple, like. Sure, it raises an eyebrow, but also you can say, I'm not taking anything away from the alleged victims. I'm not, but still, like, it's a shitty situation.
There's usually smoke to these things once they start happening. But the thing with Myles Garrett, I mean, if he wants to win,
you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right. If he wants to win a Super Bowl, it's a very finite number of teams that you can go to that are readily, in place to win a Super Bowl. And what is that? Detroit, Minnesota, Washington.
Washington's, I mean, I don't know if they're ready to win, but they're in a much better spot than Cleveland.
Much better place. Kansas City. I mean, it's a very small list, but I think if you're Cleveland, you probably had to go out and try to get Sam Darnold or one of these guys.
Kansas City could afford him.
No, I don't think they could. But this is where does Myles Garrett want to win a Super Bowl so bad that he will kind of put the financial a little bit to the side? I mean, that's happened every now and then, but not with somebody in their prime, so much in their prime like Myles Garrett is right now. This is where I really, depending where he ends up, my question is going to be, okay, did he really want to go somewhere where he's going to be able to win a Super Bowl sooner than later? Or was it really that he just wanted to get out of there so bad, took the money and ran and went and played for somebody else? I mean, it's a very small list of contenders that are Super Bowl ready if he's really ready to go. And unfortunately, Cleveland is not on that list.
Where would the number one team or the most attractive landing spot that you would want to go?
If I were him, I would be all over the Commanders. I would. I hate to be so high on the Commanders because they're in that division with my team, Wags, but I just really think that everything there, when it comes to culture, when it comes to ownership, when it comes to they're like we were talking about Wemby. I mean, Jaden Daniels is in that spot right now where people are going to want to go play with Jaden Daniels, and this may be the first test that we get right here. If that's what he's going to do.
$82 million in cap space Washington has, and then Chicago's. I felt like Chicago was pretty good. Chicago's got 65. Now this is according to SportsTrack.com, or excuse me, SpotTrack.com, which tracks NFL salary cap. This is their salary cap tracker, by the way. Las Vegas, they're second, $92 million. Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I mean, that's a place where it seems like Jim Harbaugh has gone.
Here's Miami. All right, so question of Miami. Miami's got 16,000 or 16 million. You think that's? I don't know.
How to the Super Bowl conversation? How close are they to being? You know, that dude gets another hit in the melon and he's out, and that team can't function. I mean, I'm sorry. That's
no, you're right. You're right. Like Miami has a scarcity problem at quarterback. It seems like only one person can make that thing click. Unless you get like a full off season to where you get somebody under there. You know, this was at the, the flash of a whim to where they tried to replace like that entire offense, and you just can't do it without Tua. You had to put Tua in a terrible situation where he had to put his life, his life's health ahead of him or his career. But hell, I would venture to say that, my life wouldn't be anything without my football career. Right.
Yeah. And that's where I think if you're Cleveland, you need to get to work. You better get really damn proactive if you want to keep that dude around. Make it at least seem like you want to get yourself closer to win a Super Bowl.
Hey, I know you got something at 11:15, so I'm going to ask you to stay on for like 2 minutes so I can just go get some medicine real quick.
Absolutely.
While Jordan's there.
I got it. And we'll pull
Jordan, I'll be right back, amigo.
Yeah,
good. No worries.
How we doing, man? Okay. I saw you on the phone over there, Schefter. What you got some breaking news, or it looked like you were on the phone?
Yeah, there's a I don't really know what the outcome is they want there, considering he is still in jail as of like 10 minutes ago.
Oh yeah. Right. How about that? We missed that.
I'm getting calls from HBCU, an HBCU program, asking me what I know about Jonte Cook.
Yeah,
they were interested in pursuing him, and I was just like, "Y'all realize he's still in jail as of 10 minutes ago."
Yeah,
can't talk to him for a while, But I don't know, man. It's an unfortunate scenario. So,
and I think when I heard that this morning, or when I saw that this morning, it's like, when the pieces start getting put together, and this is again where I'll applaud the Texas program with as much better as it has gotten over the course of the last 3.5-4 years to where you eliminate that problem. I mean, I hate to say problem because we're talking about a kid. You eliminate that locker room problem from your program, and now that's somebody else's thing to deal with. Imagine if he was still on the roster here, and Steve Sarkisian and these guys are having to go answer questions about why is your dude in the can. Somebody else is having to deal with that right now, and that's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at some stuff. Damn. I don't know. It's a sad situation. And I think there's still some more information coming about Jonte Cook potentially. So we will see. I'm not sure what all is going to come out, but if what I was just told is true, I don't know how much blame, I guess, can actually be put on Jonte Cook for what's happened. But I don't know. We'll see. It is a very it's a situation.
Well, and honestly, Jordan, as an old dude, I will say this, that I think it's very important that at this point, should have happened before, that at some point here, somebody needs to get somebody else involved. Somebody that can help this kid, because it's one of those things where we've seen it so many different times, and I don't want to cast a totally negative spell on this, to where you get into a pattern of things, and then eventually the end of the story is just really, really bad. And that's what I don't want to happen to here. And kind of what you're alluding to there, get him out of the group that maybe he's associating himself with, whatever the case may be. Just nip it in the bud as much as possible right now, and try to get this kid on the straight and narrow, because there's still a chance, and that's the fortunate part about all this.
Yeah. It's sad. It's sad. I mean, I wasn't as high on Jonte out of high school as a lot of other people were. I did think he was a very good prospect, but I thought he was, somewhat close to his ceiling, or closer to his ceiling than most, I guess, receiver prospects were. I felt like a lot of that came from, the amount of training he did, and also the receivers coach at DeSoto. I fully believe he could coach in college. His name is Coach Sweeney. Actually cousins with Reuben Owens. There was actually a time with Reuben Owens. There was some buzz he was going to transfer to DeSoto back in the day. And it was because Sweeney, his cousin, was on staff at DeSoto. But Sweeney, he knows what he's doing. He's turned down multiple jobs. Again, I do think he could coach in college. And that paired with the fact that Jonte, was training with margin hooks 4 or 5 days a week. I did think that he was closer to his ceiling than most. But, that was still a kid I looked at in high school and thought, this is what it's supposed to look like. An NFL player as a sophomore, junior, senior in high school. This is what it's supposed to look like. Yeah. Jonte was that. He's the leading receiver in DeSoto history, which is arguably the top prospect factory in Texas high school football history. That doesn't happen by accident, right?
Yeah.
So, curious to see. Sorry, I just got a text. Curious to see what happens with him, but no, it's just a situation. And I'm sorry I keep saying that, but I'm kind of just lost of words and don't want to share, what I'm not supposed to share.
Well, and I think it's like we were talking about earlier, Jordan. I mean, it's just all too often these days, it's like you're guilty before proven innocent. I mean, it's totally reverse of the way it's supposed to be. Let this thing play itself out. And like I said, mainly at this point, just hopefully somebody or some people get involved that are able to get this kid on the right track. Because it's sad when you have this talent and for whatever reason, these things happen, whether it was self-provoked or whatever the case was. I remember being a kid. And you put yourself in bad situations. You don't know any better. Maybe you think you know better, but you don't know any better. And these things happen. But when you're somebody like this, it's an elite athlete. I mean, it's just at a bigger scale, and it's going to make news, especially with what's transpired in the last 6 months.
Rodney, you need to take your ass to like Dateline or something with all your hard ass questions.
I'm Lester Holt.
Yeah,
I'm Barbara Walters.
With Jonte too, I get what Coach Top is saying. As talented as he is, they should have tried to figure out whatever possible way to make it work. But they had him in that building for nearly 2 years. They knew exactly who he was, what he was by then. Can you fault them for that? Also, I want to just make a comment. Texas does a phenomenal job of keeping things in-house. After all, you got to remember, Steve Sarkisian was showing the ropes from Pete Carroll, who built the USC program into what it was, and Nick Saban, who built the Alabama program into what it was.
Yep.
They know how to keep things in-house, right? So what is known about Jonte Cook isn't the full entire story, especially the things that happened at Texas. But if they had him for that long, for 2 years, and they truly wanted to keep him, they would have figured out a way to make it work.
That's right.
And that is not what happened. So
that's right.
I guess shows that they didn't really want to keep him. But I mean, yeah, definitely
one of those things.
I mean, with him,
see y'all guys. I got to hop off and jump on another one
later. There you go.
With him, it's it's interesting. He obviously was arrested this morning. I don't think he was arrested at Washington from what I was told happened. I was kind of surprised he wasn't. But that's just the deal. And with something I saw this morning that's made me think a lot about this situation with Jonte, Nick Saban in 2014 had an awesome press conference. So what happened? An Alabama reporter asked him. Yeah, an Alabama reporter asked him about a defensive lineman that had previously been kicked off the team, was suspended, I think, for a season, and then was later reinstated, brought back to the Crimson Tide's program. And they asked him, how proud are you of the progress he's made, something like that. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to turn this into a spiel. He said something along the lines of, too often when these 18, 19, 20-year-olds fuck up, everyone's pointing the finger at him. Oh, he's such a dumbass, all that. Like, how often
and they write them off.
How often do these guys get second chances? And I know, just say, ignore Jonte for a second. I know he's given a second chance. But it's a great point, and he is a great example of it. We've seen Muhammad, who played in the NFL for 15 years. At one point at Michigan State, he's originally from Lansing, so that was his hometown he went to college in. And was arrested for possession of marijuana, was on probation for it, and then was pulled over. He had a gun in his car. And the gun in his car, he said, was for hunting squirrels. It was a pistol. But since he was on probation, that's a story, and that's a violation of the probation. And he was suspended for that. And everyone in Michigan State wanted them to kick him off the team, be college career over. That's what they wanted. And Saban kept him. And he ended up playing in the league for 15 years. He's now the president of a company. He has 7 children, one of whom attends Princeton as a student athlete, and 4 of the other kids have played college athletics.
I think they've all gone to college, though, right?
Yeah, all of them go to college. And, he was given a second chance. He turned out all right. A little rocky along the way, but, a lot of times people just forget these are 18 to 22-year-old men. And, Jonte comes from a good home. He's got dad and mom there. But not every kid is blessed, to have both parents or to even have a parent, right. So whenever things happen, situations like these, I know everyone's always quick to write the story, point the blame, get the clicks, whatnot. That is part of it. But at the end of the day, everyone is.
Oh, we all throw stones at glass houses, man.
Exactly.
That's what we do.
Yeah. So I don't know. With Jonte, what's happened is a little bit surprising, but as someone who did spend a lot of time around him in high school and saw how, I guess, flamboyant he was, how competitive he was, how sometimes he could just get himself going and no one could shut him down except for him. And I'm not talking about on the field, but just getting all amped up or whatever. It's not the most surprising thing that's happened, but it still is surprising. So. I don't know. I don't really want to talk about Jonte Cook anymore. This situation. I don't.
We can talk about which one. There was a really good thing that was put down in the chat channel here. The gents pick one, choose one by Jose. You got to bench one, you got to drop one, and you got to choose one, or you got to start one here. And we'll go with Super Bowl foods: nachos, wings, or pizza.
I'm a big wings guy. I'm gonna start the wings. Yeah, gotta go wings. I'll bench pizza and I'll drop nachos. Not a huge fan of nachos.
We're
too often people do.
We're absolutely opposite. We're flipped.
You're tripping. Too often people. I'm not a huge fan of the ballpark nacho cheese, and too often that's what's used. And also, like, I don't know. I am very much of my skin color. I don't handle spices well. Goes in hot, comes out hot. So usually people be loading up too many jalapenos, and I don't want nothing to do with that. So
jalapenos are just flavor, man. Habaneros are the hot ones.
Yeah,
spices. I believe in that old. I believe in old, adages and stuff like that. Spices keep the doctor away and stuff. I kind of believe it, man. As long as you sweat all the badness, you sweat all the toxins. I'm going to start nachos. I'm going to bench pizza. You gotta have pizza that are just on reserve, right? Just for the filler. And I'm actually dropping the wings. Wings are just. I say this shit. I was getting ready to say wings are just too messy, but then I'm starting nachos. So what the hell, Wagner? You know what I mean? Do you know if you're coming in or you're going? But no, it's also like, I think it's the add-ons that you can put with the nachos too, like the toppings for me. Like you don't just have the cheese, right? You can put some, you can put some sliced onions on there or slivered onions if you want. So some chicken, some chopped chicken, chunky chicken. Or you can throw some carne on there. You get some meat. You get some maybe some steak too if you want some good steak, not that cheap steak shit that you get like in cans or what. In cans or whatever. But no, you can throw a lot. You can do a lot with nachos. 7-layered nachos. That goes a long way. It's just the thing about the nachos. I'm a real. I wouldn't say I'm a germaphobe, but I'm at least taking the nachos out with a spoon and putting it on my plate. I can't sit there and one. I think I'm a double dipper. I would describe myself as a double dipper to where I've even been called out before. If I'm taking a mozzarella stick and there's marinara there, I don't finish the mozzarella stick in the whole. I don't even have the wherewithal to flip the mozzarella stick around and use the other end. I just go cheese and I act like the entire damn cup is mine. So I don't know.
That's why nachos is last. I'm not trying to.
I get it. I understand. I understand where you're at. I think it's just the taste and what you can do. The opportunity with nachos, the potential with nachos is why you start them. Higher ceiling with nachos for me.
Yeah. Hey,
good stuff, Jose.
Speaking of the Super Bowl, like, is there anyone that doesn't think Mahomes is not going to win again? Because
I won't even bet on this game, George. I'm going to have some prop bets, right? But I don't think I'm going to bet on this game. And also, like, with everything going, like, I'm not trying to wear the tinfoil. I'm not. But it's the league's going to make it happen, right?
He wears 15. That's what you get when you touch him,
right?
You know, like. I don't know. I'm not gonna bet like money line or anything, but I'll do individual prop bets. Last time this was a Super Bowl matchup 2 years ago, I hit a 6-legger for 500. So that was nice. Try to replicate that. That was so I've always been into sports, but didn't really get into sports betting till then. And shit, man, at the time, that would have been the spring before I was hired full time at Horns 24/7.
That's a good grab. That's a huge grab for you at that point.
Yeah, but I hadn't really gotten into sports betting. That was like the second one I did, and I hit the first one. It was like a 2 or 3 legger.
Oh, now
I hit that 6 legger, and I'm like, man, I'm making $300 a month to cover Baylor for 10 stories a month. F all this door dashing, right. F all this like freelance videographer photography. I'm like, shit, I'm a sports gamble. Like, I got this shit.
Then you come down to reality real quick.
Fuck no. I lost like all that 500 within like 3 weeks betting on the NBA because I thought I could take, my football smarts to the NBA, but that's way harder.
Well, basketball
that taught me a lesson. But hey, shout out BK and Underdog. They gave me like $200 to use for bets. I turned that into like $1,200.
Same,
I'm taking out a lot of that 1,200 already. I'm being smart this time around.
I'm still on house money, man. I had a pretty good football season with Underdog. Yeah, they did. They gave you and I a nice little credit to the wallet there, and I have put it this way: we're only allowed to take out certain amount, right? Because of I think we have to keep the amount that they kept us in there, but I've been taken out, and now we're just playing on house money. So it's been nice. It's been a good time. So thank you, Underdog. We appreciate it. If you're doing something, if you're looking for prop bets, Jordan just had a great idea. Go ahead and throw out some cash to Underdog there and get in the game. Get some more skin in the game. A really good prop bet that I've seen right now, Jordan. How about Saquon Barkley for 10 yards a quarter? That's at -155 right now. Sign me up. He's got to get a quarter. He's got to get 10 yards in each quarter.
Who did you say?
Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley does. Oh, I thought you said not who. I thought you were.
No. Yeah. I mean, I can get behind that. I got to look at them, but
-155.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I want to ask you about the Luka trade. You're not a Mavs fan, are you?
I'm a Wizards fan originally. I know.
Why?
Well, I'm from Baltimore, and
you couldn't have chose a better team in that area.
I guess Philly, right?
Yeah, it's not much
Maybe
better. That's not much better.
I don't know. It's purgatory. It's definitely basketball purgatory. So I've kind of been falling in love with the Mavericks since moving to Austin. My son's a Mavericks fan. Luka's his favorite player. So yeah, the other night he just came in. I didn't even see it. To be perfectly honest with you, I was sitting here watching the last show of Landman with the dog. He just comes down, sits on the couch. He's like, Luka's been traded. I'm like, what? One, I looked completely at his eyes to see if he was messed up. He was clear-eyed. He was fine. He wasn't tripping or anything like that. He's like, I'm not messing around. Like Shams just reported. I'm pulling it up. Oh my God. Like, and then I of course think that it's an intern has made a damn mistake on ESPN that everybody is toting around. Like it's crazy. I think it's the worst trade that I've ever seen in NBA history. And I'm a Wizards fan. We do nothing but make the worst trades in NBA history.
Hey,
I don't get this.
Is it really the worst trade?
It's bad.
It's up there. It's up
bad.
there.
You gave away a generational talent, and don't get me wrong. Like a Hall of Famer came back in return, but what's the future that you just sacrificed here, right? Luka's
no doubt. And it's also, I don't know, the main trade I think about, at least in my lifetime in the NBA, that you can look back on and be like, yo, what the hell were they doing? When the Nets traded like 8 picks to the Celtics for Paul Pierce.
Oh, yeah, that was.
I think Ray Allen might have been in that trade too. I don't know. I don't know if he was still with the Celtics by then.
The Nets
it was those two cats at like year 16 in the league. Like the photo of KG in the Nets jersey is the number one thing used for like the comment section of Twitter when someone's washed. But that's up there. I mean, they took those picks and turned that into Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, something like that. So that's definitely up there. Trying to think of other ones that were.
I think this is pretty bad. I mean, the only time will tell, like Nico Harrison says, but this is at face value right now. I think that this is an awful trade for the Mavericks. And then I mean, what's the flip coin for the Lakers too, right? Like their backcourt was playing extremely well, I thought. Reeves was having a great season. So you're bringing Luka in when Luka does return. How's that work? Is LeBron going to go inside and bang around for a little bit? Because they still need a big. They needed a big when they had Anthony Davis. They're not going to get that with Maxi Kleber.
Yeah, it's they might have another trade up their sleeve. I think the Mavs might do, but I mean the deadline's coming up with the trade though, man. Some of the stuff I've read and watched, like I think it was reported there were 3 first-rounders originally in this thing, and Rob Pelinka was like, "Hey, no, he's fat. There's a lot of things to worry about here. He's not worth 3 firsts." And he was like, "Okay."
He just said, "Sure." You don't fire back and say, he's a generational talent. He's good for 30, points a game and, basically 10 boards a game. He's a double-double machine, let alone he gets you a triple-double too. I mean, I don't know. Jordan, there was so much that you could have countered with this, but I guess Pelinka just fleeced the hell out of this dude.
Oh, yeah. And also, dude, he convinced him to only talk to the Lakers because he was like, you're trading Luka Dončić, who is a top player in the league. You can only get something in return that is a top player for it to be worth it. And he was like, Milwaukee's not trading Giannis. Celtics aren't trading their guys. Suns aren't trading their guys. You can get Anthony Davis from us, though. And that's how he did it. But, like, I mean, man, like, holy shit. Like, the term generational player gets overused too much. Jeremiah Smith is truly a generational player. That is a generational prospect. Luka is a generational basketball player. He is.
Proven.
He might not be the most talented of all time. He might not even be close to the most talented of all time or talented in the league. you can't tell me he doesn't have arguably the most unique skill set, unique play style of any player that's had success in the NBA in the last 10 years, if not 20 years.
Does he wow you with speed? Does he blow you away with his absolute quickness?
No.
Hell
no.
No. How the hell does he score? How does he do it? That's the thing. Like, that's the finesse part of his game, right? Or maybe it's the strength part. Maybe it's the physicality. Because if you're that slow, how are you getting your own shot? How are you able to get that step back three so well, right? How are you so fluid? How are you able to drive and penetrate down defenses and score? Like, I don't get it. He's savvy, man. It's
Luka,
like you mentioned, he's a generational talent, especially on the offensive skill.
Luka is like, I love Doza. I love that. The Luka is a souped up Kyle Anderson. That I've never heard of that. I'm stealing that going forward. And also Wags, Lucas Hernandez asked, is there a Texas Sports Unfiltered underdog promo or a sign up promo? Anything you know about? Because I don't know anything.
So I do know if you put in TSU as as like the promo code signing up, I think I'm not sure if you get $20 back or not. I'm not sure the promo code, but I do know it helps us. So,
thanks, Wags.
It doesn't help you and me in particular. It doesn't help me and you in particular, but it helps the show.
Yeah,
So
no, I don't know.
I think you do get $20 back in return. That's a boss question to ask, and I'm not a boss. All right.
Yeah, I'll let me shoot a text to BK and you can fill. But underdog Prize Picks. Well, I guess Prize Picks is the ops. I didn't say that. Underdog.
Tweet LSU, tweet TSU and BK and underdog and see what they say. That's the best way to do it. Get us some social media and on top of it.
But underdog runs a ton of promos. Like, I mean, all those little betting apps do, especially around the Super Bowl too, where like if you deposit 100, they'll match like 100, and I think they match up to 200 maybe. I'm not sure. But no, Luka is like, he's like the white kid that was on your AAU team and he came off the bench because he was just so unathletic, but like he could shoot it pretty well and like
Mr. Fundamental.
Yeah, and like he had the fundamentals down. He knew all the players. He knew the game well.
He was money from the free throw line, so he came in at the end of the game when they were going to foul.
Yeah, and like, good teammate, always plays the effort. It's like if that kid made the NBA and got too cocky on offense where he's like, fuck y'all, I'm not playing defense. Oh, and I'm like 20 pounds heavier than I should be. That's Luka. Like, how did this cat make the league? And I get it. He played in your
but he wasn't this big though when he was in the league, right?
No,
or when he first came in. Like he was slimmed down.
He was like 223 at the combine.
He was a silhouette of himself.
Yeah, and man, the fascinating thing about Luka, like, I don't get how someone hasn't, maybe they have and I just haven't seen it, but like, how has someone not tried to make a documentary out of this dude? Like, his dad is one of the best basketball players in the history of the country of Slovenia.
Yeah, European history.
And
European basketball,
he was playing against grown-ass men on a professional contract at like 14 years old.
Yeah.
And was averaging like 13, 8, and 6 at like 13 years old, 14 years. He was young as hell playing pro ball.
That's why I argue, like, even at 25, does he have a lot of wheels that a 25-year-old wouldn't have, or that most 25-year-olds wouldn't
and
have?
Also, like, one thing that is fascinating with basketball is the international game is so much different than that's why the Spurs are so good for so long. They kind of ran the international game with international players.
Finesse, man. It's finesse.
And, pass first, all that. Like, guys.
Or hell, even the extra pass. You say pass first, but find the extra pass too.
Yeah, yeah. So, he was special. And I love the meme format of Jonah Hill from Moneyball. There was one I saw a few months ago where it was like Luka coming out of the draft, and it's like, blah, blah, blah. He averages this, this, and this, and has already played this much against pro teams, but he's not from America, so he's in a slide. And the Mavs got him, But it's MLB The Show. Man, I've never hopped on there. But No, the souped up Kyle Anderson comment is phenomenal. I love that dose. I'll be using that going forward for sure.
I think ultimately, like once Lively gets back and they got a 3-man rotation with Gafford, Anthony Davis, if Anthony Davis can stay healthy, if Kyrie decides to opt in and stay at Dallas, and Clay, it all stays together for Clay. I think maybe they can. I'm being extremely optimistic here right now, Jordan. I think maybe they can salvage a little bit of this deal, but at face value, on the surface, this looks to be one of the worst deals that I have seen in NBA history. And I'm not. Maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment, but that's kind of my take at this time. That awful, huh? I think you're on mute.
My bad.
I was just say that awful of a take, huh?
Yeah, no, I keep seeing stuff on Twitter about the Jonte stuff. Everyone getting those clicks in while they can. But no, when's Luka supposed to be back? Isn't it like right after the All-Star break?
That's the target at the moment.
Next few weeks.
I was going to be with all myself if he just shows up next week and he's just like, hey, what do you know? This LA doctor. I'm great. Healthcare over here. Fantastic.
No,
it's just LA sunshine.
No, he better show up like skinny as hell. Like when James Harden used to look like super fat.
The fat suit.
2 weeks later, he shows up and he looks like he's still at Arizona State.
I think he is got a target for next week though. I'm not joking. I thought I saw somewhere where it's next week.
Wow, Saturday. Is
Where are you seeing that at?
This upcoming Saturday or a week from Saturday?
Oh, Fuzzy says okay. Fuzzy says Saturday. Where did you see that, Fuzzy? Because I thought I saw that too. And I don't know if that was just somebody being like cute, saying like, he was hurt this entire time and now he's at LA, so he's coming back. I like that's what I initially thought, but hell, if that's a legit statement from a source, I'd love to see that source.
Yeah, hey, it says February 8th this Saturday. I will I'm driving to Georgia on Saturday, and I will have it on in the car then. Be going to Under Armour. It's called Under Armour Atlanta. That's the name of the camp. They call it Under Armour Atlanta. And the camp is held at Carrollton High School, which is about an hour. It's about an hour southwest of the greater Atlanta area. And they're calling it Under Armour Atlanta. And I see the vision, but it's called Under Armour Georgia if you don't want to call it,
Right.
And like they've always done Under Armour Dallas at Arlington Martin. This year it's at Melissa, which is far as hell from downtown Dallas, at least. But
who are you looking forward to seeing the most?
We don't have. Jeez. Well, there is an HBCU program going after Jonte Cook now, so we'll see what happens there.
Okay.
But no, for Under Armour Atlanta. We don't have the roster yet of kids that are supposed to be there. And there is a lot that Texas has offered in that area lately. But main one I am like genuinely praying he shows up is Hezzy Kent. I'm about to blow your mind away, Wags.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So this kid, let me share my screen with y'all. This kid is 6'5". I know this says 300 pounds. But he was 315 on a visit.
From the WIC, huh?
He was 315 on a visit he took this past season.
Jesus.
He is 6'5", about 300 bills, right?
Was he only a 4? Hold on, can we see his video or is that?
Hold up. Let me pull up the junior tape because it's better. But Wags, this kid almost had 1,000 yards receiving at 6'5", 300 plus in the state of Georgia. On the basketball court,
don't they have him listed as a tackle?
That's what our scouting team. Damn it, I hate it how it does that. That's what our scouting team projects him to be.
Okay,
but he's getting recruited at tight end and offensive tackle.
How much weight can he lose? Do you think?
Well, hey, the one thing I hate about this tape is it's completely out of order. Sure. Like it's game by game. He doesn't move on this entire play and then just goes up and catches it. There's no reason. This is the first play on highlights. But for him, just watch the tape. It's some of the most embarrassing or entertaining film you'll ever find in your life.
Holy hell, he's got some wheels.
Yes, and again, he was measured at 6'5", 315 pounds this past fall. Had nearly 1,000 yards on the basketball court. He's the state of Georgia's sixth leading scorer. He's averaging 20 and 16 a game. Great basketball player, great football player.
He's split out wide. That's insane. He's got him. He's split out wide.
Bro, this kid had 900 plus receiving yards, Wags, in Georgia. And it's small town competition.
This guy, reverse pass?
Yeah, he does it all, baby. But anyways, as far as his recruitment goes, he is a top 5: Bama, Texas, Miami, Florida, Florida State. He is from southeast Georgia, only about 30 minutes from the Florida-Georgia borderline. So, that's why the Florida schools are in the mix heavily. Those kids usually also don't have any – they feel like they have less pressure to go to Georgia because they usually have less ties to Georgia then. And people will ask, why isn't Georgia recruiting him? They did offer him. They were recruiting him. But, there's so many tight ends in that state, and they already have one committed to. So –
the tight end is used quite frequently in that offense.
Yes. So this is what I think will happen with him. Jeff Banks is his primary recruiter, so I'm almost positive Texas is telling him tight end. It doesn't really matter what he plays. This is a kid you just sign and figure that shit out later.
Right.
Athletes don't come around like this every year or every cycle. This is a very, very special prospect.
You got any reps on the defensive side of the ball at all, or is it just all offense?
I don't think he plays much defense, but everyone always asks that. I'd love to see him play deep tackle.
Jesus.
But no, Texas appears to be pursuing him at tight end. He can't play like a traditional tight end role, obviously, but, with the amount of 12 personnel sets Texas runs,
right?
If that's the second tight end on the field and you have a guy like Jordan Washington or Nick Townsend running routes, all you need is him to be able to run enough of the route tree. Think Darnell Washington, right, with Hezzy Kent. Darnell Washington is 2 inches taller, about 40, 50 pounds lighter, but his film wasn't quite like this in high school. Also, Darnell Washington knew enough of the route tree to play enough and still got drafted. All this kid has to be able to do is run 3 or 4 routes exceptionally well and block as an inline blocker, and he will play in the NFL for a long time. So I do think that's probably what he wants. Usually when you get a kid who can play several positions, they usually want to play the one in college that they can score touchdowns at. And, considering what he's done at the high school level as a tight end and the amount of schools pursuing him at tight end, I do expect him to play that position in college. I do not think he'll want to play tackle.
Right.
But if not, you could take him as a tight end take, and, he's also kind of, I guess, counts towards a tackle take or swing take. So, I really like this kid. I'm genuinely fascinated by him. Classic Southeast Georgia kid where he's impossible to get a hold of, so you got to see him in person. That's also why I do want to see him.
So, but with this amount of with as many amount of people that are pursuing him, or as many amount of schools that are pursuing him, do you think he even has to play in this game?
Oh no, it's not a game. It's like a showcase game.
Oh, gotcha.
He doesn't have to be there.
I thought it was like the Senior Bowl or whatever, or the Just Be Classic where the Virginia All-Stars play the Maryland All-Stars and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that's all out of the system. This is his junior year. Wags. This is a junior.
Oh God, I just saw that. Yeah, junior season. Oh my God.
Yeah,
he's not even a senior.
Yeah, he's a 2026 kid. But he Bama, Texas, Miami, Florida, and Florida State are the schools in the mix. Everyone already has an OV booked except for Florida State. And he has been to Texas once prior. He was at the Kentucky game. I believe it was either Kentucky or Florida game he went to. I know that. But just an awesome prospect. Some of the most fun you'll ever have watching tape. And I can't wait to see what unfolds with him. And I'm praying he shows up to Under Armour Atlanta. But if not, I do plan on taking a trip to the Southeast and either April, maybe March, maybe May, but probably April. And I'm just going to go and try to hunt down, see all the kids Texas isn't on in the Southeast. And he'll probably get a visit from me regardless if he shows up to Under Armour or not, but I would love to see him in Under Armour. Like, bro, did you see that shit? Watch this.
I saw, just his footwork. He toe tapped. He catches the ball, out heights the guy, and then toe taps at 300 pounds. I don't have time for this kid.
Yeah, he also had like 200 rushing yards and 8 touchdowns.
This kid, he is a created character in a video game.
Indeed. And hey,
he just blew that kid up.
Yeah, I didn't even really know he existed. And then someone told me he was at that Texas visit for a game.
Like Kirby can't let.
And I'm like, Hezzy Kent, I've never heard of this kid. I look him up and I'm like, oh shit, top 100 offensive tackle. And I watch the film and I'm like, wait, holy shit, he's playing tight end. And I look it up, see he had almost 1,000 receiving yards this year, the basketball tape, all this other stuff. And I'm like, holy shit. And I'm like, from that point on, I've been major pumping this guy up. I love him as a prospect. It doesn't matter what you want him to play. You just sign him, figure it out later.
So for those of you guys that are listening to us on the Coda text line and can't see, this dude is just a behemoth of – he's a man amongst boys right now in the state of Georgia, like Jordan was pointing out. And his hands are exceptional. That's the one thing. But what the play that we were just describing, he had a little bit of a flare route. And the quarterback threw it to where he had to height the ball at its highest point and go up and get it. He not only showed the hand strength to come down with the catch, but then he basically looked like a cat, on the damn ledge of a building where he gets his 2 feet, this big ass 300-pounder gets his 2 feet in and then puts it right inside of the paint, just where the boundary line meets the damn into the end zone there, and was able to get his feet down. He's an impressive specimen. If you haven't seen him, it's Henze Kent. Is that the name, Jordan?
Hezzy. Hezzy Kent. Hezzy Kent.
I'm sure Jordan's going to have something up on 24/7 about him.
Oh, no. We've written a lot about him already in the last few months. Just truly a fascinating prospect. I guess this will be the last. Or nah, that won't be the last play. Give him a catch. Come on now.
He can. I would say that the worst thing about him that I've seen out of that tape was his blocking.
Yeah. And the thing with blocking, it's not, at least in my opinion, the way I look at it, much like, yes, having, 10 plus inch arm or 10 plus inch hands, 34 plus inch arms, a +5, +6 wing, it definitely helps, makes the job easier, especially easier to project. But, blocking 9 times out of 10 is an effort thing, especially when it comes to the skill positions. And I know tight end is technically mid skill, but, it's still the same point. Like, do I think JT Sanders is a bad blocker? No, but I think he is a little weak. He did show that with his bench press reps at the Pro Day or Combine or whatever. And if you look at his clips at Texas, there's like no effort being shown when he tries to block guys. And that's fine. I guess you can get away with doing your receiving threat, but it's going to hurt your draft stock.
Right.
And
you got to do it all.
With JT, this might just be complete recency bias, but was Texas not able to do more with Gunnar Helm in terms of a blocking perspective than JT Sanders? I certainly think so. And CB was right. Jared Wiley was an awful blocker at Texas, but hey, he's an NFL player, baby. And that's 254 Temple Wildcat. Also played in the national championship game with the TCU Horned Frogs. Him and Quentin Johnston, 2 Temple Wildcats. But actually, Wiley was a high school QB at Temple. It was clearly a tight end prospect, but he played quarterback at Temple. And when I was in middle school, I played with this, local Lake Travis 7-on-7 team run by a kid's dad. And this is a kid whose dad was our head coach for like Pee Wee Pop Warner. His name was Ron Kirby. Wonder what he's up to now. His son plays
Shout out Ron. What's
at
up,
Arizona.
Ron?
So that's some Lake Travis shit for you right there. His son plays lacrosse at Arizona after playing lacrosse at Lake Travis. Jesus Christ. But anyways, Ron Kirby, for some reason, thought us at like 12, 13 years old, I think we were in 7th or 8th grade, had a chance to compete in an 18U bracket. You might be able to see where this is going. So Ron Kirby signs us up, and we're at a 7-on-7 tournament in Temple. And we got to guard Jared Wiley and Quentin Johnston in high school. I'm like, this happened. Went 0-3 at Wildcat Stadium. And I don't think it was a one-day tournament. It might have been. But I know we did not go Sunday. My brother, my twin brother, and I did not
barbecue, right?
Sunday. So every time I hear Jared Wiley, I think of that. Just like, man, being 7th, 8th grade, looking at his big ass on the other side of the line, knowing he's got offers, all this other stuff, and just like, Coach Kirby, what are we doing?
Well, how do you cover Johnson? Like,
we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't. The speed of that dude, like,
yeah. Hey, we did have one kid on our team that ended up going D1. It would have been Lake McCree, USC tight end. So, but that was when Lake thought he was a quarterback. Fun fact. Lake McCree was my freshman B team quarterback at Lake Travis because he was so hard-headed about wanting to play QB. That's all he ever wanted.
Was he the best athlete on the field, and so he thought that he had to play?
Well, bro, he could have. He would have been freshman A team starting tight end if he ever, if he'd pulled his head out of his ass earlier and said, "I'm playing tight end." But he wanted to play QB. And you can't fault him. You got to remember, we're going very Lake Travis-y on this show today, boys. We had all these cats are in the same grade: Lake McCree, RJ Martinez, Nate Yarnell. RJ
Martinez, I know.
Yeah. So RJ Martinez, who I don't even know where he ended up. He's at Texas State.
I think right now he is at Texas State.
No, he went in the portal.
Right, but his last season was season was Texas State. I don't know where he's at now or where he's going to.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
But that, like, if RJ Martinez, if he had any wide receivers at Westwood, like this, I always say, like, if he had Cedar Ridge's wide receivers, RJ Martinez would have lit the damn state of Texas up. He basically did. I think he. Did he tie Johnny Manziel's record? Or
no, he broke it.
Broke it. Yeah, I was calling that damn game with Rodney Rodriguez, man.
Yeah. So this is what happened. There's a kid named Nate Yarnell who went to Pitt, then went to Texas State. I don't think he's posted yet, but he's going to leave Texas State. So Nate Yarnell was in the Austin ISD school system. I think he would have gone to Anderson High School had he stayed there. But he and his dad were, how do I put this? You seen Friday Night Lights, the TV show?
Yeah.
It was some J.D. McCoy type shit. Right. No matter what Nate was going to do, he was going to be a Division I college quarterback. He had that in his head, but if you were ever spent any time around him and his dad, you knew it came from the dad. That's the situation. So Nate's dad, wanted to set his son up well, transferred him out to Lake Travis, ahead of 7th grade year. So we all actually, now that I remember correctly, he moved before 7th grade year. So we played middle school ball with him so we could build chemistry or whatever. So where when he got to high school, he wasn't brand new. RJ Martinez, on the other hand, was in the Vista Ridge school system. He was supposed to be at Vista Ridge. And after winter break, his 8th grade year, he transferred into the other Lake Travis middle school. There was 2 at the time. Nate Yarnell was at Lake Travis Middle School. RJ Martinez was at Hudson Bend. He went there for his last semester. They show up at the high school freshman year. Both make freshman A team as a starting QBs. Like Lake Travis won't put any freshmen on varsity until the end of the season or the playoffs. And you have to be like a straight dude, like a Garrett Wilson. Like Garrett Wilson didn't get on varsity till halfway through his freshman year. And they rotate. Nate gets a little bit more reps than RJ does, but, it's rotating for the most part. And RJ, phenomenal kid, great teammate back then. He said, "Hey, coach, I want to play. I don't care if it's not QB. I'll play safety. I'll play whatever you want me to." So RJ became the starting safety and the backup QB. Mm-hmm. After their freshman year, both families were like, look, we want to be the starter. We want to be the guy. Can you pick one? And the one who doesn't, we're going to go to another school because we obviously have to play. There can only be one QB on the field. Lake Travis picks Nate Yarnell, and after winter break of his freshman year, so he only did 2 semesters in the LTISD school system, RJ Martinez transferred and went to Westwood, where he played, he was the varsity starter sophomore year and on. Nate Yarnell, on the other hand, stays at Lake Travis, sits as the varsity backup behind Hudson Card as a sophomore, doesn't play at all besides blowouts. His junior year, he's the varsity backup behind Hudson Card, doesn't play at all besides blowouts, and then Hudson Card blew out his ankle versus Westlake, so he played 5 games. And then his senior year, he's supposed to be the starter, the full-time starter for the first time. What does he do that fall camp? He throws a pick in practice. One of the players runs up to him, taunts him in his face, and he punches that player with the face mask on, breaks his throwing hand. Doesn't get to play his senior year. And Pitt still took him. A big part of that, I think, was he had the Lake Travis logo helping him out.
The guy's 6'5" too, right?
Yeah, but the Lake Travis logo helped him out a lot. The QB production, I do think, considering he only had like 120 varsity pass attempts in his career, if that kid is at Austin High, he's not getting, the same opportunities. I'm just going to call it how it is.
I'm with you 100.
And so he ends up at Pitt. RJ Martinez ends up at NAU. RJ Martinez starts as a true freshman at NAU, beats Arizona in Tucson. They fire that staff. That's what made them hire the Jed Fish staff. It's because RJ Martinez walked into Tucson and beat their ass. Stays at NAU one more year. I believe he won like the conference's offensive player of the year in the Big Sky, I think is what they planned. Went in the portal.
Baylor, right?
Trying to move up. Baylor offered him a PWO spot, went to Baylor as a walk-on. Played in like 2 or 3 games after they had injuries and were just trying different guys. Left Baylor after 1 season there, transferred to Texas State, was on Scully this past year, and then was either second or third string, played a little bit, didn't play, amazingly well. And then I believe with his 1 year left of eligibility, he might have, I think it's only 1. He went in the portal again. He's not found a home. Nate Yarnell, on the other hand, went to Pitt, rode the bench forever. Man, listen to this shit.
I know the story.
Around this time last year, he was supposed to be the guy heading into the 2024 season for Pitt. He was supposed to be the starter. But DeBoer got the job at Alabama. DeBoer pushed out several QBs, Julian saying. The other one he pushed out is Eli Holstein, who's a 4-star in the 2023 class out of Louisiana, was actually committed to A&M at one point, and A&M fans would always try to say he was the more talented Louisiana QB over Arch that cycle. Ended up flipping to Bama, gets pushed out from Bama after 1 year, transfers to Pitt. Pitt, they go through spring ball with Yarnell and Holstein. They name Yarnell the starter. He goes to ACC Media Days representing Pitt as their quarterback. After fall camp, though, a little bit of controversy. Yarnell or Holstein. Head coach says, Yarnell, he's the guy. That's my starter. But it's the OC's call. He's a play caller. He's the QB's coach. And the OC said, I want Holstein. And Holstein went on to start every game up until he got hurt and Yarnell took over. And this year was the only year Yarnell really played. Ended up going in the portal because Eli Holstein's coming back. Right. He's going to be healthy. That is the starter for them next year. Saw the writing on the wall with 1 year left of eligibility, went in the portal, committed to Texas State. And then Texas State ended up taking another QB, blanking on his name. I have heard that Yarnell is going to leave Texas State because he wants to start in his last year. And I don't even think he's at the school right now. I'm not sure what's going on there, but that's what happened with them. Meanwhile, Lake McCree wanted to play QB. His freshman year, we had him and this kid who moved in from Houston that was ridiculously fast, and we would just run option down people's throats. Like Lake McCree might have thrown maybe 40 passes in that 10-game season because all we did was just run it. At the time, he was 6'4", 6'5" already, and no one was tackling him. Lake was always injury prone. He never lasted a full season of football and youth football, but he played that entire freshman year. Finally, they convinced him to play tight end because they're like, hey, we'll end up starting by the end of your sophomore year. He has like 600 receiving yards as a tight end his sophomore year. Blows up, gets a ton of offers. They see the basketball tape because he was a great basketball player. His dream school's Texas. Grew up loving Texas. Always wanted to go there. Committed to Texas, and then he committed to Texas in the spring, heading into his junior year. Spring ball rolls around. He gets tackled. It was a hip drop tackle, tears his ACL. A few weeks later, Tom Herman pulls a scholarship. And if Tom Herman would have figured it out at Texas and stuck there, the Lake Travis would have effectively cut Texas off if that would have happened, but it obviously didn't. So Herman drops him. He opens his recruitment back up. I know he obviously ended up at USC. I think Washington and Auburn might have been the other schools in like his top 3 then. Signed with USC. Didn't play at all as a true freshman, redshirted. And then he's either been the starting tight end or the second tight end on the field for, the last 4 years or last 3. I think he has 1 year of eligibility left since he redshirted year 1. But like they had those 3 QBs all at the same school as freshmen. 2 of them went on to play QB in college, and the other one went on to start at tight end for Lincoln Riley in the Big Ten.
I can't help when I hear this story. I always think of the other guy, or I always think of the what if moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I always think like RJ just getting the short end of the stick and being able to do more with less. Just in anywhere he goes, I feel like RJ's just got that winning mentality, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to slight any wide receiver from Coach Anthony Wood's program.
Hey, he's retired, so
right. But I mean, you're not going to Westwood to play football. You're Westwood. You got like a 7.0 GPA. Okay, you're looking for the next nuclear science program or some shit like that. My point is, it's an academic school or it's a basketball school, even not even a football school, really. If RJ would have had the talent or just the speed in the wide receiver room that Lake Travis had, and given the opportunities or that other schools had in the wide receiver room, other than Westwood, I can only imagine what RJ's numbers would have been. Because in the one game that Rodney got to call every one of RJ's games. I only got to call a few of them, but the one game I got to see against him versus Deuce Vaughn, it's the best high school football game I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, no, RJ, he is special.
Special talent. Very special talent. That arm is magical.
Now that I think about it, I think his record might have been broken by Will Hammond during Will Hammond's senior year. Will Hammond broke some records, I know that, for single game and single season stuff. I think he might have broken the record for I think RJ set most completions, most attempts in a single game in Texas high school football history. He threw for, and also I think pass yards. He had like 500 or 600 passing yards at the Palace in North Austin. Doesn't get better. But no,
were you at that game?
I was not, but I saw the stuff after. The whole thing though is interesting because
I was exhausted.
Yeah, but Nate Yarnell or RJ would have been the starter their sophomore year had Hudson Card not been there, and Hudson Card wasn't supposed to be at Lake Travis. I don't know why the family moved. I don't think it was purely for football, like with what happened with Yarnell and his dad, but might have been work. Hudson Card is from Houston though. And he was in the Cypress ISD school system. If he never left and moved to Austin,
when did he get to Eanes?
Huh?
When did he come to Eanes ISD? Or
that's Westlake. He's an LT ISD.
Lake Travis has its own?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, Lake Travis ISD is LT ISD.
I thought that was shared with Westlake.
No, Westlake is Eanes ISD, and they also only have one high school, which is not called Westlake ISD.
Oh, yeah. I thought that's what made the rivalry even more, is that those two shared the same ISD.
No, just border communities. Okay. But with Hudson Card, he was in the Cypress ISD school system, and where he lived, he was zoned to go to Cy-Fair. And him and LJ Johnson, LJ was the top-ranked running back in the state that year. Hudson Card was the top-ranked QB in the state. They would have been in the same backfield. But Hudson moved out to Lake Travis somewhere between 8th and 9th grade. And, obviously went to Lake Travis. The rest was history. And he was always a great guy. I'm, happy he's gotten to play out the rest of his career at Purdue. Wish it would have went a little bit better, but it is what it is. But with Hudson and his family, genuinely one of like the biggest houses in the Lake Travis area. And he was always going to Texas as long as they offered. That's where he was going, to the point where his dad told him, if you go to Texas, hey, I'll get you a new truck. So he commits to Texas, shows up at school the next week, brand new Ford Raptor, all the bells and whistles, everything. That's how Hudson Card and them were coming. So I
don't they got a yacht too, right?
I don't know. They lived on the lake though. I know that, and had a pool, all that. So that's I guess today was the Lake Travis show. So
no, it's good. It's a nice to go down, memory lane and nostalgia way.
Yeah.
What's up, gents?
How you guys doing?
There's the guy that you got to ask about heartache, man. That's my guy right there. I haven't even got a chance to talk to you, dude. Are you okay?
I'm like truly devastated. For the first
time,
time
I was telling the story. How I found out about it. Reed comes in on the damn couch because he's a Luka fan. Comes in on the couch. He just looks over and I'm like, "What's wrong with you, dude?" He's like, "Mavs traded Luka." I'm like, yeah, what are you talking about? I look up and I'm checking out all of my sources. Yeah, and I'm just like, oh, this is a hoax. This ain't real. I'm sitting here going through everything. I'm looking at Buddy. Don't worry about it. It's not real. I'm like, holy shit, this is real. Oh my God, man, it's just nuts. Are you good? Are you all right?
I don't know. I just happened to come down.
I don't know if you're a Mavs fan, Joe, but I know Keenan is. I've talked to this guy quite a bit. I'm just concerned for his health.
You know what's funny? It's like coincidentally, I came down with like a stomach illness yesterday. So like, I don't know how related that is, but it can't be completely unrelated. It has to.
You felt a disturbance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. It's happened.
My body was like, something's wrong here, man. Let's take a couple days off. And it's devastating. Right. It's just unreal, like it's unprecedented, and it's just such a FU to the fan base for the last, however many years. And they're going to kill fan interest in this. They effectively have. I'm very interested to see what the turnout will be for home games from now on this season. I can't imagine it's going to be good.
They don't care. They're going to Vegas.
Yeah, truly, I think that if that conspiracy theory is real, then that's a great first step to trade their best player and kill fan interest so you can move the team to Vegas. At this point, it makes moving the Spurs trade.
Moving the Spurs to Austin easier, baby. I'm playing. I'm just saying that to poke at San Antonio.
Chestnut checkers, brother. No, but like it's such a baffling trade that I wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of like weird conspiracy behind it. Because other than that, it makes no sense at all. Either Nico Harrison went rogue completely. But the owners had to have some idea what was happening, right? And so what I think
LeBron did.
I don't know. So here's what I heard, right? Here's the interesting conspiracy theory that I heard. Is that basically the Adelsons, who own the Mavericks now, bought into the Mavericks as a play into Texas politics because their whole reason for buying the Mavericks is to try to get gambling legalized in Texas.
This is what I've heard.
So they keep trying to push this gambling legalization. They're trying to move the team to Arlington. They're trying to turn Texas Live into a casino. That's what they wanted to do and turn it into big gambling.
Didn't that just get passed?
Shot down. Got shot down.
I thought it got passed.
No, the gambling in Texas is not going to get passed. They can't figure it out. That's one of the big reasons why they're going to Plan B.
Oh, now that makes more sense.
Okay. Yeah. They couldn't get it passed, the gambling legalization in Texas. The old guard conservatives in Texas don't want it passed.
Well, you also – everyone in Louisiana and Oklahoma is, putting funds into.
Oh yeah, they're lobbying against it. It kills Louisiana and Oklahoma's economies if Texas legalizes gambling, because then Texas becomes a legitimate destination for people to go gamble, right? Like if they put up casinos in Austin, dude, it will be mayhem. It will be absolute chaos in this city. If there's
we ain't got to go. We don't have to go to Windsor. Or
casinos off 6th Street. Oh man.
We don't need physical buildings. Just Ozark it. Someone get a riverboat casino on Town Lake.
Yeah,
You're telling me that can't be done?
Sick.
Bro, if someone built a tram deck on the Oasis where you could get down to a dock and get on a boat at the Oasis and they put a riverboat casino on Lake Travis and docked it there, they're printing money.
Printing money.
But
especially because gambling is so rigged anyway. You can't win.
Scripted, not rigged, scripted.
Scripted, fair enough. Yeah, that works too.
But hey, I don't want to hold y'all.
No worries, man.
But wanted to answer this question from Jose. He asked, "Is Drew Messmaker, pride of Vandergrift, Drew Messmaker of North Texas, getting any buzz? He played well in that bowl game versus Texas State. He did. Awesome story there. Didn't even have a high school high school start under his belt. And looks like, I completely forgot, but UNT got Reese Poffenbarger. Joe will probably know how to pronounce that better than me. He's the G5 guy. But he's going to compete with Messmaker. It looks like they obviously lost Chandler Morris. They lost a kid named Cash McCollum out of China Spring who won state for them and was a true freshman at UNT this past season. And then the quarterback for North Crowley who won state, Chris Jimerson, he's an early enrollee. He'll be a true freshman. He won't get the job, but he could be the guy, 2 or 3 years down the line. But Joe will also probably know more, but it seems like Messmaker's going to have a great shot to start. He just has to beat out the other cat.
Yeah, he's got a shot. It's a small sample size, right? Getting thrown into that bowl game, he performed as well as you could imagine. But Poffenbarger's got a lot of football under his belt, was a starter for multiple years at Albany. And then, so that's going to be tough. But honestly, with North Texas, if they don't get something remotely resembling a defense together, it's not going to matter. Like, that defense was so bad last season. But, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Chandler, I'm fascinated to see how Chandler Morris does was it VTech or Virginia he went to?
I can't remember. I think Virginia.
Hopefully VTech, and I'll push a white
Virginia agenda. It was UVA.
Yeah, there you go.
UVA, boring. Not as fun.
Boring. Virginia Tech's more fun.
No doubt. Isn't VTech who does I know South Carolina does it, but doesn't VTech do Darude Sandstorm too? Am I tripping?
They do Enter Sandman.
Yeah, that's what it is. Enter Sandman. Yeah. That's what it is.
It's always
and then in Charlottesville, you go have fun and make out on the lawn. That's
or you study. That's mostly what you do. You study.
You make out on the lawn.
All right. Well,
I'll leave you on that note. I got to get out of here, boys.
Great show. Appreciate it.
I wouldn't know. I'm from the East Coast, so I grew up a Maryland Terrapin fan.
We down the ocean, yo.
Down the ocean, hon.
Down the ocean, yo.
All right, y'all be good.
All right. I'll see y'all. Appreciate y'all. Jordan. Y'all have a good Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right. What is up, y'all? It is false start. We are here on a Tuesday. Eric Henry is out of commission. He is handling some business. So we brought in the old reliable Mr. Joe Londrigan of G5 Football Daily. What is going on, my dude? How are you? And before we get into the show, just tell me what you've been up to since we last saw you.
Yeah, what I've been up to, college football season ended, so I got to actually breathe for like a week and then got right back into it. Yeah, it's been nuts. So just been super busy the last 6 weeks, covering bowl games, getting ready for the draft, doing some coverage there, and then have other projects as well. Just trying to, stay alive in 2025. That's the mantra. Still alive at the end of 2025. I'll have succeeded in my own eyes.
Hell yeah, man. Well, that's the way to do it. Just survive in advance, as they say in the NCAA tournament. Speaking of basketball and speaking of my name, I know we talked about this yesterday, me and Eric did, but we have more to talk about this Luka Dončić trade. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Joe, we have to talk about this more. This is the craziest thing I've quite literally ever seen, and as covering a professional sports team in my entire life.
Yeah.
To absolutely set your franchise back 15 seasons in one move, which is exactly what they did. This is a team that, was in the finals last season, right? And they built a team around this one guy, a good team around this one guy with other stars, with Kyrie Irving as the off guard, and Najee Marshall was a great combo forward that complemented the system well. And PJ Washington, sort of similar power forward type, and two awesome centers. And well, you just gave up on all that for essentially no reason to trade for Anthony Davis, who apparently Nico Harrison has had some kind of liking for a long time. But you know, I was reading about this, right? If you asked Mavericks fans 5 days ago, would you trade Kyrie Irving for Anthony Davis? That's like maybe something you would think about doing. I still wouldn't have done it, but you think about it as your second star, but you trade your best player for him. The best player other than Dirk Nowitzki, clearly the best player you've ever had in this franchise. And you get rid of him for a guy who's 32 years old, who is notoriously injury prone, who is often sidelined. They call him Street Clothes Davis. That's what the Lakers fans call him that. As I have plenty of friends who are from the LA area and are Lakers fans, they texted me like, sorry. And that's not often the text you get from an opposing fan base when they strip you, because they realize they stripped the entire franchise. It's like a chop shop. They just took the car and they took the engine out, and then you have the rest. That's what you get. That's what you get to keep for the rest. They took a Lamborghini and put a V6 in it, you know? And that's not even a diss against Anthony Davis. It's just like, frankly, like trading a guy that's this good for what you got in return it's almost malpractice, Joe. And I don't know what your thoughts are on this trade or what you thought when you first saw it. What was your initial reaction when you saw this come across your feed?
For sure thought somebody got hacked. I was like, there's no way. Did a double take. It was also like 1:30 in the morning East Coast time when I saw it, so I was a little bit delirious. I was like, this can't be real. But yeah, I think it's like I can't remember an NBA trade in my lifetime that seems more ill-fated from Dallas's end, obviously. Trading for Anthony Davis, you know, I'd say this with all due respect to a guy that's won an NBA title. I don't think they're on the winning end with how injury prone he is. First of all, I mean, his whole career, I at least since he's joined the Lakers, I can't think of a time where he's played like, you know, an entire season. It doesn't make sense to me. I do think the Mavs needed some kind of help in the front court, but also I don't think trading away a generational talent made no sense. There's so many layers of this story based on like what I'm reading that are just mind-boggling. The fact that the big thing to me was supposedly, according to the ESPN story that's out there by
the Ramona Shelburne piece.
Yes, and Tim McMahon as well. The fact that they were like systematically getting rid of people in the organization that he liked in order to like spur him to change his eating habits, his training habits, and all that. I don't get the thinking there at all. And thankfully, based on what's out there in the story, it seems like all those people have kind of, you know, landed on their feet and found other gigs elsewhere. But the fact that if you're the Mavs and you're willing to like play with other people's livelihood in order to kind of, you know, get more out of a guy that's already giving you an insane amount in terms of his contributions. Yeah, he's missed some games. He's had some injuries, but even so, how are you going to complain based on what you're already getting, in my opinion? And the whole thing with like, they're complaining about his weight. Who cares? Who cares? You look at the number that he puts up, the numbers that he, you know, has been putting up the whole time. It's clearly not really affecting him in that regard. And two, like, yeah, of course he gains weight. Like you get older, that happens. And I've been to Eastern Europe. When I come back from Europe and I come to the US, I instantly gain 10 pounds too. Like that just happens. I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. The whole thing is wild. And there's so many great things about sports and people working in sports, but based on what's out there, this reeks of everything that's wrong with it. And I don't even care. I'm not even a Mavs fan. I don't really watch. Yes, I'm just like, what? The whole thing is mind-boggling.
It reeks of like collusion almost. Like that's what it feels like. I don't think there was collusion in terms of like higher ups doing it, but it's when a trade is so bad. I saw a tweet that was like, this guy, Nico, was like, yeah, all these people told me, yeah, I shouldn't make this trade. All these people told me, you're smoking crack, dude. You have to stop smoking crack and making bad trades. You have to stop. And I persevered through it. And I told the haters that I was going to do it anyway. And that's what it feels like. There's not a conscionable outcome for this trade that makes any sense. Like, the Mavericks are going to lose the majority of the rest of this season's games. Kyrie's going to leave. AD is going to retire sooner rather than later, you would think, or request a trade again. Like guys like Derek Lively are going to get traded. Like, they're going to trade the entire team. It's going to be a completely new team. It's a team that went to the finals last summer. And they have killed this franchise with one move. And if you watched, you probably didn't watch, but they played Cleveland the next day after that game. They got 50 points in the first quarter. They're down 50-19 in the first quarter to end in 12 minutes. It's just like, that's an indication of what your team thinks of your management system. And then Nico has the balls to, in the post-trade presser, say, it doesn't matter, I'm not going to be here in a few years anyway. He had the balls to say that to his fan base. He had the balls to say, yeah, the Lakers GM thought I was messing with him when I went to him with this trade. That's what he said in the presser as well. This presser is unbelievable, Joe. If you want to see a masterclass in how not to handle a press conference, I advise you to watch the Nico Harrison press conference after this show, and it'll give you a laugh. Like, you'll be laughing throughout it with how hysterical his responses are. They're so embarrassing. They're so unprofessional. I just don't understand how a guy who's done so many good things for this franchise could turn around and do this and betray everybody and betray the fan base, betray Luka, who they owed $100 million to in a supermax. And that's the other aspect of this trade, is that you're not going to sign a big star now, not with Nico in charge, because this guy knows he's never going to get a supermax here. You realize this ownership doesn't care about winning. They're going to pick through the bones until they can sell the thing or move it to Vegas. Right? Like, you have built in so much distrust with this one move that you will never recover. With this ownership group and this GM will never recover from this trade ever. They will both have to move on before this team can even reset. So they're they're just sliding backwards until both the GM and the ownership group move on and they have a completely new team in place. Because until that happens, they will never, ever compete again.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine a world where that happens. To your point, like when this inevitably goes south, I don't know how you recover from like a reputation perspective as well, but also it's all who you know. And again, if to your point about collusion, I hate to be the conspiracy theory guy, but someone's going to benefit from this, and it's not going to be the Mavs, and then that's where you look when this blows up in your face.
Yeah, look, NBA has the worst ratings it's had in 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the beneficiary of the trade? The team that makes the most money of any NBA franchise that's been struggling this season and are currently in 5th place in the West and will now almost certainly compete for an NBA title. I don't know that they'll win it this year, but Luka's that kind of player. He's that good that he can lift you from the 5th seed to the 1st seed in the NBA. And it's been soul-crushing. It's been a soul-crushing experience. Him tearing his ACL would have been less painful than this. Like, I truly can't imagine a more painful scenario to trade your best player for peanuts, man. And like, that's a lot to say Anthony Davis is peanuts, but at this point in his career, and also he's not happy. I don't know if you saw what he said. He said, "I'm over it. I'm ready to play." That's what he said. It's like, you're not going to get your best effort out of this guy. He's going to sit out half the games. Then he's going to retire. You're going to have to trade him for literally nothing. It's going to look like the Nets trading Kyrie to Dallas for Spencer Dinwiddie and then getting Spencer Dinwiddie back. So
yeah,
at this point, I don't know what to say. I halfway want to root for the Lakers. I halfway want to not watch the NBA at all. I don't know what to do. I'm still covering the Mavericks professionally, so like I have to separate it to an extent so I can be professional in my writing. But yeah, it's going to kill our viewership. It's going to kill our viewership. It's going to kill every Mav outlet's viewership. Completely murder it. It's like when Chris Beard got fired from Texas or fired himself, I should say, took the garbage out himself. That killed our viewership on the basketball side of things when I was covering that team. It's going to be the same thing here, but to an even more dramatic extent. That one night we got plenty of views. We were the leading site on getting views that night, but I can tell you it's not going to last long when you're dealing with a team that's going to probably finish under 500 for the rest of the season and definitely not make the playoffs. So,
right.
Final thoughts on that before I move on to the next topic.
I've said all I have to say. It's bananas that happened.
It's sickening, dude. It really is. Okay, so we got some interesting stuff that's come about in the last few hours. College basketball is in the swing of things right now, and so Texas has been playing a lot better recently. I don't know if you've caught up. I don't know if you catch up with G5 basketball at all either, but Longhorns have been playing well. They beat up on LSU on Saturday, win by 30 points. Really impressive outing for them, especially defensively. They get up just 58 points. But there's a few games tonight that I find very interesting. Also, a few pieces of news we should probably get to. Walter Clayton Jr. for Florida, their top scorer, one of the best scorers in the country, and I think a dude that will probably finish all SEC first team, which is saying something in this conference this year. He's without a boot, so he had an ankle injury against Tennessee. They got their ass kicked, but they had kicked Tennessee's ass earlier in the year, so it's kind of like just handing them back the business. He went 3 for 13 on 10 points. He was clearly hampered, like he was not playing well. But he's avoided like a serious injury, which is really important for him, for this team, as he's one of their top scorers. He's averaging 17.5 points per game this year. Also leads the team in assists and is third on the team in steals. He's just kind of an all-around guard prospect that you would want on your team at the collegiate level. He's just a really talented guard who can shoot the hell out of the ball. But, it's a bad loss against Tennessee, but whatever. I just thought I would get to that point that one of the top players in college basketball right now is Walter Clayton Jr., and he seems to be playing seems to be fine as far as his ankle injury goes. So top 2 in the AP top 25, no surprises. Your number 1 team, the Auburn Tigers. I don't think you can argue against that. They got all 62 number 1 votes. That's saying something. What also is interesting to say is they've actually played the number 2 team in the country and they lost on the road. They went to Duke earlier this year and lost by about 4 points, 3 or 4 points. Super close game. But Duke remains second. Alabama is third. That Iron Bowl of basketball is going to be a freaking war, Joe. That thing's going to be a complete battle, and I can't wait for it. I can't wait to see who comes out on top in that game. Very SEC heavy top 10 in college basketball, man. So Auburn 1, Alabama 3, Tennessee 4, Florida 6, Texas A&M 10. And then throughout the rest, you got Kentucky at 14, Missouri at 15. You got, I guess that rounds out the rest of the seasons. But that's 7 teams in the top 15 are SEC teams. So it's once again the conference of basketball. The conference of football has now become the conference of basketball as well, especially at the very top. Right? You have You have 3 of your top 5 teams are SEC squads. Really impressive conference showing this year. So what are your thoughts on SEC basketball as of right now? Do you have any teams that stick out to you in those top 5 that you've seen that are impressive?
Just watching Auburn these last few weeks has been very impressive. They're obviously very deserving of that number 1 spot. Just watching the SEC's progression in men's basketball over the last decade has been really fascinating. To your point, it outside of obviously Kentucky and the teams that they had, back in the day, there was never really that much, prestige around a lot of the other programs. And then Billy Donovan came in and made Florida into a multi-time national champion. And then now, like, everybody else is starting to kind of level out, which is wild. Like, I never thought, Alabama, for example, would be the kind of basketball program that they are in terms of how, formidable they've been the last 5-6 years. It's been fun, to be honest with you. It's more fun. And to be honest with how much the SEC talks about like getting, guaranteed amount of bids in the NCAA tournament and all that, like you better be playing this good, honestly.
Oh yeah,
I gotta let my puppy out real quick.
Yeah, no worries. I can filibuster for a second. So interesting stuff about this college basketball season. So the top tier, according to ESPN, we will credit the outlet. Alabama moved up a spot to number 3, followed by Tennessee, jumping 4 spots to number 4 in an SEC-heavy top tier. Other teams in that top tier are Houston, who lost actually to Texas Tech, but still climbed a spot somehow. Florida is then at number 6, followed by Purdue, Iowa State, Michigan State, and Texas A&M to round out the top 10. Some of the rising stars in here, Texas Tech goes on the road, beats U of H without JT Toppin, who was ejected in one of the most egregious ejections I've quite literally ever seen at the college basketball level. They ejected him for what was so clearly an accidental play. And they still managed to win at U of H without their best player in JT Toppin, who, in my opinion, is a top 30, top 40 pick in the NBA draft. Truly special prospect at power forward who can rebound, who can run the floor, finish plays. He's just a really talented big prospect. He's more of a power forward, not quite a center, but he's not quite big enough to play pure 5. But yeah, he gets kicked out of the game, and Houston still manages to, or Tech still manages to pull this game off. Really impressive. And then obviously Grant McCaslin was not happy about the ejection, so he goes ballistic, and then he is immediately ejected. So they managed to beat U of H in their own house, ending a 33-game win streak without their best player and without their head coach. So that has to go for something, I think. UConn is starting to get hot again. They beat Marquette. And Missouri, man. Missouri just crushes Mississippi State. They're starting to climb again. And you have to talk about Missouri as one of the most impressive turnarounds this entire college basketball season, because Missouri was a team that went 0-18 in conference play last year. 0-18. Not a single win. They are ranked 15th in the country right now. And they brought in a hell of a recruiting class, hell of a portal class, and it's been working for Dennis Gates in Columbia. So much respect to them. And Mississippi State is starting to slide, right? They came in, they're ranked number 14 in the country, and they're now at 22 after losing to Alabama and Missouri. But given both of those are good teams, but the way they lost is not really indicative of progress throughout the season so far. So basically what I was talking about was how Tech went in to beat U of H without JT Toppin, without Grant McCaslin, and how impressive of a victory that really was. And so right before you jumped off, I was sort of talking about the top tier and then some of the climbing teams, and how Tech is one of those climbing teams. UConn is a climbing team, and Missouri is a climbing team. I don't know if you've seen any of those teams in the last few weeks, but do you have any thoughts on some of the college basketball teams that are starting to look better now over the last few weeks?
I haven't watched a ton of Missouri, but agree. UConn had some, missteps here and there in the first part of the season, but they've been a lot of fun these last 2 weeks or so. I think the other, kind of smaller team, I guess, that's just seems to look a little bit better each and every week is St. Mary's.
SMC, baby.
Yeah, the Gales. They've been very fun to watch. A couple Lithuanian kids, I believe, who are just tearing it up. A lot of really good outside shooters. So it seems like they're the favorite in the WCC right now, which has been pretty tight at the top between them and the Zags. And then San Francisco's got a kid too, and Malik Washington, I believe is his name, who's a baller. Who's just a baller. So
WCC produces a lot of good players, man. You go over the last few years in the NBA draft, there's been a lot of dudes who got drafted out of that conference that have been pretty solid players, and they've had guys like Brandon Pajemski, who has kind of fallen off as of late, but he was a really good player for a while. Obviously, dudes from Gonzaga like Jalen Suggs and Chet Holmgren have been super, super impactful players at the NBA level. So yeah, West Coast Conference basketball is a lot of fun to watch, honestly. There's a lot of good teams out there, a lot of good coaching out there. It's not just Gonzaga, even though some of those teams are joining the new Pac-12 now, as it were. So we'll talk a little more college basketball. I'll do an ad read, then we'll jump into some college football stuff. Mostly hires related. There's been some interesting hires at the top of the sport that we need to talk about, I think. So new teams in the top 25, 18 Maryland, number 20 Arizona, and number 24 Michigan are all back in the top 25. The Terps, man, Terps are a lot of fun. Derek Queen, their center, he is a hell of a talent. He's a Montverde kid. He's a little undersized to play center. He's like 6'9", but excellent passer out of the post, which I think it's overlooked. Super skilled. Just when he breaks down a defender off of when he catches it, even if he's not in the post, like he's not like going to play on the perimeter type of guy, but he can catch it in the mid post and make some moves, get to the basket, and then pass it out of the post and just create offense out of the center position, which is really helpful, especially for a team that has some younger guys on it. Jameer Young is also a really good player on that team. Arizona gets back in. They haven't been in since November, but they I don't know if you saw that buzzer beater against Iowa State that Caleb Love hit, where he just jacked it from like literally 50 feet, and they just sunk it. They ended up winning that game in overtime. Michigan is now back in the top 25. They have two fantastic post players, Danny Wolf and Vlad Golden. Danny Wolf, who I think is the type of guy that could end up playing in the NBA and be drafted maybe in the early second round as like a very skilled, kind of a poor man's Lauri Markkanen, I guess I would say, because he's a guy that can handle the ball in the pick and roll, like be a pick and roll ball handler as well as be the roll man in the pick and roll set. He's a great post player, really skilled scorer, not a freak athlete or anything, but he's got great size and he's got good fluidity. So I like Danny Wolf from that perspective. Okay, real quick, we're going to do an ad read for Sleep Cycle Center. Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate on what is going on in the patient's body and provide all possible treatment options related to this specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. We can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer need to sleep in separate bedrooms. Individuals and families are welcome. 2 convenient locations in Austin, Texas, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages. They are family-owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, though they do offer treatments that include CPAPs as well as oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They are a network with most medical insurances. So give my good friend, the good doctor, Dr. Dimon, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered and False Start sent you. All right, college football hires that have gone down in the last few weeks, few days, we should say. So the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, they lose their offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, who, love him or hate him, huge part of that national championship, in my opinion. I think some of the plays he called in some of those games, that what really sticks out to me was the game against Texas where they ran the that screen on the blitz with like 7 seconds left in the first half, and Quinshon Judkins went like 75 yards for a touchdown. And what, in my opinion, made that an unwinnable game for Texas. I know Texas ended up tying it, but that touchdown completely took the wind out of the sails for Texas going into that second half. They had to really battle back to make that momentum even again. Brilliant football mind. I think anybody can say that. We saw what he was able to do at Oregon. We saw what he's able to do in the pros. We saw what he was able to do as the OC at Ohio State. Had some lean years there at UCLA, things like that. But as we've seen, nobody can really win at UCLA. I don't know why that is. You would think somebody could win there, but it hasn't seemed like there's been a lot of high-level success at UCLA in the last 20 years. Maybe they've been ranked in the top 25 a couple of times, but they've never competed on a high level. What are your thoughts on Chip Kelly leaving Ohio State? And I don't know if they've replaced him yet, but who are some guys you would think about replacing him with?
I don't think they've replaced him yet. Overall, I think this is a great move for him. I mean, if you're going to stay in college, obviously you want to stay at a place like Ohio State. But if the NFL comes calling, I don't blame him. I based on just the way he operates, it seems like the NFL is a little bit better of a fit for him. And let's be real, there's a lot of college coaches who would rather be in the NFL, not just because of money, but because it's a little bit less of a headache in terms of roster management, for sure.
Right.
But I think as an OC, that's kind of where he thrives. I mean, this might be a little bit weird of an analogy, but like, when you play like a video game and then you play through it and then you play through it again, knowing like how everything works to see if you can like, just do those things and be better at it. This is Chip Kelly's like second playthrough of his like college football career now. Like, he knows what he's really good at, and I think he's just going to stick to it. Like, I think that moment when he was the head coach at UCLA, he realized like, I don't really like being a head coach.
Yeah,
like in
he's
all the
he's
things
a coordinator.
I mean, he's a great play caller. He's good at it. He clearly likes being focused on that specific thing that offensive coordinators have to do. But doing everything involved in running a program and, I don't want to sound mean, but kind of having the people skills to do that is a whole separate thing. And you don't have to really deal with that nearly as much as an offensive coordinator. And it helps that he's, going to coach under somebody in Pete Carroll, who is, has a ton of people skills. Like, that's kind of where he thrives. Pete Carroll has other shortcomings as a head coach, but still, I mean, he's obviously very good at kind of creating, positivity and culture, and again, being kind of the face of the operation for sure. If you're Ohio State's offense coordinator, in my opinion, promote Brian Hartline. That's what you do.
You gotta keep that guy around.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's your move, to be honest. I don't think you really even need to look elsewhere, to be honest. But his obviously legacy at the program, huge plus. I think that would be kind of a dream job for him, aside from, obviously getting one step closer, I should say, to being, a head coach. And just what he's been able to do the whole time he was there in terms of bringing in talent, in terms of, helping cultivate how good of an offense they've had with all those guys. And especially you look at how many NFL wide receivers Ohio State has produced, a huge part of that has been Brian Hartline. So, I think that's that's the logical choice.
Yeah, I agree with you. And so the Raiders picked 6th in the NFL draft. You'd have to think they're looking to either trade up or just go best player available, I guess. But, part of me thinks they will trade up and try to get that first round, maybe first or second. I don't know who. I guess Tennessee. The thing with Tennessee is they don't need to draft a quarterback necessarily. They could, but I feel like if I'm Tennessee, I trade back to 3 and draft Abdul Carter or whoever. You know what I mean? I draft just best player available and not take the top quarterback, because I don't know. I don't think Levis is like gonna ever be great, but I don't think none of these guys to me seem like clear upgrades in the immediate term over Will Levis necessarily. I'm not dissing those guys. I just think I don't know. I don't think Will Levis is like a complete disaster yet. I mean, he had a horrible start, but I think he played a lot better over the second half of that season to make me think maybe you give him another year. I don't know. What are your thoughts on what they should do on what the Tennessee should do in the draft, and then what the Raiders should do now that they have Chip Kelly at the helm?
Yeah, I mean, with the Titans, it's like, do you go for the shiny new toy and kind of gamble that they're going to immediately be better than someone who, to your point, is not setting the world on fire by any means, but has learned the ropes at this point, does turn in a pretty good game every once in a while. Again, not like MVP quality by any means, but I think he's kind of growing a little bit more comfortable in that role as kind of being, the starting quarterback and the guy there. But again, I think people kind of get distracted by like what the supposed ceiling of guys like Cam Ward are. You know what I mean? It's exciting to think about. So we'll see if they let themselves buy into that. Yeah, if you're the Raiders, I don't know that your priorities really change too much. I think it gives you a little more confidence in, if you do go get, a quarterback, I think that helps you be a little more comfortable in that choice. I know they've kind of talked about like Shedeur Sanders, for example. I don't know. I think he would need a little bit of time to adjust to the game, but I think having him in a Chip Kelly offense could be kind of fun. I mean, one thing that I really give credit to Shedeur Sanders for is how many he had, 5 or 6 offensive coordinators in his time in college, and he still like got everything down pretty quickly. Like that's hard to do. And so being able to grasp an offense like Chip Kelly's, I think he'd do okay in that.
I think he's a guy with a high football IQ, Shedeur. I think he has high feel for the game, as they call it in basketball. He's just a high feel guy. Mm-hmm. That obviously gets tested a lot more when the athletes are twice as fast when you get to the NFL level, and everybody's a lot faster and a lot stronger, and the game moves a lot faster. But you also have, an awesome tight end to throw to. That's probably going to help. Having Brock Bowers in that offense is going to help. Or if they somehow trade up to first and get Cam Ward, whoever they pick, I don't know. Who would you prefer between Shedeur and Cam Ward at number 1 if you're picking?
I like Shedeur as, again, to your point, he has such a good feel for the game. When things you saw a lot at Colorado, when things break down, like he can figure it out and make something happen. Ward just has a cannon, though. I think he's going to require a little more polish. Let me put it that way. I think Ward has a higher ceiling. I think Sanders would give you a little more. You'd be more comfortable with him in the short term?
Yeah, higher floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think both of those guys are pretty good. But also another NFL draft question for you is, where do you have Jackson Dart if you're making a board? Like, what round do you think he gets picked in, and where would you pick him? I guess those are two different questions. But I think Dart can be a serviceable NFL quarterback.
Yeah, he's got a good body of work. I watched him in the Senior Bowl, and he looked kind of off, but the athletic ability is a huge plus. So I think that definitely helps his case. I think I could see him. What's day 2 now? 2 to 4, 2, 3, and 4 on day 2, and then 5, 6, 7 on day 3.
I think that's what
I could see him being a late day 2, early day 3 guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would take a flyer on him in the 3rd round. I think if I'm a team that's has an aging quarterback that is good, if you're the Steelers and you have a 3rd round pick or something, or a 4th round pick, he seems like a guy I would take a risk on. It just depends on what your team's needs are, of course. So, you look at this draft and it's so strong in the running back area. Like, this running back class is stupid, right? You have guys like the 2 Ohio State running backs. You have Jonte. You have Devin Neal from Kansas. You have, Amarian Hampton from North Carolina, Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State, Caleb Johnson from Iowa. Like, all of these guys are NFL level backs, in my opinion. So you'll get a team like the Cowboys, not to just switch into NFL draft talk all of a sudden, but we've sort of been drifting that way as a pained Cowboys fan. People are talking about taking Jonte in the 1st round, and I'm not going to hate that move if they end up doing that, but I just think in this draft with this many talented running backs, you take best player available at pick 12, and then you take a running back in the 2nd or 3rd round. That's a highly touted guy. I don't know. I get Jonte could raise the ceiling of your team, and I think that what we've seen Saquon Barkley do this year is a good indication of what a badass running back can do for an offense. But if I'm Dallas, I'm drafting a defensive lineman, the best defensive lineman available, and just rocking from that.
Yeah, I can see that. Cowboys' offensive line kind of had some issues this
year.
Year.
I'd take a lineman on the offensive line too. I'd be fine with either.
Yeah, I think I get why everybody's so hyped on the idea of Ashton Jeanty, and I think he's going to, very much be a successful running back. I don't know. I think the worry is if you take him and then the offensive line kind of lets you down and, puts him at a point where he's getting hit really early and you risk him getting hurt, then, that kind of messes up, the pick that you were, hedging your bet with or whatever. Because, as good as he was in college, he's not going to be able to carry 2-3 guys on his back in the NFL. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, he's not 9.
But yeah, I mean, he has tons of other skill sets, but I think I would feel, if I'm Dallas, I would feel more comfortable drafting any running back if I had a little more confidence in my offensive line.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good line. So we talked to JP Acosta, who's an NFL draft guy. He's been on me and Khan's show a few times. He came on our show maybe 3-4 weeks ago. And he was saying that this is an interesting offensive line draft because he thinks a lot of the guys that are tackles in this draft might get moved to guard in the NFL, just from a size standpoint. And Texas has had issues with guards too. I've seen mock drafts where they take Tyler Booker out of Alabama in the top 12, or at 12. Just fortifying the interior offensive line. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of dudes on this offensive line. I mean, that have gotten injured recently, that have had, their own issues. And I don't know, man. I just Zach Martin is amazing, but how much longer are we going to get him? You know what I mean? It's it's tough. It's tough. This team is in a bad place right now. They are in a bad place with their head coaching hire, in my opinion. I think that was rushed, and I don't think it was well thought through. I think there's been a lot of issues with skill positions not performing outside of CeeDee Lamb, and maybe they trade back and they get a couple of picks in the 20s and they use that. I could see that happening too, and they draft maybe a second wide receiver and I don't know, maybe a corner or something. There are a lot of options a lot of ways you could go in this draft. But overall at this point, who do you think goes first overall? Do you think it'll be Cam Ward?
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I think that's kind of that's the safe bet in my opinion. I don't know who else would really kind of fit because it's knowing how good some of these quarterbacks are. I think that would make the most sense. And especially what we just said with Tennessee and them kind of it's not being 100% what their commitment as far as the quarterback position for the next couple of years really is. I have a hard time seeing them not bite on, the shiny new thing, right?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I could also see them just drafting a Abdul Carter, who's the best player in the draft available. And if you ask me, I think that's going to be the best player in this draft is that Penn State defensive end, Abdul Carter, who he had 11 or 12 sacks this year at a premier program. You don't see that super often these days. Also, we talked to Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com. Check it out. Just like you should check out G5 Football Daily from our friend Joe Londergan. He was saying he went to the Senior Bowl and he covered it. And he was telling me there's this kid who you would know about, Mike Green from Marshall, who he said was just an absolute dog. So what can you tell us about Mike Green from Marshall?
Oh, freak athlete. You go back and watch some of those Senior Bowl practices. I mean, he was just bull rushing some of these Power 5 guys and, making his presence known for sure. The speed is great. The arm length is great. I mean, it's hard to kind of find anything there that's really super negative about him. Had some kind of, the reason he was a Virginia transfer to Marshall kind of had some issues there, but by all accounts seems like a completely different, person. Grew up kind of Charles Huff, who was the head coach at Marshall these last couple of years, kind of took him under his wing when he came in and just, again, the transformation into one of the leaders of that team was noticeable. And again, playing in the Sun Belt, just no one could contain him. I think he had 17.5 sacks this past season, FBS leader. He was a monster.
Good God.
He's ready for the pros.
Yeah, that's what JP was saying. That's what they were saying. Yarish and Acosta both said he'll watch for him in the top 20. He'll be a top 20 guy. He's just super, super strong and athletic. For the last 7 or so minutes, talk a little bit about the Super Bowl. We got the Chiefs. We got the Eagles. We got everybody's favorite 2 teams playing in the Super Bowl, Joe.
Sure.
If you ask me, a man of principle, I, as a Cowboys fan, will root for the Eagles against nobody. Even if they played the Taliban, not cheering for the Eagles. I'm cheering for nobody in that game. This game, I'm cheering for the Chiefs, man. I'm just rooting for the Chiefs. I can't cheer for the Eagles in good faith as a Cowboys fan. I hate their fan base. I hate their city. I hate everything about Philadelphia. I hate my cousins who live there. I'm just kidding. I do have good cousins who live there and good family. But, yeah, I'm cheering for the Chiefs, man. What are your thoughts on this game at large, and who do you think are some of the key players in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, the guys under center for one. I mean, Pat Mahomes, what else needs to be said? Jalen Hurts has looked fantastic this year. Philly's receivers have been really good.
God damn, the receivers are good.
Yeah, as an offensive line nerd, Jordan Mailata is like extremely fun to watch. I mean, he just destroys people. So yeah, I don't know who to root for because I feel like they're both teams kind of have like the strengths are pretty similar. I think Philly has a little bit better secondary right now. I mean, to see what Quinyon Mitchell's done in his first year, as you know, after watching what he did in college, like it's fantastic. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good game, but to your point, just as a fan, I'm kind of done seeing both these teams succeed. So it is what it is. But
yeah, it's more a good game at this point.
Yeah, I have a hard time imagining it's not going to be a good game. I think it'll be a close matchup, hopefully, because it's, you know, I think it really is a case of these are clearly the 2 best teams in the NFL. I think every once in a while you get a Super Bowl matchup where one team, you know, got lucky or just kind of got hot at the right time, but then they get to the Super Bowl and they're clearly kind of overmatched. I don't think this is the case. I think both teams kind of have all their guys. Everybody seems pretty healthy for the most part. I'm trying to think. I'm really trying to think of if there's anybody hurt. I can't think of anything. And like, let's not forget either Saquon Barkley. I mean,
God damn, man.
Good Lord. So good. There's so many guys who I think on it just, you know, just offensive guys alone in this game who I think are top 10 overall players in the NFL right now. So it'll be good. It'll be good.
Best running back season since when? I can't even recall the last time a running back had this big of an impact on their team.
Yeah,
not just statistically, but with wins as well. You know, like just carrying teams to wins and being the difference in big games. Like, you know, I mean, he's just had such an impact on this team in the frozen weather games, for example, where he runs it, he goes for 80 yards and a touchdown. That can win you a game in the cold. And he did that multiple times in the cold this year in these snowy games where he would break one loose and go 80, 85 yards for a touchdown and completely flip the game just because of that.
The New York Giants and the Dallas Mavericks GMs are going to have some conversations about how to do their jobs.
Or just be fired. Just be fired. Right. I think the Luka trade is worse than the Saquon one because the Giants weren't going anywhere with Saquon.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't think the Giants really had too much else to really bet on, but also like when you look at like what's egregious. The problem here? Again, I think the fact that they were like this will help was nuts.
You just have to spin it positively because you know that you're cooked at that point. You know what I mean? Like there's just nothing you can do. You're just in a situation where it's like, yeah, we're so cooked that we have to try to spin this in a positive way, like how the Mavericks tried to spin it as defense wins championships. Like, no, you know what wins championships? Having a guy that averages 32 points, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds a game. That's what wins championships, actually.
At least the Mavericks were smart enough to not have a documentary crew in there filming them.
Who knows? Maybe one will come out this summer.
Oh, my gosh. I can see
Maybe we'll have one come out this summer about how they were just plotting on the Mavs fan base to stab them in the back this whole time, and we just found out recently. I mean, you never know, I guess.
Executive producer Mark Cuban, yeah.
Just proving how bad the new owners are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of his
I think the last thing we can really get into, since we got like a minute and a half left or so, is who do you think has a better receiving core, the Eagles or the Chiefs? Let's just go through position by position. Who do you think's better? Obviously, quarterback goes to KC, like no question.
Yeah,
I think receivers goes to the Eagles.
I do too. Devontae Smith has been so much fun to watch.
And AJ Brown, dude, that's like one of the best receivers they've ever had.
And I wish he was more consistent, but Dallas Goedert too. Like, I know he's kind of had some up and down games, but when he's hot, he's very good.
Offensive line, pretty close. I think you're splitting hairs at that point. I think maybe you lean Philly, but the thing is, Mahomes is so good that it like kind of overpowers the rest of these categories. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, you might have a better run game, you might have better receivers, but you don't have the most talented guy who's ever playing quarterback for you. You know what I mean? And I think, if he wins the Super Bowl, you got to put him in the Brady conversation. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, you can put him in that conversation in other categories, but like a three-peat is insane. It's insane. To win 3 straight NFL championships, it's never been done before, unless it was done in the 1910s or something. I don't know. It hasn't been done in modern football.
I think you're right.
Maybe it's done in like the 30s or something. Who knows? But
no team has ever won 3 straight Super Bowls. So
yeah, exactly. So a three-peat is, it's doable in basketball because there's more continuity. It's doable in sports where one guy can have that much of an impact, like in basketball where you have one guy, you have a LeBron James or whatever. But even still, I can't remember the last three-peat in the NBA. Was it the Lakers? Was it the Lakers?
That was it in 99, 2000.
Yeah. I think that was the last NBA. Let me look it up. NBA three-peats.
Shaq, Kobe.
It was the last. That was the last one. Yeah, in 2000 and 2002. So it's not really done in any sport. To do it in this sport of all sports is pretty outrageous. So got to give your flowers where they're due, I guess, at this point. Even if you hate the Chiefs, you got to admit some pretty impressive work. Huh?
Did Bama football do it?
It may have happened in college football. That's the only sport I can think of, though. Bama may have done it. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I know they won. I know they've done 3 in 4 years. I don't know if they've done 3 in a row though. Maybe do a little research on that. I'm curious about that as well.
They did not. They had the closest they came was 2009 and then 2011, 2012. So never had three consecutive.
So this will be the first three-peat in major sports since 2002, if it happens, which I hope it does, because I hate the Eagles and I'll never root for them in any capacity and under any circumstances will I root for the Eagles, even if they played I was cheering for the Commanders hard for the Commanders. I don't like the Commanders either, but I was cheering hard for the Commanders in that game because I'm not cheering for Philly. Come on, man.
The article about the article that came out after the Commanders' run about Dan Snyder being sad that they're good now was I'm kind of glad he's sad, but then they're like, and then he retired to his $1 billion yacht, and I'm like,
it's like, all right, you dick. I didn't need that detail.
Yeah, whatever. He's like all he has to comfort him are his millions and millions, and like, cool. Great.
What's up, Zay?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
We're good, man. So I don't know if you guys do this. I'm dealing with a terrible illness of some sort. I'm very sick. So I'm going to have to hop off. Is it cool if you guys chop it up for like a minute? Is that cool?
Sure.
Yeah, man. Take some Pepto.
I'm about to go take Pepto right now, actually.
Get well,
Not feeling well. I'll talk to you guys soon, all right?
Appreciate you.
Thanks once again for filling in, Joe. We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, no problem.
Joe, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Just we were just talking about the Super Bowl a little bit, the insane Luka trade. Just enjoying the fact that there's not college football every single night now on my end for sure.
Yeah, I feel you. Are you a Mavs fan?
No, no, I'm a Portland fan, but just seeing the Yeah, but just kind of reading the fallout from this has just been insane. Like I don't understand how the Mavs thought this was like a good idea, and seems like they've been handling some relationships in kind of a shady way. It's messed up. I don't know if you've read into it at all.
I read a little bit into it. I'm sure there's things that came out today that I haven't caught up on, but yeah, everything's gonna come out, sooner or later about why they did this, because this is just such a out and left field move. And again, Luka, as good as he is, like, it can't just be about the conditioning and, front office not seeing eye to eye with the people in his camp, etc. But I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. He looked, I guess, all right today in the press conference for the Lakers. I saw that a little bit, and Luka's monotone anyway. Yeah. I think just those European guys, they could come off a little different. That rubs us Americans the wrong way. And, like, not everybody's Giannis. You know what I'm saying? Like, Giannis is crazy outgoing, and, like, he's a different type of European cat. But, like, go back to, like, Powell wasn't as out there. Like, Kobe had to bring that out of Pau Gasol, and Manu was pretty quiet to himself, which fit in with what the Spurs did completely. But you look at Jokic, you look at Luka, both of those guys are pretty low key when it comes to, I play basketball, I do love it, but it's also work. After I'm finished with work, I go home.
Totally.
So,
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't understand the obsession with the conditioning. I mean, yeah, there's been a little bit of injury too, but also you look at the stats and it's like, even if he is out of shape, he's still putting up stats better than just about everybody else at that position in the league, which is nuts.
Yeah, like that's the thing. That's what's kind of weird, just because he did get exposed in the finals. Can't help that. But a lot of people would have gotten exposed by the Celtics team. Like, you're dealing with some of the best players and some of the best role players I've ever seen, with Derek White and Drew Holiday. Like, put them on different teams and their role changes a little bit. But Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, Porzingis on the bench, Al Horford, I think Joe Mazzulla is one of the bright young minds in the NBA. So they were deeper. Yeah. You got Pritchard hitting those shots from half court and stuff. Like, they ran into an absolute buzzsaw in the NBA finals. And I don't think that should have been Nico Harrison's final decision on, we can't win with this guy. That's a little out there as Chip Brown joins us. But Joe, man, appreciate you. You're always filling in for our guy E. Henry. Do a great job, man. And you have a good Tuesday, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Guys. No problem.
Have a great one. And in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. Can't wait to hear about the birthday boy's big day yesterday. But if you're watching us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. That's how we grow. That's how you stay in the know. And please give your business to these incredible sponsors around our faces. Audiovisual Consultations, Salt Traders, Coastal Cookin', Covert BK, Ballstott Brewery, passes.com/Texas One Fund, Cover 3, Olipop, McCall Custom Homes, Woods Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Centex Tickets, of course, 7-Eleven, where I am always on the lookout for a good Slurpee. And if you're listening to us on the app, please write down the Circuit of the Americas CODA text line, 512-222-9328. Zay, I apologize. I was planning to be right Chip on the spot today, and the toilet downstairs is overflowing.
Oh my God.
So threw down the towels and ran upstairs. I think my lovely wife is going to jump in. But anyway, let's get to the birthday intel. How was your birthday yesterday?
It was cool, man. It was nice. Getting showered with love and affection from everybody and all the social media sites, and you great folks here that have been following us on Texas Sports Unfiltered and big fans of Chip and Zay. Appreciate everybody. Got me some sushi. Enjoyed that because I'm a big sushi guy. And yeah, just kicked it with wifey, man.
Nice.
You know I'm a big bachelorette guy. So the next season has just started. The dude, the bachelor, his name's Grant. He's relatable to your boy because he was a former basketball player and played overseas and stuff. So that's me and my wife, we meet in the middle because she knows I enjoy it, and I also get the brownie points by watching things that she also enjoys. So just very laid back, relax, chill, Monday birthday for your boy. Couldn't complain one bit.
Love that. Yeah. Love that. Love that you get the brownie points with the this is a bachelor version.
Yeah, it's the bachelor version. He got about 20 girls in the crib. Got them fighting over him and stuff. Seems like a good life.
It always starts out good, and then about when they get narrowed down to like the final 5, 6, or 8, it just turns into chaos.
Yeah.
And, how can you love more than one person? But it's good at the beginning. It's good at the beginning. Everybody's like, yeah, let's get it on, Then it's like, wait a minute. You're getting it on with me. You're getting it on with her too?
Yeah.
But
when we were at SEC Media Day, I saw my boy Jordan Rodgers, who works for ESPN SEC, Aaron Rodgers' brother, who was on The Bachelorette and is still
Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan. He's still with this Bachelorette girl. I forget her name. JoJo, that's her name. He's still with her. They're still happy. They're still married. So I saw him when we were going up the elevator. I got a selfie with him, told him I was a big fan of both of his work that he does, and then sent it to my wife. And she was like, holy shit. Like, what are you doing with that guy? Like, he was like, oh, that's the homie, man. That's the, we're just here on business. The dude has range, clearly, for being on The Bachelorette, which during that season, that's when I first found out one of the many problems that Aaron Rodgers has, because they made that a focal point for his background and how, his upbringing was and where he is with his family. Cause that's what they do. They meet the families when you get to a certain point in the show. So JoJo went to meet the Rodgers, and guess who wasn't there? Aaron. So everybody's wondering, what the hell? Why isn't he around? Is there a reason? It must be because maybe this was filmed during the season and he has responsibilities. Nah, he don't get along with them folks at all. And I still haven't seen the Netflix special with Aaron Rodgers, where I'm sure he's talking about that a little bit. But yeah, Jordan Rodgers and Aaron Rodgers, I don't think they talk at all. So that's very interesting. But yeah, cool, lovely birthday. Ready to rock it the rest of the week. And yeah, James, I saw the news, man. I saw the mug shot. Old Jonte Cook. Damn. You kind of just had a feeling that this was the path that was.
Yeah, Jonte Cook arrested in Fort Worth on a theft charge. Zay, you were right. I was like, man, you were like, he needs help. He needs help. He needs help. He needs therapy. And You were right. You were saying that before he transferred to Washington. Then he gets to Washington. I had a source up there tell me he was snooping around in players' lockers, looking for things to take. And
yo, when you're smiling on the mugshot, bad news. Bad news. Anyone that smiles on any mugshot, this should be the worst time of your life. You should be shedding tears and kind of on your knees begging for help. This dude is smirking in the mugshot, Chip. He is so far gone. It's so depressing because here we are. Football never stops here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Chip and Zay. We're talking about who's going to be that third wide receiver. Who's going to be alongside Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore? This was supposed to be the guy. The person that you see locked up on the mugshot that I got pulled up here for the folks listening to us on the app. This was supposed to be the guy. He literally signed with Texas because Steve Sarkisian and Arch Manning, and he was ready to ride the wave and build on that momentum that Sark's been building ever since he touched down on the 40. And he gets booted off the program, goes to Washington where it seems like he gets new life, booted out of there. You just
great coach, Jed Fish. Great coach, players coach. Jed Fish, probably talked to Johnny Nansen or had Sark give him the what's up. And this guy's just burning through opportunities. And, if you want to talk about NIL, this was a swing and a miss. Like, Texas lost good money on Jonte Cook. So
that's what I'm saying. So if they lost good money, what do you need to steal for?
Right.
Where's the savings? Who are you stealing from, bro? Who are you rolling with?
Because like Winona Ryder, remember when she was like big time actress? She made a lot of money, but she's a klepto. She couldn't stop from the rush or thrill of shoplifting. I think she got that figured out.
Yeah. Yo, Winona Ryder, she's a nut. She's a nut.
I mean, Jonte, come on, man. What are you doing?
It's so sad. It's sad. Like, I mean, y'all got him on 24/7 Sports, #1 transfer available. Like,
all right, well, we'll talk to Hummer coming up here. And by the way, my wife is so amazing. She got the toilet unstuck.
She unclogged the toilet?
You
just left her with that crap?
Well, what was I going to do? Leave you? I just said I'll deal with it. I said I'll deal with it after my show. And then all of a sudden I hear the toilet flush downstairs. I go, what was that? She's like, vigorous plunging. I was like, oh my God. God bless you.
Who did that? Because
Eleanor. Elbel.
No, who messed it up?
Oh. Okay, that's kind of crazy because we had a pest control person in our house today.
Stop playing. Stop playing. He didn't blow y'all's toilet up.
Truth. I was like ready to call the pest control service and be like, yo, what on earth did you put in this toilet? Anyway, we'll move on.
Yo, man, I'm gonna need a discount.
Right.
Come on, man.
Complain well.
Yo, I want to say that's a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode.
Yes.
That's from Larry David. Yeah,
like
man.
A Curb Your Enthusiasm episode.
See, y'all gonna have to help us out here on the Coda text line, YouTube comment section. Again, Coda text line 512-222-9328. I'll have to deny that, Chip. And maybe I'm just an asshole. But I'm going to ask questions like, hey, can I use your restroom? Because now you started something. And I always thought about it when Larry David pulled that on Curb. Like, how nice are you willing to be? if the maintenance person or whoever's in your home trying to fix something needs to use the restroom. Because I need to know, number one and number two. And look, I want to be the nice person, be like, you know what? Number two, you're fixing my home. I don't want to have any more problems. But also, like, you're going to have to courtesy flush something. Like, you can't just be throwing all the toilet paper in one flush Rick here. Like, that's.
I'm like, this has never happened. Oh boy. It's been that kind of day.
Our boy Mike at McCall Custom Home says, piss yes, shit no.
Yeah.
Which Mike probably's been through those situations because he has to go in and help folks with their home. So he's probably had to use the restroom or so.
See?
So he knows, he gets it.
He's gonna take care of you.
Hell no, man. That's foul. That's foul game. Because now you might have to call the plumber.
Well, thankfully, L-Bell with vigorous plunging. He's got that thing flushing.
See, man. And the fact you made your wife do all that.
I didn't, though. I said, I will take care of it after the show. And she is she's MacGyver. I'm not kidding. She's technical. Her dad is a total Mr. Fix-It, and she got it all. My dad was like, if the knob doesn't turn, we're calling a locksmith. I'm like, come on, man. We got to put at least some effort into this.
Yeah, but your dad was like a doctor and stuff. He had a lot on his plate.
Yeah, that was always his thing. He's like,
yeah,
I'm spending all day trying to fix stuff. I don't want to fix stuff when I get home.
I feel that. I get that. He has a right to say that with his line of work.
But what did that get me?
I mean,
my wife fixed the toilet.
I'm no Tim
I
Allen.
wasn't plunging fast enough.
Yeah, I guess so. But I'm no Tim Allen myself. Like, there's a lot of things, if it wasn't for wifey, probably wouldn't get done around these parts. So
okay, I got to tell you, because I didn't tell you last night before Hummer joins us. So I went to Justin Timberlake with L-Bell last night.
Ah, that's right.
At Moody, the Mood. And I gotta say, he played like all this new stuff. And look, JT's talented. It's great. But I just wanted to hear the good stuff that I know. It was great. It was great.
That?
Huh?
What is that?
From Suit and Tie.
Okay.
On. I mean,
no, he has hits.
No, he does. He does. He has hits. He played the hits. It was like after 9 songs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know if my girl Salty Shannon Sweeney's listening, she's gonna beat me over the head because she's the biggest Timberlake fan of all time. And she and I went to a show in Dallas. We got on the floor. It was amazing. So
it was JT.
No. Salty is listening. Salty, I love JT. He was great. I just didn't know the first 8 or so songs, but then it was one hit after another. It was amazing. But I got to say, the show I went to see with Salty was freaking amazing. So
now, was he doing NSYNC stuff?
Nope.
Interesting.
Which I've always wondered about that, because remember, he was part of that. There's a great documentary. I cannot remember the name. Maybe Salty will put it up there. There's a great documentary on how the same guy who created the Backstreet Boys created NSYNC. And the guy was like a tyrant. So I don't know if Timberlake has easy access to the rights to those songs or not. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it would be fun if he just dropped some bye, bye, bye in there. I mean, but it was, it was great. Timberlake's great.
Okay.
So our man Sean Adams used to say, baddest white boy on the planet.
Yeah. He's a bad dude, man. I mean, Super Bowl coming up. We remember what he did when he performed. As a young lad, that changed my life. Seeing old Janet Jackson like that.
Right?
So I'm a big JT fan, man.
I was sitting there watching the concert thinking about that. No, but like he's only 44.
Right.
But he's that whole Super Bowl thing with Janet Jackson, which was in Houston. Early 2000s?
Yeah, I don't know. 03, 04, something like that.
So, I mean, he's led an incredible life. Married to Jessica Biel. He's made movies.
Yeah, lucky bastard.
Right.
Jessica Biel, man. She can't act either. She's up in the Jennifer Aniston, tier. Can't act, but fine as hell.
The Boy Band Con.
Is that a documentary?
That's the documentary.
Okay.
And it is outstanding. Like, I was like, what is this? And then all of a sudden was mesmerized. Yeah, the Lou Pearlman story came out in 2019. The Boy Band Con. Thank you, Salty.
See, it's interesting that no one in the Backstreet Boys had a solo career like JT did coming out of NSYNC. Like, I guess people thought Nick Carter would be the one because I guess he was the
and his younger brother ended up having a better.
I don't know about that. R.I.P. Aaron Carter.
Oh, is he gone?
Yeah, he gone. He had a real trouble. He's one of those kid stars that saw some stuff and was traumatized for it. So when he became an adult, he completely lost his mind. Like, yeah, Aaron Carter's no longer with us. But yeah, nobody in Backstreet Boys, and maybe they didn't want to do the solo thing. Maybe they just couldn't take that pressure. But JT said, "Yo, Lance Bass, sorry, fellas. I got to do my own thing." And I knew, because one of the last songs that NSYNC had was called Gone. I don't know if you remember that. It was a hit. It was on BET and stuff. That's how big of a song that was. But it was all JT, though. It was all JT. Those guys just kind of sung as background vocalists in that one. And you could kind of tell then, even though you knew he was the main guy, like, oh, this dude, if he gets with the right production, which he did, getting with Timberland, it's a wrap. Like, Timberland, genius, one of the greatest producers of all time. He found something in Justin Timberlake, and yeah, it was a wrap there. So a lot of that matters, who you know, and just being in the right place in the right time. But I always wondered that. I always wondered why didn't anyone from the Backstreet Boys go big? Because this is way after my era of boy band, which I wasn't really into it, but I was into it enough to know what was going on, as you could see with what I'm telling you about NSYNC and Backstreet Boys. One Direction, all them dudes, when they went solo, Harry Styles is huge. Harry Styles had like 4 shows back to back at the Mood.
Harry Styles had people lined up outside Moody Center willing to pay $500 to get a selfie with him.
Yo, he's like the White Prince, which I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Prince. I know how you feel about him too. Because he be wearing all those crazy outfits and the blouses. He be wearing them tight ass pants, the onesies, the jumpers that women be rocking, and women eat that up, man.
That's how some of the younger generation knows Prince from freaking, Chappelle doing the blouses or skins, basketball game. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Yeah. Oh man. What a day. What a day. What a day. But I'm just glad that my man Zay had a good birthday. He's ready to rock it. He's going to have a great year. Love that. Jonte Cook, not off to a great year. I mean, at least Ajayi Hall was just trying to get a boot off of his car. Like, he got the misdemeanor criminal mischief, but he was just trying to get a boot off of his tire. Like, Jonte, he just got in trouble for this at Washington, but it didn't get to the law. It was just inside the football team. And then he goes out and I don't know. You hope the kid gets help because
serious help.
I don't know what he did with his NIL money, but apparently, I don't know.
He blew it, clearly. Like, if you have to steal, which, like you said, he could just love the rush. He could just need it.
Let's bring in our man, Hummer. National college football portal guru, 24/7 Sports, the one and only Chris Hummer. Lots to get into today, but Jonte Cook, guy was one of the top receiver prospects in the country. He signs with Texas, gets a little bit of run as a freshman. Sark said at one point, I probably should have played him more. And then it goes sideways at Texas. He goes to Washington. It goes sideways there. Now he's got a theft charge. What's your... It's not like we haven't seen this before, but I don't know how well you know the Jonte Cook story, but you probably know it better than we do as a prospect.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, ultra talented player. Was recruited for a really long time coming out of DeSoto. It was a huge win for Texas when they got him. I saw Jonte play several times in high school. He was a dude. Really confident kid. Never struck me as a bad kid, but I think somebody with a really big personality who just talking to people that have been around him can kind of get in his own way at times. Sometimes it's unimportant stuff like his social media usage, but sometimes it's showing up to meetings on time and things of that nature. And obviously the arrest is a different story, but yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. There were definitely a lot of teams that had some concerns about Jonte in the transfer portal. I think he had fewer options than you would imagine, despite his ranking. Clearly, I don't know what happened at Washington specifically, but it didn't sound great. And now he's in a situation, it seems like, where he's back at home with no structure, and sometimes bad stuff happens with that.
Yeah. Hummer, is there any player that you could remember that's gotten into a lot of trouble, but also bounced back and had an NFL chance and then actually made something out of it? Like Tyrann Mathieu comes to mind, but he was just smoking a little chronic. Like nowadays, nobody really pays attention to that. But anything to the worth of what I guess Jonte is going through right now.
Oh yeah, I mean there are tons of I mean, there are people in the NFL with like, there are people in the NFL that like we celebrate on Saturdays that like have assault charges against women. Like, like Tyreek Hill, like famously, like, I don't think people ever talk about that, but yeah, I mean, like, you get a lot of second chances if you're talented. And
Josh Gordon's
another one. Like, there are dozens of examples in the NFL of people who have done much worse things than Jonte Cook have done and have had very successful careers, but your opportunities certainly get more narrow after a certain amount of time. Your chances go down. You don't get as much benefit of the doubt. And wherever Jonte Cook ends up next, and I honestly have no idea where that's going to be. He's going to have to really straighten out. Otherwise, like, his career could go away pretty quickly. Because it's not like Jonte is somebody who put up big numbers and then started to get in trouble, right? Like, he had a lot of hype out of high school, but high school tape and hype only get you so far.
What did you make of Matt Rule saying a couple days ago, we're probably not going to have a spring game because it's just a chance for more schools? He didn't even call it tampering. He just said to come after our players.
I mean, I'm of two minds with it. My first mind is it's kind of soft. The other end of that is like, I do get it. This is a world in which tampering happens all the time. People are always recruiting your roster. Like, it just happens frequently. And like, there's no mechanism to replace a player after the spring. So if you lose somebody you didn't want to lose in the spring, you're SOL, because there's really not an opportunity to replace like with like because of the way the calendar's set up. So I get the inclination, but like, at the end of the day, man, like, everybody's got tape. Like, everybody can see, pull up PFF Ultimate or whatever and get every snap a player's ever taken. Like, they all recruited these guys out of high school. They know exactly what they are. Like, they can read a depth chart. They can see where they're at in a room and sell a recruiting pitch. I really don't think 60 minutes on national television is going to make a huge difference as to whether a team's going to tamper with your player or not. Maybe it will in some small instances, but like, generally, like, I don't think it's going to have that big of an effect. And if I was Nebraska, I'd be pretty upset because, like, don't they fill that spring game every year, right? It's like 100,000 people in that stadium. Like, seems like a pretty decent revenue stream to just throw out the window.
Yeah.
Especially in the era of rev sharing where Nebraska's out here paying over $1 million for offensive tackles.
Does it look like the portal window is going to change?
That's certainly the hope of coaches. I don't know if it's going to happen. At the end of the day, like, you're really facing two big restrictions. One's the academic calendar. Like, obviously we talk about money and everything else, but at the end of the day, these kids are still in class. Like, they're still going to class, and it's still part of the way the sport operates. And you can't just ignore the fact that school's going on in January. And if you put a portal window in only the spring, you really make it hard on players to get to a new place and learn a system quickly. So that's a problem. And two, like, the more you restrict transfer movement, the more you restrict the windows, the more likely you make it that you're going to get sued over how short the transfer windows are. And the NCAA is justifiably terrified of lawsuits in these situations because they continue to lose them. Like, the fact that, like, we've got Division II players suing the NCAA right now about their eligibility shouldn't count for Division II because they couldn't capitalize on their NIL dollars like Diego Pavia did. These are like absurd lawsuits. They are absurd. The premise is absurd, but because we are operating in a system in which athletes are not technically employees, like, it's really hard to justify restrictions on them. And that's just a issue the NCAA continues to run into.
Hummer, your thoughts on the changes that are going on in Columbus with Ohio State? You just get off of winning a national championship, and now Ryan Day has to find a new offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, with Jim Knowles going to Penn State to team up with James Franklin, and Chip Kelly going to the NFL to team up with Pete Carroll at the Vegas Raiders. Talk about those moves and how it's going to affect Ohio State coming into the 2025 season.
Well, I mean, Ohio State's going to be fine on offense. Like, Chip Kelly called plays, obviously, but Ryan Day was Ohio State's offensive play caller for a long time. Brian Hartline's still on the roster. Brian Hartline's still on the coaching staff. They still have the most talented wide receiver room in the country. Like, they're fine. Like, good for Chip Kelly though. $6 million for coaching. Just calling plays in the NFL, and you don't have to do any recruiting. That's a hell of a gig. I think the Knowles loss is more significant. He has proven to be the best defensive coordinator in college football. He was a really big part of Oklahoma State's success, and you've kind of seen what happened to Mike Gundy most years since that happened, with the exception of 2023. I think he's going to be pretty big for Penn State. It's an interesting one. My colleague Brandon Marcello wrote a story about Jim Knowles' departure yesterday that shed some light on it. I don't think Jim Knowles was a huge fan of like Ryan Day telling Jim Knowles at times what he had to run and how he had to run his scheme. And obviously the head coach gets the final call, but you put yourself in a tough spot with that. So Ohio State's defensive coordinator hire is going to be very interesting because a lot of the big names from this cycle are already off the board in that regard. And frankly, they have to replace a ton of talent on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, this is you've got some way too early stuff going on. You got a favorite top 3 way too early?
Like just teams?
Yeah.
I think I had Georgia, Ohio State, Texas was my top 3, if I remember correctly. Penn State might be slowly sneaking their way up there, but I have a hard time. Clemson? I think I had them 5th. Yeah, I really like Clemson. They have the fewest holes of anybody. I don't think they're as talented, like top to bottom, as the other teams we're talking about, but they probably have the best quarterback in college football going into next year. At least one of the short list of best quarterbacks in college football next year. They're going to have a really good defensive line again, which is obviously a problem against Texas. But they've made several additions that I think are going to help that room. They have 2 really good young receivers. They have an experienced offensive line. Like, there's a lot to like about Clemson.
Hummer Arch Manning, as the kids say, is outside right now because it seems like he's just doing all types of interviews. We saw his deal with Red Bull, getting just different interviews, Marty Smith and guys like that. How do you think Arch has handled himself now that he's becoming the man? And yeah, we thought he had a lot of publicity before, but it's already ramping up, and we got like 7 months till the start of the season, and it seems like he's everywhere right now.
I mean, in some ways, it's smart to get ahead of it, right? If you do these first few interviews now, you don't have to have that hanging over you for the next 6 months. As a media member in Austin, you would prefer that Arch Manning does his first round of interviews with the local media and gives everybody a shot. You know what I mean? But that's not always how it works. I'm sure Red Bull is paying him very nicely for that hat he's wearing. If I learned anything about Red Bull, if you go to an F1 race, those hats are like $90. So I'm sure not a cheap hat and not a cheap logo to have on Arch's head, I would imagine. So, I mean, get your money, man. I think Arch did a really admirable job of staying out of the spotlight for 2 years in Austin and being respectful to Quinn Ewers. Not every quarterback would do that, and not every quarterback would handle it the way he did. But different type of spotlight coming next year. He's already the most famous player in college football, and he's going to have one of the best teams in college football in front of him. And they go to Ohio State week 1, defending national champions. Doesn't get much bigger than that. I'd imagine I hear the name Arch Manning plenty of times over the next 7 months.
What'd you think of his interview with Marty Smith and ESPN? It was quite wide ranging.
Oh, I have not had a chance to watch. I got back from PTO for some personal reasons on Sunday, and most of my attention in the sports world has been focused on the fact my Mavericks traded a top 3 player in the world for Anthony Davis. So I have not had a chance to download the Arch Manning content.
Well, then let's stay right there for a moment.
Oh, thanks.
Let's have some therapy, Hummer. What'd you think? And what do you make of whatever's coming out of Dallas as to why?
I thought it was one of the stupidest moves I've ever seen. And I'm very upset. And the rationale doesn't make sense in both the short and the long term. If you think he's overweight and has a problem long term, he's 25 years old. You would think he has a lot of time to fix that. And if your object is to win now, maybe keep the player who just led you to the NBA Finals and is one of the 3 best players in the world, probably one of the 2 best players in the world. And to do all that and trade for an injury-prone 32-year-old NBA player who's literally just a meme of injuries in his career. Pretty bad. Not a happy Mavs fan at the moment.
Damn, Homer.
Yeah.
You got me a little depressed on that one, man.
I've been depressed for 2 days, man. Like, it sucks. Sucks. Like, I thought Luka was supposed to be in Dallas for 15 years, man. Like, he didn't ask for a trade. They're ridiculous. Nico Harrison should have been fired, but anyway.
Yeah, so that's what Nico said. He said defense wins championships, a complete shot at Luka. Like, I get it. Luka is not the best defender, even though in limited games that he played this year, he's averaging 2 steals, which on the NBA level, that's still pretty good. But go back to the finals. He got exposed by the Boston Celtics, which a lot of teams would have, and that's what I'm sure Nico Harrison's basing it on. But the defense wasn't that bad.
Do you know who had the #1 defense in the NBA in the second half last year?
Mavs.
Yeah, it'd be the Dallas Mavericks. Defense wasn't the problem last year. The problem this year is the fact that Luka's been hurt. And, like, he's 25. And, like, I get it. Calf injuries are scary. Like, calf injuries lead to torn Achilles. We saw that with Kevin Durant. Like, calf injuries don't tend to go away, and soft tissue muscle injuries are often a sign of conditioning. Like, I get soft tissue muscle injuries all the time because I'm 32 years old and out of shape. But Luka Dončić is 25 and a professional athlete. Like, he'll figure it out. Nikola Jokic used to be like a joke because he weighed 320 pounds playing basketball. And then he got his stuff together at like 27. And now he's a 3-time MVP and potentially a 4-time MVP. Like, the Mavericks like, you literally, the whole objective of professional sports is to get a franchise player, especially in a league like the NBA. There are only like really 5 to 10 players that matter. The Mavericks had one of them and they traded him. It's absurd. I'm sorry.
No, I love hearing it. I love hearing it from the guys who grew up on it, you know?
Like I mean, it just, like, there's no comparison. Like, imagine if the Bills traded for Dak Prescott. Like, that'd be that. Like, that's what it would be. Like, the Bills would be giving up freaking Josh Allen for Dak Prescott. And no offense to Dak Prescott, but those are just 2 different players. And that's what the Mavericks just did. But,
point made. That's a great comparison.
Yeah.
Oh boy, man, I'm sorry, Hummer. I didn't mean. Well, let's move on. Let's move on.
That. But that was a good 3 minutes for me. I've been
okay.
I felt like you had to let that out.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And Nico Harrison, I'm sure you're a nice person, but please don't ever do something like that again.
You know what? Before Chip asks you another question, what's sketchy too is Nico Harrison used to be like one of Kobe's right-hand men. Like, him and Rob Pelinka.
He's one of Rob Pelinka's best friends.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm sorry. I'll let this go in a second. How do you not shop him around?
Right.
It's like, how do you not get a better return? Like, we didn't even talk about that. Like, the return is terrible. Anyway.
Right. No, it's confounding. It makes me think the Adelsons are defective as owners. And someone was trying to say that, well, there might be a rationale that they're trying to get their casinos into the state of Texas. I still don't see how getting rid of Luka helps that. Do you?
No. Well, I mean, I've seen the conspiracy theories. Like, obviously, the Adelsons came to Texas in part because they wanted to pass gambling in Texas. They've been unsuccessful. I don't think they're going to be successful this cycle. Dan Patrick doesn't want it. And if Dan Patrick, anyway, Texas politics, if Dan Patrick doesn't want something, it's not going to pass in Texas through the Senate.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're in a tough spot there. But like, if you're trying to make the team bad, like, you don't, like, the Mavericks are still going to be good. That's the frustrating part about all this. Like the Mavericks are probably still a top 8 team in the NBA if everybody's healthy. But like there's a difference between having the ceiling of a top 8 team and having the ceiling of a top 4 or top 3 team with a chance to win a championship. And when you trade Luka Dončić away, you remove that ceiling. The floor just went up for the Mavericks. Like it did, but the ceiling went way, way down. So that's frustrating. But
all right,
anyway.
let me those are all great points, by the way. As painful as they were, Hummer.
Hey, if y'all want to talk about the Mavericks for an hour, I've got more material, but
let me ask you this real quick. Who do you think so far has done the best in the portal? Like 1, 2, 3 teams so far this offseason.
I think LSU's done the best job in the portal. I think when you talk about needing to fill needs, right, and finding the best players to do that, I think it's hard to argue against what LSU's done this offseason. They returned Garrett Nussmeier, who I think has a legitimate chance to win the Heisman Trophy next year. They got 2 of the best receivers in the portal, in Nick Anderson and Barry Brown, 2 of the best offensive linemen in the portal. They got 1 of the best corners in the portal to help fix that issue. They got 3 of the best 3 of the best edges in the portal, and that was a big issue for them after losing so much production. Like, if there was a need, LSU filled it. Brian Kelly and his staff have not been this aggressive in the past, and they were this offseason. And I think you're going to see LSU be much improved as long as they can figure out what they're going to do at offensive tackle, which is their one big need at this point. But I think that roster is considerably better now than it has been the last 2 years. They're up there. Texas Tech has done an awesome job in the portal, spending like it. I think Oregon does as good a job in the portal as anyone. They spend as much money as anyone. And I think that has a pretty notable connection there. But they got, I think, the #1 offensive tackle and the #1 interior offensive lineman in the portal. They got the best running back in the portal in Mekhi Hughes. They got the best safety in the portal in Dylan Thieneman. Like, if they had a need, they filled it with the best player available. It's kind of like what we've seen Texas do in years past, honestly. And Texas didn't spend in the portal quite the same way it has, but Oregon did, and it really worked.
Yeah. Hummer, what SEC team can you see taking a step back in this upcoming season and being maybe a little overrated?
It's a good question. Let me look at the SEC real quick. I don't frankly have a ton of faith in Nico at Tennessee. They have a lot invested in him. I could see them taking a step back, especially after all of their losses on the defensive side of the ball. I could see South Carolina, frankly, taking a step back. I think they got a ton of hype at the end of the year, but they had the SEC's best defense last year. A lot of those pieces are gone. It's going to be hard to replicate that. And if they're going to take a step forward, they're going to need their offense to be significantly better, which is not only on QB1, who had an awesome year, but it's finding receivers who can step up in that offense because they've had very few impact receivers over the last 12 months for Lenora Sellers. And it's also having an impact offensive line. That's been a big issue. So if you're talking about 2 teams near the top of the league that I could see taking a step back, South Carolina and Tennessee would be at the top of that list. And maybe Missouri, because I don't really know what the Bo Prabilia era is going to look like for them. So those are 3 9 or 10 win teams that I could easily see taking a step back next year.
It's very that's good intel right there, Hummer. When you look at Texas, what do you think they need to do, or where are your big concerns? Where do you think they're, give us your Texas Longhorns assessment at this point.
I mean, I'm sure my concerns are the same as every other fan listening to this. Like, I think Texas still has some question marks at DT. I mean, Texas DT ads and Travis Shaw and Bernard from Purdue are still like very quality guys. Those are guys who played a lot of snaps in their career and step in and start, but not a lot proven behind them, obviously. Like, you could see a guy like Justice Terry stepping in right away and playing a lot of snaps, and he's the future of that room, but it's not exactly the proven experience Texas has had the last couple of years. But at the same time, like Texas probably has the best edge room in college football. So do you really need to be as good at DT as you have been in the past? Probably not. I think they're fine. Receiver is a bit of a question mark for Texas, in my opinion. Just losing everything they did production wise, but like, what did Texas bring in this year? Like 3 top 75 receivers, like nationally, like overall.
Yep.
Ryan Wingo, I think, is going to be a stud. Like ultimately, like, do I think Texas could benefit from an experienced, proven receiver? Yes. Did they try to get one in the portal? Yes, but like roster management is money as well. So there's a lot of factors to juggle there, and they have a lot invested in their young receivers. So yeah, I mean, like there are some question marks, but I think Texas has fewer question marks than all but like 2 or 3 teams in college football going into next year. What are the main points for y'all when you think about the roster?
I think offensive line is one. Just, I mean, there's a lot of guys who've been waiting their turn, like Neto, Umazulu. You know, Trevor Goosby's a talented guy. We saw glimpses of him against A&M, and Brandon Baker's a guy they like. But center, you know, is it Cole Hudson? Is it Connor Robertson? Is it Daniel Cruz? So, I mean, Jake Majors started for 5 years.
Yeah, he was around a long time.
5 years. Like, you have a center who starts every game for 5 years. That is such a luxury. And, you know, he's consistent. He wasn't all world. He wasn't throwing guys around, but he was consistently good at his job.
Yeah, but even like, I'm not trying to, I agree. But even like, it's not like Texas lacks experience. Like if Cole Hudson gets that job, he's like somebody who started 13 games as a true freshman. You know what I mean? So they have like, what is it? 2, 5, like they have a 5-star offensive tackle waiting in the wings and Brandon Baker. They have Trevor Gooseberry, who just played really strongly for Texas down the stretch. Like you could maybe argue he should have played over like a hurt Cam Williams and against Ohio State. Like I think given the way Cam Williams struggled, like there's a strong argument that he probably should have played given the situation. So I even that position, and like I understand like it's less experience than it has been for Texas. Like you don't have 2 first-round picks potentially at offensive tackle, but like it's pretty good. And like you also have the added element that Arch Manning's going to be considerably more mobile than Quinn Ewers has been. So the offensive line is less of a concern. I think Texas feels like pretty okay with their offensive line room. I think evidence of that is the fact that they really didn't go after offensive linemen in the portal. They don't really feel like they needed to. I mean, they did. They went after Emmanuel Pregnon, but that's like a plug-and-play addition.
Tight end, maybe a little.
Yeah.
Just unproven.
Yeah, 100%. But I just like I always think of like the roster questions covering the team like 8 years ago going into the year compared to like now, and it's night and day. But obviously that's not the standard for Texas at this point. But
I know, Hummer, it's a different world. I'm not, you know, it's taking some getting used to. It used to be like, oh, I see a year or 2 down the line where they can contend for the conference title. This is a bridge year. Now it's like every year. So kudos to Steve Sarkisian for building that.
And I'm sure even Texas fans are worried about what comes after Arch. You know what I mean? The QB recruiting's been good, but I think remember, like you're in the transfer portal era, like anybody can be a free agent. So there's never, if you're a school like Texas with the resources of Texas and the reputation of Texas, there are really no excuses to have a down year in 2025 and beyond. And I think Texas will be just fine.
Yeah, because that's also the thing, Hummer. I mean, everybody's expecting Arch to play every snap, and God forbid anything happens to him. But where's, Trey Owens' progression going to be coming into the season? If something were to happen to Arch, will he be ready, to just take over? Like we saw him in the spring game. In the spring game, he looked dominant, but again, what was Pete Kwiatkowski throwing at him? We just never know in those spring games. But as far as a backup goes, we saw how Arch had to come in for Quinn Ewers, and will Trey Owens be able to step in if something happens and take over and still lead this team to dubs?
Well, I, for one, just can't wait for thousands of articles about Trey Owens, the Texas Longhorns backup. because that's the role, right? That's the popular role. That's why it was written about. As Arch Manning was the backup. That's why he's so popular. So I look forward to all the Trey Owens content.
I hear good things about Trey Owens.
Yeah, Texas really likes him.
Yeah,
I really do.
Yeah, Hummer, you're the best. I don't know who you're going to cheer for now in the NBA, but you're welcome to become a Lions fan.
Wow. He doesn't want to be more depressed.
No.
What are you talking about here?
I mean,
Hey, Hummer.
Lions have been to more NFC Championship games than my Cowboys. So
yeah,
that's true. That's true.
That's true.
Hey, Hummer, who you got for the Super Bowl?
I can't. I hate Philly. Like, I don't have a problem saying that. Yeah,
Cowboys fan. That makes sense.
Yeah. Going for the Chiefs. Also, betting against the Chiefs is just stupid, as we've learned. Like, I wouldn't try. Although, like, Jalen Hurts is one of my favorite athletes ever, so hard not to be happy for him. But yeah, give me the Chiefs.
All right.
Yeah, that
Chiefs
would ruin
the Chiefs with the Travis Kelce proposal on the field after they win.
He told you, Chip. I've been telling Chip that. Telling you, it's coming.
I'm like, those two do not need to get married.
Why? Such a hater, man.
Her whole career is based on scorned ex-lovers, and she needs new material. They need to blow up.
Change. People can change.
Maybe she's got so many songs already written that she's good now. Maybe she's got so many in her vault, she doesn't need to go through another breakup to come up with a whole bunch of new material for an album.
Don't worry. Reputation's coming soon, Chip. She's going to re-record the whole thing. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. Excited.
Hummer, you're the best. Let's do it again next week.
Let's do it.
Appreciate you, Hummer.
All right, guys.
This is the Super Bowl. Yeah, the Super Bowl is coming up, kids. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Like audiovisual consultations, my man Tom McKay. Man's put big screens in 3 different houses for me in Austin as I've moved around in the last 30 years. He's the best. No nonsense. He's going to come out, free consultation, tell you what you need, what you don't need. I thought I needed a 100-inch screen. He's like, no, you need like an 85. So he's going to look out for you, tell you what you need, what you don't need. Flat screen. You ready for the media room of your dreams? He's got you. But big screens, all the best equipment, Sonos, surround sound, can do surveillance for you, new lighting, electronic shades, audio, visual consultations. But all you need to know is this phone number, 255-8678. 255-8678. And if you happen to be a hockey fan, then Tom is really the guy you need to call, because he loves him some hockey. He loves him some Texas Stars, Dallas Stars. There you go. AV consultations. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. Texas fans, you want to help out with NIL, but you want something in return? Here it is. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. You go bookmark that, because you've got different players doing different things, Q&As, podcasts that you can only get at passes.com/Texas One Fund. In fact, there's an Arch Manning podcast up there that you can get your hands on. I think it might still be in the 10-day free trial window. But for $25 a month, you're helping Texas NIL. You're getting the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcasts, and like the Arch Manning podcast that's up there right now. Head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, best seafood in Austin. Love it. I mean, great happy hour. 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. Hope some of you took advantage of that because they got the best selection of raw oysters, happy hour prices. You're getting $5 off the appetizer menu, which has the mussels, the crab cake, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Get over to Salt Traders for the best seafood in Austin. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen, which is also a legendary Austin restaurant. And hey, let's get back to it here. So we got some interesting questions, and I feel bad now because I just saw this one, but I want to ask you, Zay, Jose, who does a great job of giving us great questions every show. Appreciate Jose. He wanted to know from Hummer, would you overpay a defensive tackle out of high school to keep them for 3 years, or overpay a transfer portal defensive tackle for 1 year every year? I think you want to invest in a guy. If, look, great talent evaluation is what we've seen from the Steve Sarkisian staff. Justice Terry, Myron Charles, Josiah Sharma, if these guys are the next, I don't want to put it on them like the next Christian Wilkins and Dexter Lawrence, or the next.
Yeah, put it on them. What you mean? They need that. They need that pressure.
If they're those guys, then you gotta invest early and pay dearly, because that position is the hardest position to get right. I've always said it's the second most important position on a roster, a college football roster, behind the quarterback. But it's one of the most difficult positions to get right for colleges. NFL has the benefit of having seen these kids in college. College evaluators only have the benefit of their high school film. And sometimes they're in a district where a kid like Jalen Carter is so big, so far superior physically to everyone else that the guy looks like a wrecking ball. And then sometimes they get to the college level, the motor doesn't run as hot, the penetration isn't there, the get off looked great against 190-pound offensive linemen, and it doesn't add up the same. That position is the hardest to get right. Quarterback's a lot easier to get right. Defensive tackle, the hardest to get right, and the most important to get right. So if you could get someone out of high school who is what you thought he was, and you can get that for 3 years, look at Clemson. They won 2 national championships in a 3-year span, 16 and 18. The 2 constants on those teams were Christian Wilkins and Dexter Lawrence at defensive tackle. Georgia wins 2 national championships in a row, 21 and 22. They had Jordan Davis, Deontay Wyatt, and Jalen Carter. Both. Well, actually, they lost. I think Jordan Davis went off of after the 21 team. But that's the one area that Kirby Smart has been absolutely a laser. He gets the talent evaluation right at defensive tackle. I mean, that dude, Stackhouse for Georgia this year, that dude's a monster. And I don't even know if he got all SEC, but he was in Texas's backfield the whole game. So what do you think, Zay?
If I had my choice, I would invest in a high school player. I mean, it all depends on the player, whether it's transfer portal or coming out of the high school ranks. But I'm right there with you. I mean, those guys, they don't just grow on trees, man. They are very difficult to find, and then you got to bring them in and develop them. That's why Kenny Baker's job's been so hard, and everybody wasn't really for him once Bo Davis left, because Bo Davis has all those skins on the wall and has proven it, which Kenny Baker, he's on the right track, if you ask me. Like what Vernon Broughton brought this year, Alfred Collins, like both of those guys going to playing on Sundays and got extremely better this season than they were when they first got to Texas. So, yeah, very excited to see what the interior defensive line is this year. I think Travis Shaw, him mostly, like that guy, his upside is out of this world. And let's see what they do with the, Hero Canoe and all those guys that have been sticking around, like Alex January. Like, it's going to be interesting. But, again, I believe in Kenny Baker. I believe in Pete Witkowski to get it right. And, yeah, Justice Terry, I want to see what he looks like once August comes around, because when he got here, what was he, 275, like 277, a little light for an SEC defensive tackle, even though he has the motor and everything it takes to be an elite defensive tackle. So, yeah, it's going to be very exciting, but also a lot of question marks with the interior for this 2025 Texas roster.
Yeah, Justice Terry listed at 6'4", 275. Josiah Sharma, 348.
Damn. Can you give him some of that weight?
Right? And Myron Charles, 322. 6'3", 322. Josiah Sharma, 6'4", 348. Justice Terry, 6'4", 275. So, yeah. Those player developments are number one on my list to follow, because, as you know, I'm obsessed about the defensive tackle position in college, because I've had coaches say I got fired because I couldn't get any difference-making defensive tackles.
Damn,
so, yeah, man.
I mean, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
Game. Answer the question that Jose has. Jose be hooking us up with questions about the new assistant coaching rule. Can Texas now have as many assistant coaches as they want? No more than 10 ?
Yeah. So, yeah, if you're a member of a school's football staff, you can be on the field coaching. So, like Gary Patterson, although I think he
was still coaching. He was still saying stuff. Hell
yeah, we saw him on TV telling Jonte Barron to get up and cover the screen. Yeah, but now it's all legal. So, yeah. Anyone, Michael Huff, Brandon Harris as GM, if he wants to get out and do some coaching, he can. But that's why, they were talking to Alan Clark. I still think that would be a good hire. I don't know what the holdup is, because I think Alan Clark would take the job, especially with Jim Knowles getting out of Ohio State and kind of that whole staff reshuffling.
He might have got a raise himself with Jim Knowles leaving. They might have bumped him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've had there.
Ohio State has had one of the absolute best defensive line coaches, and that's Larry Johnson, not grandmama, but he didn't get out of basketball and into defensive line coaching. This is a different Larry Johnson, but man, I need to check and see if he's still on the staff there, because that dude does a great job.
We talking to Hank today?
No. So Hank has got a conflict, so we'll get him on tomorrow. You got something hot?
No. I just saw his article about Texas hiring the director of recruiting from Memphis, Josh Dunson.
Yeah. I mean, they're talking to some interesting people, and I like where Texas has been in terms of what they're pursuing. So, And I like what they're doing. You know, they didn't go crazy in the portal. They're going to wait and see. They're going to see how these tight ends look. They're going to see how the receiver room looks. They're going to see, you know, I don't know, where the defensive tackle position is and if they need to go into the portal in April to patch some holes. But if they're good, then you don't have to do it. So don't overcommit and then have guys sitting around. I mean, the idea was to bring in Amari Niblack, and if he beat out Gunnar Helm, great. If he didn't, he's a junior. We got one more year, and then by that time you got Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington ready to go. But this has always been my question, Zay, because Steve Sarkisian was able to have guys stay for 3 years in the program, get 1 year to start. Maybe if they're a red shirt, 2 years. But usually if they were really good, they could go pro after waiting their turn, getting 1 year to start, and then if they're 3 years out of high school, they're gone. And now that is so hard to do. Unless you don't play those players and show people how good they are. And this is going to get interesting because the rev share will kick in and then every school is going to they're going to have $20 to $23 million to divide amongst their student athletes. And then you'll have like a handful who will, command extra above that. And so people are spending a lot because they might have a lot in their collective kitty right now, knowing that, okay, next year, the school's going to handle this. The school's going to be paying all these NIL payments. And we're only going to have to raise $5 million or depending on all sports. Because that's one of the things that's been talked about a lot here recently. I wrote about it. Eric Henry wrote about it. The fact that Texas is spending about between 3 and 4 million on basketball. And that's more than what the rev share is going to be. The rev share for basketball is going to be about 1 to 3 million. So you get the idea though, that the collective can still generate money above that. Now, 6 schools in the SEC are spending at least $5 million in NIL for basketball.
Do we know those schools?
I've heard Mississippi State is one of them.
I see it. I see it. They're tough. They're a tough team. I like the way they play. Even though they got curb stomped this past weekend by Missouri, I still like the way they play.
Well, we know Arkansas has $5 million because John Calipari said, I need $5 million in NIL, not just my salary.
It ain't working there.
Yeah. Alabama, Auburn.
Well, Rick.
Yeah,
what
Rick
he say about his players.
Yeah,
he knows what his players getting paid. He called them out. Like,
hey,
bro.
Go grab that rebound. Go make that free throw. That's what you're getting paid to do. You know what was so funny? Rick Barnes told me one time we were just kicking it, and he goes, I would never pay a player. I don't want to be beholden to them. And I was like,
all right, Rick.
Now everybody's doing it and you're the boss. So he can say whatever he wants because he doesn't have to worry about that kid going and blowing the whistle on him. It's all legal.
Yeah.
Back then he was like, I'm not going to pay a guy because I don't want to have him be able to hang that over my head.
Yeah.
And there's something to be said for that because Rick Barnes is going to coach the way Rick Barnes coaches.
Yeah.
and it was in your face. Damian James is the one who finally got him to stop just dropping F-bomb after F-bomb.
Yeah,
after
relax. Relax.
Yeah, well, and TJ Ford deserves all the credit in the world and should probably have a job on staff like Vince and Earl, because TJ's the one who got Rick to calm down. TJ literally would say, I got it.
Yeah.
Relax. Like, we don't need your uptight,
Yeah, getting all tight in March and stuff. We don't need all that. Rick should have a ring by now. He's chasing it.
Is he the most wins without one?
I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised though. Like, all these teams, you gotta win last year, Rick. Dalton Connect, you gotta win with that team, or at least get to the Final Four. And again, Dan Hurley's squad, they were really good. Spencer, Newton, and what's my big man's name that's over in Portland? It's slipping my head right now, but yeah, Rick, you got to win one, bro. You've had way too much talent over the years to squander that thing like he's done. It's embarrassing. And I'm a little salty just because I loved a lot of those Texas teams that he used to coach, that I thought this was the year.
Calipari won one.
Yeah, he got one.
Bob Huggins, did he win one at Cincinnati? No, he got to the Final Four.
Yeah,
he's out of coaching right now, but 934 wins.
Yo, man, let Bob coach. Who cares if he wants some yak? Who cares if he likes a little Hennessy, a little bourbon, a little brown? He can find a driver.
With Huggins out, Barnes is the most. He's got the most wins without a championship.
He has a grand opportunity this year. I'm telling you one thing. Once all the bracket stuff comes out in March, I ain't got Tennessee winning it all. I'll never trust Rick.
Right.
He's let me down way too many times. And they should be one of those teams. Like, there's about 10 of them that could hoist that national championship trophy up this year, and teams are gonna pick Tennessee. But Rick gets tight, man. Real tight. Like, bro, loosen your bridges up. Like, relax, exhale. Smoke a little ganja, something. You always talk about giving them that gummy. Rick, take a little THC gummy, dude. Like, this is when your team, all that craziness that you brought in practice, ball on the sideline, now you should let them go. Let them fly and see what they could do. He never does that. 2 hands on.
Hey, I will never forget. It was James Thomas. So Texas played Temple in the NCAA tournament in New Orleans. And I'm out on Bourbon Street after the game, and I see James Thomas on Bourbon Street, and I'm like, hey, James, man, that was tough because they lost. They were the higher seeded team. They lost to Temple. This is when they had Darren, little skinny guard who could shoot it.
For Texas?
Yeah. This is when they had Chris Owens. They had the muscly. They had Maurice Evans. You putting that team together now?
Kinda. Sounds like the 2000 or 2001 team.
Yeah. And so going into the game, now I need to make sure I have the other kid's name.
Darren Kelly?
Yes. So going into the game, Barnes is like, the only one I want shooting threes is Mo Evans. Everyone else, I want the ball getting worked inside. We're going to work the ball inside. Well, Mo Evans opens 0 of 8 from 3. And they come in at halftime, and Rick's like, okay, Darren, you can shoot threes.
Yo, come on, man.
And it was just like, what? You're going to take away my feel for the game in the moment if I shoot a 3? I mean,
stupid.
Anyway.
Stupid.
But after the game, I'll never forget. And this is terrible. I shouldn't even be talking about this.
What do you mean? Rick don't work here no more.
I know, but James Thomas was like, because he was a freshman.
Yeah.
And he's like, after the game, Chris Owens came into the locker room kicking shit over. And he's like, where's this been all year? This is the first time. This is the first time we've ever seen you kicking shit over. And I love Chris Owens.
Chris Owens was solid.
But James kept it real. I mean, James Thomas, remember those shoulders he had?
Yeah.
They were like Superman shoulders. But James from New York, man, he didn't sugarcoat it. I always loved James. But yeah. I love Rick too. Like, I quote him all the time. He's the one who told me, your kids don't call you daddy for very long. Like, as soon as I had my son, he told me that. And I never forgot it. Because as my kids got older and, first time your daughter calls you dad, you're like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
What happened to daddy or something? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Now she calls me Pops. So
yeah, that's what I call my Pops.
I'm like, I feel a little young for Pops, but
my Pops is the wave.
Yeah. Yeah. So Rick Barnes. And he also said, you need truth tellers in your life. You need people who are going to tell it to you straight, tell you when your slip is showing. Yeah. Not just tell you what you want to hear. Yeah.
Yeah. And he also said, I don't like the conference tournament. That's what sticks with me with Rick. Out loud to you media people. What does that mean, Rick? It's March, bruh. You should like everything that comes with this month of college basketball. What do you mean?
Well, he didn't like it because the Big 12 finished their tournament on Sunday. Now they don't. Now I think they finish it on Saturday. While the ACC finished on Saturday. I think the Big East finished on Saturday too, but
soft.
Yeah. And then they changed it. So maybe Rick convinced them.
Like, who cares? Like, what are we talking about? These guys are 15 to 22. Who cares? Stop working them so hard in practice. If we're worried about all that, take it easy. Have some light days. Or we're just shooting and going through walkthroughs about the scouting report. We don't need to be playing 5-on-5 this time of the year, Rick. Come on, man. That's again, love Rick, but that's preposterous. That's why I can't trust him. March comes around, can't trust him. All them good teams that he had. Like, why are we playing zone on Carmelo Anthony and Jerry McNamara? Where does that make sense? Carmelo has one of the smoothest jumpers you've ever seen. This was back when the college 3 was the high school 3 now. It was close. Man, they were wearing that 3 out. Then you can't box out in the zone, so Hakeem Warwick's getting all these offensive rebounds and stuff. Like, don't get me started with that.
Well, before we get into the commentary, I do want to say, and thank you, CB, Chris Bennett, greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. So Earl Campbell's younger brother, Tim Campbell, the Campbell no one knows about, but who kicked all kinds of ass while he was on the Texas campus. He was 1 year. He's actually a set of twins, Tim and Steve Campbell, the twin younger brothers of Earl. And Earl got here in 74. And Steve and Tim got there in 75. Well, Tim was like 5'11", 193. Earl was 5'11", 232. And so everyone's like, oh man, what's Tim going to play? Because Steve was a defensive back. And Tim is this wiry defensive end who could get around through and is the only Texas player to this day to have at least 13 sacks in 2 different seasons, and was a starter on the 77 defensive line that included Mongo McMichael and Outland Trophy winner Brad Shearer, considered one of the best defensive lines in Texas football history. So absolutely RIP to Tim Campbell, because he's still number 2 all time in sacks career, 39.5, behind Kiki Diayala, who has 40.5. Like, that's how. Yeah, I mean, Tim Campbell, and in 75 as a freshman, he blocks a punt, returns it for a touchdown in the Bluebonnet Bowl against Colorado. He blocks a punt, returns it for a touchdown. Earl is the offensive MVP, and Tim Campbell was the defensive MVP.
That's dope.
And they came back from 21-7 down thanks to that block punt return for touchdown, which tied it up at 21. And then Texas ended up, winning at 38-27. So, yeah, the Campbell family is amazing. I mean, Earl and sons, talked to Christian yesterday, and they're just, and those boys deserve so much credit. I mean, Earl has said they saved my life. His sons got involved when Earl was, drinking too much, and he's like, I'd be dead if it wasn't for my boys. So,
Tyler, when he worked at the old station, see him all the time. We would talk for like hours, it seemed like, and talk about motivational and just making you feel better about yourself. Like Tyler Campbell, he's one of those guys. So, yeah, RIP Tim, man. And Daryl, I was thinking the same thing when Chip was saying those records and stuff. Colin Simmons, we coming for those. Now, he only got 2 years to do it. How many do you have this past year? Did he have at least 10?
9.
Okay. So this Houston Tillotson degree, trying to kick that in a little bit. We get about 15. So we going to need like at least 17 one of these 2 years, 15 one of these 2 years.
Well,
that's a lot.
If he could ever get more reps than my man Trey Moore.
The Trey Moore hate doesn't exist no more.
Wait.
It can't.
Hold on. So, how about this? Let me get my numbers in front of me. I like my numbers.
Get them out.
So, Colin Simmons. And this is not hate. Hummer's right. Texas has the best edge room in college football in 2025. So Colin Simmons, 14 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, an interception, 2 batted passes, 9 QB hurries, and 3 forced fumbles. Here's Trey Moore. 9.5 tackles for loss, 5.5 sacks, 1 batted pass, 6 QB hurries, 2 fumble recoveries, 2 forced fumbles. Colin Simmons played 200 snaps less. So I had someone ask me this the other day. They're like, who do you start at defensive end? I'm like, you start Colin Simmons. Because the guy's a production machine. And you rotate as much as you need, depending on situations, whatever. But if you don't start Colin Simmons because of seniority, I don't know. Don't risk tilting the locker room over something like that. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Alan Simmons is a beast. He's one of the best defensive ends in all of college football. He's higher rated than Trey Moore by Pro Football Focus. He'll be drafted higher than Trey Moore after, Colin's time is done. What do you think, Zay? I don't
know. I'm telling Trey Moore, you better learn the other side too. If I'm Pete Kukowski, that's what I like. We're going to have to put you on the other side at times because, one, it's best for the team. And two, Colin Simmons is that guy. Like, I don't know why his snaps aren't close to what Trey Moore's are, even though I thought Trey Moore through the second half of the season was a completely different edge rusher and player. But it took too long for them to figure that out. Like, Colin Simmons immediately was a problem. Like, go back to the Michigan game. Colin Simmons was wilding out in that Michigan game. We were like, oh, man, we got something here.
Yeah, he had 6 pressures in that game.
Yeah, we got something here. So that should have been – the light bulb should have went off in Steve Sarkisian and Pete Kukowski's head. Like, okay, we like Trey Moore. We get it. He's getting paid, but let's balance these snaps out a little bit, And again, Barron Sorrell had a terrific year. Ethan Burke, who also played limited snaps, but when he was in the game, made some big-time plays. Clearly the one in College Station rings the biggest bell. But, we know who the better player is. And again, that's not saying Trey Moore is bad at all. It's just Colin Simmons is that nice with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Does that matter? Is the culture so good in the team that don't care who starts? But, that kind of production, Texas hasn't had a guy hit 10 sacks since Sam Acho. So I take that back. Jackson Jeffcoat.
What up, Jackson Jeffcoat?
In 2012. So let me double check that.
I'll never forget playing Jackson Jeffcoat in AAU basketball, and I went up for a layup, finished the hell out of him. He fouled me and won, but he landed on me. I wasn't right for the rest of the tournament. Like, this wasn't like I needed a cold plunge. I needed to be in the sauna. I needed a massage. No Justin Tucker. Like, I needed everything to get back right that I didn't have. Because Jackson Jeffcoat, and he was good. He guarded me the whole game. Like, that dude could move. He was very hard to score on. We end up losing to his team. I forgot which team he played for, one of the Dallas area teams.
Yeah, Plano West or something.
Yeah, it was AAU, so I forgot what ball club he was on. But, that dude, I paid the price for finishing that layup, that's for sure.
Jackson Jeffcoat had 13 sacks in 2013. That was the last time there was a double-digit sacker. The year before that, Alex Okafor, 2012, had 12.5 sacks.
Also a problem on the basketball court.
Good player on the basketball court.
Oh, yeah. Those Pflugerville teams were really good back then. But why didn't Jeffcoat pan out in the NFL? Because I know he had a really successful Canadian football career and won multiple championships.
Yeah, he had like a torn pec, and that happened right while he was getting ready for the draft. Well, it happened toward the end of that season, his last season. And I think that messed up his entry point into the league. And then he got some chances, but he didn't stick. And I don't know if it was because of that injury he wasn't the same. I don't know, but he was fast.
Yeah.
And he could get to the quarterback. I don't know if his strength, tested out well enough. Of course, his dad, Jim,
pretty good.
I covered him in when he was with the Cowboys. Really good player. Really good player. So, yeah, man, we're talking about that level for Colin Simmons this year. 13.5. I think that's a fair number to set it.
I'm going 15.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets the reps, he's got to get the opportunities.
Yeah.
Oh, his NIL deal for 26 will be through the roof.
Yeah.
But by then they'll have rev share, and then maybe they'll have a little more allocated dollars for those special ones.
Yeah. And who knows? He could be one of those good guys that says, you know what? I'm going to let a lot of my other homies eat on this team. I'm not going to take as much as I could. I'm going to spread it around a little bit. Arch Manning talked about that.
Yep.
Interview with Marty Smith. He said, yeah, our guy, he mentioned Jake Majors when he talked about it. He was like, Jake Majors, he's been here for a long time. Didn't get any. Like, I'm not trying to be that guy.
Well, he's supposed to get $50,000 as an offensive lineman, right?
Yeah, Pancake Factory.
Yeah.
But I got what he meant. Like, good for those guys, which math fans, they should know. Anthony Davis, he could have took a lot more money coming into Dallas, and he said, no, I don't want to take that extra that I'm offered. And, I'm going to let y'all have it. Nico, figure it out, because everybody hates you right now. Figure it out. I'm not going to be the one, which AD probably knows that taking Luka's spot, nobody really wants him here. So he's kind of obligated to do something like that to get the Mavs faithful on his side and be like, okay, maybe this guy isn't the worst. But you heard Hummer. It might take a while.
Yeah. They got to win now.
Got to win now. AD.
You real quick before we get to the commentaries, you think they got the roster to win it all this year?
No. Nah. No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Before we get to the chip shot, cover 3. Cover 3. Love the folks at Cover 3. First of all, you want to know who you're working with. And Doug Young and Matt Dodson, 2 kids who grew up in Austin with a dream of having a restaurant where you could have great food, high-end food, without the high-end prices, with a great vibe, where you could also watch your favorite team and hang out. That's Cover 3. I mean, you walk in, whether you like sports or not, it's a great restaurant. And it's, you see all the folks come in for lunch because the incredible salads and the Chop House burger and the brick chicken and mac and cheese, which is on my mind because I just had some there. But the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich and the families, Doug Young, Matt Dodson, their families are amazing. We raise money every year for Partnerships for Children, who are the most at-risk kids in our society. They're the ones being transitioned out of troubled homes where abuse is happening, and oftentimes the kids are neglected. So just great people, and they care about you, and they care about you having a great meal. All right. So, yes, CB is asking, didn't Tony Brackens have a double-digit sack season? In fact, he did as a freshman in 1993. In 94, Brackens had 7 sacks to lead the team, and in 95, he had 7 sacks to lead the team. So, and then he left for a very nice NFL Pro Bowl career until Flozell Adams dove into his knee, tore his ACL, pretty much ended his career. ACLs were still dicey back then.
Oh, yeah.
In the late 90s.
Yeah, you tore ACL back then, your career's over.
Achilles used to be a career ender. And we're going to see Christian Clark come back from an Achilles at the running back position. So,
how have you heard anything about CJ Baxter, Christian Clark, those guys?
Baxter's running. He's running. They're not going to do anything with him in spring football.
Yeah.
But he's running. Everything's on course. And Christian Clark is going to be able to do some things on a limited basis during spring ball, probably like CJ, just a lot of conditioning. But they're on track. Okay. They're on track. And CJ's a big part of the plan. So, they're ready and excited for CJ Baxter to get back in. All right, chip shot today. My man CB is all over it. Today is the 7-year anniversary of Nick Foles providing the best Super Bowl MVP performance ever. It is number one. And if you're going to go drag out some Pat Mahomes, this and that, Tom Brady, this and that, forget it. Because Nick Foles outdueled Tom Brady when Brady threw for a Super Bowl record 514 yards. Nick Foles not only caught Philly special for a touchdown in that game, he had to lead the Eagles on a fourth quarter drive to take the lead. He hit Zach Ertz on fourth down. He never blinked the whole night, and he delivered the goods. Deep ball touchdowns, short, critical fourth down conversions. He's the one who came up with Philly special. Doug Peterson's over there. What should we run? Foles goes, Philly special? And Peterson's like, yeah, run that. And now they got a statue outside Lincoln Financial Field of them calling Philly special right before the play. So the greatest Super Bowl performance of all time. I've never had a stronger feeling about it. I said it all week on the radio to the point where listeners were like, enough of Nick Foles. And we used to play that drop. And I said all week, Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. Nick Foles is going to be the MVP. I went to Vegas. I bet the crap out of those things. I bet the Eagles on the money line. I bet them every way I could. I put $100 on Foles to be the MVP, won $2,500 on that bet alone because he was 25-1. It was amazing. I've never won so much money in Vegas in my life. And couldn't be happier for Nick Foles. We need to get him on the show. He's so low key. It's like, Nick, you're retired now. Let's go, man. He's a hugely faith, driven guy. It's great. His wife, Tori, their kids are awesome. So I said Nick Foles deserved a statue where the Rocky Balboa statue is. I'm not saying replace it, but it should be up on the steps of the Philadelphia Art Museum because Nick Foles is the only quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl for Philly. And I've said the Eagles, for trading or getting rid of Nick Foles to the Jaguars, they'll never win another Super Bowl again.
Damn, that's dramatic. Come on.
Well, I know curses.
True.
So I'm always looking to, throw a little curse action on teams that do the wrong thing. Lions did the wrong thing. They should not have traded Bobby Lane to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And here we are. The Eagles, all Foles wanted was like $11 million for 2 years to stay there and finish out his career.
Can't do it.
They didn't do it.
Yeah. Carson Wentz won us this. They weren't looking at Nick.
What did Carson Wentz do after Foles went to Jacksonville?
He struggled. he struggled, to say the least.
I knew Carson Wentz was no leader like my man Nick. But anyway, let's get to the right call.
Yeah, man. Hell of a chip shot per usual. Before the right call, though, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about renovating your home, trust the experts. Don't trust those guys that are just shady out here that got to look up YouTube to perform some type of work on your home. You can't trust those shiesty guys. Trust the guys that have been doing it for over 40 years in the business, and that is McCall Custom Homes. When it's about quality, when it's about craftsmanship, no one does it better than the father and son duo that have been doing it for over 50 years of combined experience. My guy, Mike, sent us a picture of the kitchen that they just did. Check that out. I mean, look at that. You could be like that. Like, that's a place that I want to host different types of parties. We got Super Bowl coming in next week or this upcoming weekend. And look, you want to host a Super Bowl party, but your house ain't up to par? Call Custom Homes are your folks, man. So hit them up, our guy Mike, at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Facebook, Instagram, type in McCall at McCall Custom Homes. And if you want to shoot Mike an email, hit him up at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com and go visit their new website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And some of y'all got that check engine light on. You're always taking the car to the shop. Your kids asking for a car, but you don't know where to go. Covert Bee Cave, they're your people. Hit them up down there in the beautiful hill country, the 42 acres located in Bee Cave. Over 100 years of experience for a team that does it right. Outstanding service and customer satisfaction. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Wifey and I, we are Covert Bee Cave people, and we couldn't be happier. So if you want to go see all the latest specials and inventory, go to their website at covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Go visit both of their locations. If you're up north, go visit them off of Pond Springs. If you're down south, go visit them off of 290 and Monterey Oaks. Trendy house plants, collection of specialty plants, rare plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need to fulfill any landscaping job. Go check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com to see everything that they have to offer. And remember, when you go in, you make a purchase, let them know, hey, my boy Zay Collier, man, he told me about y'all a little bit. 10% off right there. You mentioned your guys here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. 10% off your next order. All right, Chip, right call. We got to go petty because Jonte Cook isn't the only one who got arrested today. Say what you want about LeBron James and his son, the nepotism, all of that stuff. Bronny, does he deserve to be in the league or not? I don't think he does, but it's a great story. It's cute. It's heartwarming. It's wholesome. What LeBron has done for his kids that are living successful lives. The middle son just committed and is about to sign with Arizona, so he'll be playing down there in the Big 12 this upcoming year. They're doing a lot better than Michael Jordan and his son, who just got arrested for cocaine. That's right, Chip. Cocaine. Marcus Jordan, the one that was with Larsa Pippen. Yes.
What's Larsa saying?
She ain't with him no more.
But is she being supportive at least, or burying him?
That's not her responsibility. You see this? Look at the dude's face. Does this look like a person that has his life together that Larsa needs to be dealing with? No. Again, like I said about Jonte, if you are smiling or smirking in your mugshot, you have lost it.
You know what that smirk? You know what that smirk says?
Yeah, that smirk says, I could care less. Like I have no care in the world for my life, my body, or what's going on in it. This is sad, man. Again, MJ, the GOAT, legend, jump man, 6 rings, game 6.
Like
father.
Something happened. I don't know the details of the arrest. Do you?
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, according to TMC, which you gotta trust TMC. Come on now. Marcus Jordan was arrested and booked in Orange County Jail for DUI, cocaine possession, and resisting arrest. Like, I mean, what do you want to say here?
Well, this is where he's got to go Lindsay Lohan and say, we found cocaine in your pants. These aren't my pants. I borrowed them from a friend. Marcus needs to say, I borrowed. Everyone's got to have a fall guy.
Yeah. Yeah. And Naaman, don't try to put that on me, bro. Like, talking about we have the same eyes. Nah, I could just look a little sleepy, but I'm free. I'm here talking to y'all. Like, I've never snorted anything in my life. Cocaine scares the hell out of me. Hell, I don't even like putting nasal spray in my nose. They tell you can't even do that if you take Afrin for 3 days. They said that's too much. You could get addicted. Ain't nothing going in these nostrils. So, nah, don't put me in that same boat. You know what I'm saying? Marcus Jordan, you got a problem, bruh. You got a problem. The fact that he's making his daddy look stupid out here like this too, man, this is sad. This is sad. And that's why I put LeBron there, because we always compare LeBron to Mike. It's beyond basketball. Look at Bron's kids. Look at Mike's kids. He should be working for his pops. You know what I'm saying? He should be on his Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones stuff as one of the top head guys in the front office of the Jordan brand. That's what he should be. He shouldn't be on South Beach snorting the blow off somebody's bosom. That ain't a good look. That ain't a good look. Just embarrassing this daddy out here, man. It is sad. This is a sad, depressing story. And Marcus Jordan, you should be ashamed of yourself. Because, again, he had a fine woman, Larsa Pippen. Larsa Pippen's fine as hell. Who cares if she's like 20 years older than you? That's a fine woman. Like, you don't mess that up. And I knew once she broke it off with him, even though she probably has her own demons and her own luggage, but once she broke it off with him, I was like, oh, what Marcus do? He must have done something. And here we go. He's addicted to the booger sugar. So
addicted to the booger sugar.
Addicted to the booger sugar. So again, sad. I feel bad for Mike. Not too bad. Like, Mike, you did raise him. Like, the way that he was treating Juanita and stuff. Like, of course, these kids are going to be traumatized with something, which is going to lead to something else. And that was resisting arrest, DUI, and cocaine possession from his son, Marcus.
So he must have just, from that look on his face, I saw a guy who's like, my normal dealer was out of town. I had to go to some backup dealer. And can't they deliver that stuff? What are you doing driving around with it on your person?
I mean, it's not like Uber Eats or anything. Like, I don't know how it goes. I'm sure you should know people. Like, Mike, apparently, back in the 80s, before Pippen and Horace Grant and Phil Jackson became the head honcho, like, those Chicago Bulls teams, everybody was doing cocaine except for Mike, apparently. So why don't you go to Mike's?
This is all allegedly.
It's all allegedly.
Larsa or someone else could be getting him in. Could have.
No, don't put that on Larsa. Come on.
Hey, allegedly.
Yeah, don't put that on Larsa. Larsa's probably moved on. She probably got herself a young stallion that's doing way better than this.
Way young stallion.
Yeah, because she saw the dollar sign. She saw, oh, you're Michael Jordan's son, even though she's definitely wrong. Because, again, Scottie Pippen, MJ, the relationship that they got, she shouldn't have went that route anyway. But she did. Love is love. Who knows? But, yeah, it's Marcus's fault. After seeing the picture, after seeing what happened, it's Marcus's fault. Larsa, I apologize, and I blame you for anything, girl. You did not deserve that. You did not.
Well, I'm hearing a little crushing going on over there.
Oh, she's a fine woman. She's a fine woman, but I love my wife.
Larsa is getting younger. Scottie Pippen was at that basketball game the other night. Looked like he's homeless.
And that's why she left too.
Like, black don't crack, but
Scotty.
It looks sad.
Yeah. Scotty's mixed with something else. That ain't all just African genes right there. Scotty, he got something else in him. He needed to do an ancestry.com. Yeah, the way the hair was and stuff. Scotty, he got other things going on, but that's all right. That's one story. All right, here's another.
Okay.
Before we get the SEC Unfiltered guys on. So you know Matt Barnes, former NBA player. Now he's with podcaster. Him and Steven Jackson. They got that Up in Smoke podcast because they're both super potheads and stuff. Very popular. Well, his fiance put him on blast this past weekend. Like, again, NBA player, once was an NBA player, always an NBA player. Apparently, Matt has been out in these streets all of January, Chip. Matt was cheating, according to her. And she says, and pointed out all of the women that Matt Barnes cheated on with. Her name is Anaja Sims. Every single woman, and the day that Matt was cheating, she put that out for social media for everybody to see.
How's she know all that?
Now, that's the thing. It says allegedly on all of them. All of them. So, so on her Instagram, she said, allegedly, January 18th through 19th, he was with Malaysia Kelsey or something like that, which has been allegedly dating all the way back to September 24. He's been cheating on her with that girl. Then
Is he married?
Down the list. This was a fiance. He was about to get married. And then a girl named Portia, who used to give used to send him messages and stuff. He was with her in January. So she blew up the spot completely. Like she said, all 8 different women Matt Barnes has been with. Somehow he got caught with all of them. Now she's saying allegedly, so she doesn't have all the facts and the receipts. But the girl is so scorned and petty that she went out to embarrass Matt Barnes and put all his business out for the streets for the people who could see. So
should be an interesting podcast this week.
He can't talk about that. Now remember this before we get my man Dave and my guy Lucas on. Remember, this was the same Matt Barnes that chased down Derek Fisher because Derek Fisher was messing with his baby mama. So I don't know. It's undefeated. It's undefeated at the end of the day. And I love Matt Barnes, man. Dude's a soldier. Great podcast, the whole nine. But damn, like when a woman is scorned, she'll do whatever it takes to get you back, bro. And he's dealing with that right now. Let's bring in Dave Shoemate and Lucas Hill, SEC Unfiltered.
Dave, you're muted.
Where are the decent people?
Sorry,
now?
men. What are we doing in here today?
Where are the decent men now?
Yeah. What are we thinking? On February 4th, 2025, do the Horns, as of today, make the NCAA tournament?
I think they in.
You think they get it? You
I think they're in, man.
They've been playing well recently. Even against Ole Miss, I thought they played well. It's just a tough road game.
Make a free throw.
You're right.
Yeah.
My man Arthur Kaluma, 49 seconds to go.
So, hey, I was on a show. Someone asked me. I told them I'd ask y'all. I'm glad I brought the Texas thing up. They said, I had a guest on the other day, and they asked me, is just making the tournament enough for Rodney Terry to retain his job, or does he have to win a game or two?
He needs to win every game he can get his hands on.
Yeah. I'm thinking Sweet 16.
So y'all think if he doesn't go to at least the Sweet 16, Texas will have a new basketball coach next year?
That's a little stronger than I'm willing to go right now.
Yeah.
But there are some big money donors who are paying attention to basketball, and that's not always a good thing.
Yeah.
I say Sweet 16. They don't have any McDonald's All-Americans. coming in. There's going to be
the
a lot of
recruiting
guys
is a problem.
leaving. They
got one commitment.
Yeah, one commitment, and that kid, he's He's a 4-star, but yeah.
That's why I like to hear y'all's takes. Obviously, you are closer to that program than I kind of feel like I watch it from 35,000 feet. But obviously I knew it wouldn't be good if he didn't make the tournament. I didn't know it was like that. Like, it was like, no, dude, just not making the tournament's not enough. This year's guys got to go win a couple games.
Yeah.
So that's good to know. Glad I asked you guys.
Yeah. Well,
appreciate you, fellas.
Hey, appreciate you, fellas.
Appreciate you, Chip. Lucas, what is going on, brother man?
What's up, Coach Shoemate? How you doing on this fine Tuesday afternoon?
Doing well, brother. Doing well. Just working a little bit. Joining you on this fine Tuesday afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. Again, guys, we are the SEC Unfiltered channel. He is Lucas Hill. Give him the follow at Lucas_Hill23. My name is Dave Shoemate. As you can tell, it's basketball season, and the caption underneath me does not fit. I mean, it could be a better time to fit it, but Lucas, what do we got going on this weekend? Again, quickly, it's Super Bowl week. How old are you, Lucas, if you don't mind me asking, by the way?
Coach Shoemate, I'll be 21 on Sunday.
You're not even 21? Wow.
How old did you think I was?
Dude, I was going to say you were probably anywhere from 25 to 27, I believe.
Whoa!
Jeez, you're just getting out of the crib, man. Like, you just started walking yesterday. Not even 21.
Still at the crib, brother.
We're doing this with someone who can have a fake ID, and it's still working. That's wild, though. No, hey, here's a good question for you. So you're 20. Hold on. When did you say you turned 21?
21 is Super Bowl Sunday.
Wow, even bigger. All right. In your lifetime, most memorable Super Bowl. Again, that's not many. We only got 21 of them.
Oh, shoot. Probably the first one I remember watching was 46 with Eli coming back down the field. The great Mario Manningham catch. That's the first one that I remember. Most memorable, I think it's an obvious one, 28-3. I mean, I remember just continuing to watch the TV, just the entirety of that football game, just seeing Tom Brady work his magic, and it was a thing of beauty at the time, and that really solidified the game where you knew Tom Brady was the greatest of all time at that point. I mean, you're breaking Kurt Warner's record for a Super Bowl for the most passing yards. I think you broke the most completions in that game, and the biggest comeback. I mean, how could that not be memorable?
No, you're right. I mean, I think that did solidify him as an all-time great. Now we're getting into Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady. Tom Brady will be called in the game Sunday. That's something else to throw into that. So that'll be fun to watch. I was just wondering your first. So yours was probably what, that 2000, was it the 12 Super Bowl, 11 season?
Yeah, that was 11-12 was the first Super Bowl
that you remember. That's amazing, because you know what? I was in college watching that at my house with my buddies in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I remember that day ordering a Papa John's. Remember they used to do the Papa. You may not remember this. You were probably still young for a Super Bowl. They used to the coin toss. They give you a free pizza from Papa John's if you guess the coin toss right. So why is it? I used to think that was amazing back in college. I don't know about you, but
they need to bring that back.
Lucas, so what else go? Who you got winning? Who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl this week?
I think you got to know at this point. I mean, the NFL has favored the Chiefs for the last 3 years. I mean, it's obvious at this point. I think the Chiefs managed to pull away in this one. I think it's I don't know what the spread is on that one. Isn't it what 3 or 4?
It's 1 right now when I check.
Oh wow. I would take the Chiefs in the over in that one. Give me a touchdown for the Chiefs to win that one. The Eagles are going to find a way to stay in this football game, but again, it's how can you get past that Mahomes hurdle? That's the biggest thing that the Eagles need to find out. Can you play a complete football game? Can you capitalize off of turnovers like you've done all postseason? And are you able to finish the football game like you weren't able to do the first time that you played the Chiefs?
Yeah, I'm going to go the Chiefs too. I'm going to go the Chiefs with you. What wild end of a football season officially. Kind of like a really long football season this year, did it not?
It certainly did with the 12 team. It it's just already it's been 2 or 3 weeks since the Natty, and we're about to start spring football previews in a few weeks. That's what's insane about the 12 team is that football just goes around just like that. Plus, it's National Signing Day Eve.
You're right. That is tomorrow. Did Lucas, you watch college basketball?
I watch college basketball all this weekend, Coach.
So you're a big SEC basketball guy then. Like, you follow college basketball.
I guess, honestly. I mean, I will say this. Hell of a weekend for Kentucky. Or I should say Arkansas. Now it's bounce back time. If they lose to Chris Beard and Ole Miss and Oxford, it's going to be a long way to get back into being a top 4 seed potentially if you're Kentucky. I mean, you got to be able to capitalize and just play complete basketball because, I mean, that's something that Kentucky kind of lacked a good bit, especially against Arkansas. You've gotten away with it a couple times, and then going up against Coach Cal and company back in the Rupp Arena, the stars just align perfectly for Arkansas to pull out with a victory. Let me ask you this, Dave. Is Arkansas back in the tourney conversation?
I think that depends on Wednesday night in Austin, Texas at the Moody Center. I think I'm not ready to go buy stock in Arkansas after one game. Because
that's a big one for both.
16 rolling into Rupp. Do I think they shoot 52% from beyond the arc consistently like they did Saturday night? No.
Right.
I just also think a little bit of give Arkansas the benefit of the doubt, giving them the tip of the cap. The 3 guys who came back who played at Kentucky, Theoro, DJ Wagner, then Big Z all came out and played their best games. They kind of had Cal's back. That was by far their best offensive production the game of the season. Not even close. Scored in the 80s on that. I mean, I don't know if they can produce that again. I actually have Texas beating them on Wednesday. I think it's a big game for Texas and Arkansas in regards to the tournament. For sure. I think Texas has been playing really good basketball. I mean, 2 weeks ago, they beat Missouri, come back from 22, beat Texas A&M. I thought even in the Ole Miss game, like Chip mentioned, he made some free throws. That game shakes out a little different. You just hammered LSU on the road. I know it's not a great LSU team, but you go into anyone's house in this league this year and go hammer somebody by 30. I mean, I think that's something to be said. So both teams coming in feeling good about themselves could be a big win for whoever needs that one on Wednesday. So so tonight's games, just speaking of tonight, I'm going to get you to lay some predictions out there. You're going to go Ole Miss, or let's start off Vanderbilt at Florida. The line's 12.5. Florida's favored by 12.5. Taking Vandy or Florida?
I think Vandy at this point, from how they performed in 3 of the last 4. Great start to the year, but I think the train falls off the tracks after today. Give me Florida in this one to cover.
I thought you were about to take Vandy. It's supposed to be, man, bold take. Taking a bold man right there.
Oh,
you had me going, Nickel. Vanderbilt's been playing. I was like, this guy about to pick Vandy right here in the straight up. I mean, I got Florida covering this. I was like, my guy Lucas about to straight up pick Mark Byington in the doors. The commies to get the road dub in Gainesville. I'm with you. I think Florida's going to win this game too. I feel pretty good about it. This was one of my bets of the day for our proud sponsor, FanDuel. I took this one. All right, here you talked about it just a minute ago, Lucas. Kentucky at Ole Miss. Ole Miss opened up at 2.5. Lucas, it's up to 4.5, big dog. Rebs at home at the Pavilion. Ole Miss coming off a tough loss at home to Auburn. Kentucky definitely coming off a tough loss at home to Arkansas.
This game kind of reminds me of last night's Iowa State and Kansas game.
Yeah.
Because both were coming off of pretty terrible losses. Kansas had a 21-point lead over Baylor?
Against Baylor on Saturday.
And then that Wright kid just popped off the last 10, 15 minutes of the second half. And so I think this is what this game is going to come down to. It's going to come down to one guy, whether it be on Ole Miss or whether it be for Kentucky, that's going to pop off at some point in this ball game in the second half. It's going to be close through the first 15, and then I think an 8 or 10-0 run by either or is going to be the difference in this ball game. But for that one, I think Kentucky manages to get this one on the road. I know it's hard to go win in the Pavilion in Oxford. It's a tough environment. But I just have a good feeling about Kentucky's bounce back. I think give me the boys in blue in this one.
Give me the boys in blue in this one. Yeah, I'm going to take Ole Miss here. I want to pick them. I don't know. I just don't like where Kentucky is from an injury standpoint. I think they miss Lamont Butler, who's one of the best defensive guards in the country, along with Zakai Ziegler at Tennessee. I think they miss him from what Mark Pope said after Kentucky's game against Arkansas on Saturday. It seemed like he's like, oh, we'll re-examine him. Kind of we'll monitor it the next few weeks. He said plural weeks. That concerns me. They need him. Kerr Kriisa, I think, still may be out for the year. And I think he's kind of like their alpha, their dog, the guy. Boy, I mean, Texas fans probably remember him at West Virginia. He also was at Arizona. They remember he's been a couple places. But he's kind of their alpha, their dog. He's not afraid to call people out, tell them what they need to hear, even though they may not like to hear that. He's been gone for a while. I don't know. Andrew Carr's banged up. I like Chris Beard and they've been home tonight. I do. I mean, I feel like it feels like, man, Kentucky's going to bounce back, right? It's like, I don't know. Ole Miss is favored. Came out opening for a reason. I'm going to go with the Rebs. And then the final game tonight, Lucas, Oklahoma at Auburn. Auburn opened up as a 16.5-point favorite, now up to 17.5.
I feel like Oklahoma is going to cover this one, but I think Auburn just pulls away with it. I think this is probably the most talented team that Bruce Pearl has put out on the floor in his tenure at Auburn. I'm really excited for the Iron Bowl, if that's what they call it still. But I'm excited for that matchup. Probably the matchup that's going to decide the number 1 overall seed between Alabama and Auburn. But I think Auburn just runs away with this one. But I think it's going to be closer. I think Oklahoma does cover by probably 14, maybe.
17.5 is a lot.
It is.
That's a lot of points. I know it's in Auburn. I think it's the toughest place to play in the sport right now in college basketball. I think Neville Arena is. But 17.5, I mean, again, I think Auburn wins the game. Don't get me wrong. I actually just put a parlay on it right now, a big money line parlay for all the SEC games tonight. But 17.5 against the team that I think when Oklahoma came out and started league play, had a little deer in the headlights. Undefeated, I think felt that pressure a little bit. Do people think we're a top half team in the league? I think guys like Jalen Moore, I think guys like Jeremiah Fears have adjusted a little bit more. Even Sam Godwin a little bit. I think they've adjusted. They've played well over the last few weeks, honestly. I mean, so I may not hesitate tonight to go if that keeps going up. It gets like 18, 19, which I don't know if it'll get up to 19. Tips at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, but I may still take it at 17. That's a lot of points to just be like, oh, yeah, 17. I'll get that against the team who was undefeated in conference play. And Auburn at some point is not going to play a good basketball game at home and may have to dig in the trenches and pull one out in a close one. But I'm with you. I think Auburn straight up wins the game. Tomorrow night's games, Lucas. No, I don't think they have any official lines out yet. No official lines out. I'll have to check FanDuel. Missouri at Tennessee. Who you going with?
Rick Barnes' squad coming off a huge win despite losing 2. Dude, give me the Vols in this one. But I think it's going to be a lot closer than the Florida game. I think this one could be within the single digits. I think Missouri finds a way to stay in this basketball game up until you get to the last 10 minutes of play and such. I'll tell you what, I have not seen Missouri basketball be relevant in the last 20 or 30 years. And you're talking about a team that has put together some great teams before. But I think that this is a team that is going to come out strong. I think Caleb Grill's going to give Tennessee fits early on, but I think that defense is just way too good. I don't think Tennessee is going to hold Missouri to under 45, but I do see this one being maybe a 70-60 ball game going into the last 5 minutes.
I took Missouri too, but we do have Wednesday night lines out, Lucas. I'm going to Texas fans, we got a Texas-Arkansas line, so stay with me. From our proud sponsor, FanDuel, it's FanDuel Sportsbook, excuse me. We're getting these lines. But Tennessee favored by 9.5. That's a lot of points too there. Doesn't make me feel good about my Missouri pick because, that's why, Vegas is always pretty to this point a lot of these times. That's why everybody was a little shocked Tennessee was still favored when they were missing Igor Milicic and Zakai Zegor on Saturday against Florida. I'm still going to roll with Missouri, though. I think they're playing really well right now. Wild to see 9.5, though. I did not think that. I think it'd be closer to 3 or 4. So maybe Vegas knows something. That does not make me feel as good about my prediction. But even if Missouri loses that game, it's not a bad loss. I mean, I don't think Missouri's really competing for the league. I know they're 2 games back, really 3, because they lost the tiebreaker to Auburn to open up league play. Still get to host Alabama in a couple weeks. They're 1 game back of the Crimson Tide. But I don't really think most people are like, yeah, Missouri's really competing for the league. I think they're competing for a top 4 spot, a double bye in Nashville for the SEC tournament.
It's better than what preseason expectations were when you're coming off of an 0-18 SEC play. And then you come out, you beat the number 1 and 3 team in the nation, and seeing where this team is at right now. Like you mentioned already, Dave, I think this is a top 5 seed, no question about it, for Missouri. Go ahead.
And we got Arkansas at Texas at the bless the mood, as our guy Matthew McConaughey would say. Texas favored by 6.5. I like the Horns to win this game.
I think the Horns are just hot. I mean, you looked at how they played against LSU on Saturday. That's a hell of a way to come out on top. That was a 35-31 game at one point, and then Texas comes off on a 12-0 run at the end of the half and then just basically runs away with it. They attacked the boards. They were able to get behind the arc and just let it fly from then on. Give me the Horns in this one. Arkansas, we'll see what happens because this is a must-win for both teams.
No, I'm going to take Texas. I like the way Texas has been playing, even in a lost Ole Miss on the road. I didn't dislike that performance. I think they got some confidence as well. They kind of adjusted, gotten comfortable. I don't like the sets they run offensively. I think it's a little hero ball. Trey Johnson, Arthur Kaluma. I think Caden Shedrick's improving in the front court. I got to see Arkansas again. Now, if Arkansas were to go beat Texas tomorrow, Bud Walton Arena on Saturday night when Alabama comes to town may be a madhouse after back-to-back wins at Kentucky and at Texas, and they got another quad 1 win against a top 4 team in the country. Because remember, Bama doesn't play midweek this week. They go at Arkansas and they play at Texas, and they're actually staying the night. I think they're flying to Austin Saturday night after the game. They're renting out a room. I saw Nate Oates said to watch the Super Bowl on Sunday, and they're just staying there because they play Texas on Tuesday, so it wouldn't make sense to go off. But we both got Texas here. I feel pretty good about that. And then finally, the last game of the midweek, LSU at Georgia. Georgia favored by 8.5.
It wouldn't surprise me if Georgia covers this one. LSU is just, oh my gosh, they're just a cluster F at this point. I thought it was a disaster that they even hired Matt McMahon. It's amazing to me that Arizona's head coach is still coaching there, even though you fired Will Wade, which I thought was a horrible decision. They put the dude through hell after 4 years of NCAA investigations. I think it's time to make a change. I thought Matt McMahon was never the guy. Give me Georgia in this one.
Yeah, I think Georgia's going to win this game. Again, I think LSU's in that category with South Carolina. Tell me if you agree with me here, Luke. Is like I think they're the 2 teams you can count out that are not going to make the NCAA tournament.
Absolutely not.
SEC. It's how I kind of set up. Again, my pick here, I got Georgia, folks. Yeah, I kind of like them to cover. I think Georgia should go 2-0 this week. I think they're that team that's been fading since conference play started. They're that team starting to get on the wrong side of the bubble as we stand right now. That's why I actually wanted to bring up my buddy over at JBR Bracketology. We use him on my show, Dave Knows Ball. Go give him the follow at JBR Bracketology. He does a ton of stuff. He does a seed line. So he dropped it yesterday. He does it every Monday, folks. Let me share it for the folks. Let's see if I can even add anything. Yeah, I can. Here we go, Luke. See if it'll let me show it. I added it. It's not. Do you see that thing at the bottom there?
I don't see anything.
It's not letting me. All right, whatever. I'll read it. I'll just read it out. So it's a seed line, guys. So JBR Bracketology does a really good job breaking this down. So from an SEC standpoint, he's got Bama, Auburn, Tennessee as 1 seeds right now. Auburn, the overall number 1 seed. Alabama, the 2nd overall number 1 seed. Duke, the 3rd overall number 1 seed. And Tennessee, the number 4 overall 1 seed. 3 of the top 4 teams is 1 seed in the SEC. That would be wild. That would be wild. On the 2 line, again, Texas fans aren't going to like this, but I think one of the more slept-on teams in college basketball, and I know Texas beat them. had the 22 come from behind point victory. It's the Texas A&M Aggies, though. I think they're very underappreciated from what they do week in, week out. And again, I know they blew that Texas game, but still, 2 seed, interesting from that perspective there. I think they're fighting for a 2 to 4 seed there. Florida coming in as the last 2 seed. A&M was the second to last. Kentucky, the last 3 seed, coming in as the 12th overall seed. Missouri, the 17th overall seed, the first 5th seed. Ole Miss, 23rd, the 3rd best 6th seed. Let's see if I keep going. Mississippi State, 31st, the second to last 8 seed. It's wild to say Mississippi State, you were sitting there thinking for a while, man, are they going to be fighting for a 3 or 4 seed? And then you drop 2 home games in a week, which you can't do in this league because games are already hard to come by. And now it's like, man, Mississippi State's going to be fighting for a 7-10 seed. But they're the second to last 8 seed this week, according to JBR on his seed line. The Texas Longhorns, folks, the second to last 10 seed, coming in 39th overall. Again, Texas, I feel like kind of like flirting with that like play-in game type range right now. 11 seed Vanderbilt coming in at 42nd. And Georgia, 43rd. Again, Georgia's that team. It's the last team in from the SEC. I feel like they're fading a little bit. And he also had the next 4 out, Arkansas, in the next 4 out, coming in at like the 6th team to miss it. So, yeah, I mean, Arkansas, Texas, big game. But Texas really sitting on that 10 seed. I think kind of a play-in game type of team right now, on or off that. I'm with Zay. I think Texas is going to make the tournament. What about you, Lucas?
Dare I say this? But I think this Missouri and Texas A&M game this weekend could be a one for a top 3 seed overall. I mean, you just look at where A&M is at right now. This is what they have the rest of the schedule. When you play at Missouri this weekend, you go to Mississippi State in 10 days, at home against Tennessee, at home against Vandy, on the road against Florida, and then at home against Auburn. I think if you can split those next couple of games, you're in pretty prime position for at least a top 4 seed. And I think for Missouri, I think you could say the same thing, but I think they have a much more favorable schedule down the stretch than what you see from Texas A&M. But, yeah, I can see Texas getting into the NCAA tournament, to answer your question.
Yeah, interesting. Big week. It's a big week for Texas. Again, I don't know. It's just, I mean, let me pull up the horn. Let me pull up the final horn schedule here. Again, the magic number, folks. I mean, you got to get, I think, 8 wins if I'm Texas.
Yeah.
I feel good about it. 8 and 10, 7 and 11. You're going to be in the discussion. So right now they're sitting 4 and 5. We'd both agree for them to feel good, they need 4 more wins. Arkansas midweek, that's massive. Let's just say they win it. There's 5. At Vandy, very winnable game, but we've seen teams got there this year, Kentucky and Tennessee. Let's just say for hypothetical purposes they lose that. They lose to Bama at home. Then they play Kentucky at home. They need to get one of the Bama-Kentucky games.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion. I mean, it's a really tough pill to swallow to lose 2 home games this year in conference play. Any home game, I mean, I know it's inevitably going to happen for most teams outside of Auburn. I mean, even Alabama dropped a home game to Ole Miss early in the season. But, like,
I can see Texas either winning 5 or 6 down the stretch of this season, and I think that'll be enough to get them into the tourney at a 9 or a 10-win SEC slate. You just got to pull off a couple of upsets. That's what
you got to go 1-1 this week. You have to beat either Arkansas or Vandy. You got to get 1-1 to get to that 5th win. And then you have to win at South Carolina, which would be 6. Which, I mean, South Carolina has not been an easy place for teams to play. I mean, Auburn missed a 1-1. Florida scored on a layup late when South Carolina was leading the whole game. Mississippi State was an overtime loss for South Carolina. I mean, South Carolina's been tougher at home. A&M late, they had them in the under 4. At Arkansas, I mean, who really knows what Arkansas is doing at that point? Again, this week's so big for them too. Georgia at home, very winnable game for Texas. At Mississippi State and Oklahoma at home. I think Texas is going to be in that right at 7 or 8, which is wild to say. And I know that's easy to say, but I really do feel that. Like, it's like you got Oklahoma at home. You got Georgia at home. You got Arkansas at home. There's 3 games that if you're an NCAA tournament team, you should win those at home. And that would give you at this point, 7 wins?
Yeah. You'd be a 7 or 8 win SEC team.
Yeah, I mean, and then you're just like, can you get one at Vandy? Can you get one at South Carolina? Yes, I think. Could you split Bama or Kentucky at home? I think Kentucky's a very winnable game at home right now with their injuries. Alabama, if Alabama goes on the road and turns it over 20, 21 times like we've seen them do, not on the road, really at home. I actually think Bama's been a better road team this year than they've been at home. But they turned it over 21 times against Ole Miss. And this weird stat here, Lucas, Bama against Georgia in Tuscaloosa on Saturday had 19 turnovers. Georgia had 20 more shots than Alabama, and Alabama won by 21. I bet you never see that. That shows you how bad Georgia shot from the field.
They've been very inconsistent from the field, dude. I mean, you just cannot have those opportunities right in front of you when you take advantage of a turnover and you just can't even convert from the field. I mean, it's just unbelievable to see how Georgia's fallen. Let me ask you this, Dave. Dare I say this? I think Vandy, Mississippi State, and I think Georgia, your stock right now in the SEC down the stretch may be falling from here on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combo of 4 or 5 teams that are going to determine if the SEC gets 11 to 13 teams. I think it's Georgia, Vandy, Oklahoma, Texas, and if Arkansas beats Texas on Wednesday, I would throw them in. Like I mentioned, I think there's 2 teams that are for sure out right now, LSU and South Carolina. And I think you got 9 teams in that not all 9 of them are locks as we talk in this moment. But I think here in the next week or 2, they'll start locking up some wins. And I think you get 9 of those teams, and I think it's going to be between 4 to 5 teams, those teams I mentioned, that are going to determine if it's 11 or if it's going to be – I don't think we get 13. I don't. I mean, at some point, teams got to start amounting losses, and these teams, Vandy still plays Texas. Georgia still plays Texas. Georgia and Vandy still play. I mean, all these teams, Texas and Oklahoma still play again. Like, we got a lot of these games. They still play each other. So teams are going to lose games. That's why I don't think all 4 out of 5 or all 4 out of 4, if you're not counting Arkansas, get in. But, yeah, it's the slate for basketball this week. So, I mean, right now, the SEC, I mean, it's really going to be between those Texas, Oklahomas, Vandy's, and Georgias of the world. And depending where you rank Arkansas is, I think, really what it's going to come down to.
Right.
How many teams get in the league. I feel good about it. We're going to get double digits in. We're going to get double-digit teams in. Let's call a spade a spade. But I don't know if we get 13 like some are projecting. And I know right now, like Joe Lenardi's projecting it as of today, like February 4th. I get that. I understand that. But I think long-term down – I mean, the SEC, like Jay Billis said, what's going to be harder, to win the SEC tournament or win the national championship? I think it's probably the SEC tournament.
Definitely would not surprise me if we get double digits into the SEC. I mean, this is probably one of the best slates we've had in SEC basketball in quite some time.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. All right, here's a segment I got for us here, Lucas. And again, I'm glad to know your age today. You just started walking a couple days ago. I'm just messing with you. You're about to be 21.
I graduate next year.
Here we go. You tell me in your opinion here. I'm going to phrase it. One thing, we're going to go by every SEC team, all 16 in alphabetical order. One thing every SEC team you think would change in its history if they could. Now, this could be your lifetime. This could be whatever. This could be football, basketball, baseball, women's soccer, softball, chess, anything in your opinion. Any scandal would happen in the athletics department. In Lucas Hill's opinion, one thing every SEC team, if they could change it in their history, what would it be? So let's marinate that. I'm going to let you sink in 5-10 seconds. Let's let you think about that before we really get rocking and rolling for 16 points, guys. But again, guys, we're the SEC Unfiltered channel coming at you live from the Texas Sports Unfiltered. Go like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Again, the road to 20,000 subscribers on YouTube, folks. I think we're at like 19.7 right now. So come on. I said it should have been January 20th, the night of the national championship. We failed to meet that goal. We got to get it by the time March rolls around. SEC tournament time, beginning of college baseball. Help us get there. I know not all you all subscribe. Now, if you don't like us, go hate watch us. Go subscribe when we come on. You'll tell me how bad I suck, how bad Lucas, Chris, Cole, all of us suck, and how much you hate us and we don't love Texas enough. But Again, guys, would love the subscription. Appreciate you guys listening to us, and we are fired up to be an everyday show here on the Texas Sports Unfiltered. But Lucas, you had a chance to digest that, marinate it. I said we're going in alphabetical order. Let's start with the A's. Let's go to the boys down in Tuscaloosa, T-Town, Alabama. In Lucas Hill's opinion, what is one thing the University of Alabama would change in its athletics history if it could?
Actually having a decent kicker consistently. You would have so many more national championships. You would have so many more dudes coming to your place. You would really be considered an elite of the elite. You would be a Boston Celtics dynasty. College football would have had to change all of its rules if it wasn't for one of the worst special teams that you've seen in the Nick Saban era. Something that haunted them for years. 2013 was one. 2018 was another. 2017 or 18 was the other.
2013, yeah, they probably, in my opinion, if they have a decent kicker, they beat Auburn in the kick six game. For people who didn't know, I know I put a year on some of these games. People are like, what year is that? 2013, that was the kick six game. I think Cade Foster missed 3 field goals. Obviously, Adam Griffith at the end for the famous kick six. You're right, 13, I think that they would have played Missouri in the SEC Championship and would have had a chance to play Jameis Winston in Florida State in the National. I think they could win that game. So you're right. Kicker, I think it's a pretty good one right there. That's a pretty good one right there, Lucas. Also, I think Alabama in 11 would have beat Georgia in the first game of the century. Wouldn't have had to go beat them in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl for a second time. But I'm going to go – you probably won't remember this. I'm going to go the Albert Means probation. He was a player in Memphis. Albert Means is between Tennessee, Alabama. Tennessee ratted out Alabama. Alabama was on probation from my into my junior high years through high school, from about middle of high school. But Mike Shula, Mike Price, who ended up getting caught at a strip club and got fired, made it through a spring ball, but got fired to a strip club. Mike Shula. Then obviously that brought it Nick Saban. And obviously if Drew Brees passes his physical, Nick Saban's never in Tuscaloosa and stays with Miami Dolphins. So it's funny how things work. But I think Bama, it set them back a little bit. Felt like they were like how people think of Nebraska a little bit now, but obviously Nick Saban took them out of that because he was like, all right, Bear Bryant, Gene Stallings had won a national championship, but man, like they've had some 10-win seasons here and there, but like that really set them back from a probation standpoint. I think they would have cut ties with Albert Means if they could. I mean, it was a little messy thing. Like even one of the boosters ended up dead over it. So I mean, it was a wild thing. I think that's something they would change. Moving to Arkansas, what is one thing you think Arkansas would change?
Actually catching the final out of the 2018 College World Series. You're up 3. You're up, 3-2? The top of the ninth. It's a foul ball.
You won game 1.
You're 1 out away. And then Oregon State pops off for 3 unanswered. They win that ball game. The bats couldn't get going for the remain in the bottom of the ninth, and you got absolutely wiped off the floor in the third game. That's one that you wish you could have had back. That's many opportunities and many sleepless nights that Arkansas has had. And that's just kind of been a curse that Arkansas has had. I mean, you go back to, I think it was either last year or the year before when they lost to Dallas Baptist in the Fayetteville Regional.
Yeah.
You think about how so many opportunities that Arkansas had to go back to Omaha and actually claim a title and be really considered one of the elite baseball programs in the SEC. And you just have had swing and a miss over time.
For me, Arkansas, I think that was a great one. Yeah, I think you've said 2 really good ones there. Alabama kicker, Arkansas 2018 Game 2 College World Series. I'm going to go the Bobby Petrino fiasco. I mean, the program hasn't been the same since Bobby P left. I mean, Brett Bielema had some couple years, but the whole motorcycle accident, we remember the old brace. I mean, Bobby Petrino, it's funny now how things circle around back in Fayetteville, as we all know, as the offensive coordinator. But, I mean, they were rolling, dude. They were preseason top 10 going into that summer. He got fired in 2012. They had, what's his name? God, what was the quarterback? Tyler Wilson, who's a baller, dude. Would take shots, stay in. Kind of reminded me of Chris Sims a little bit outside the left-handed difference there. But, like, how he would stay in the pocket and take some shots is why I said Chris Sims, Texas fans. But, no, I mean, they had a lot of guys back, man. He was rolling on.
Adams.
2010, they were really good with Ryan Mallett, Niall Davis, Greg Childs, and them outside. They were that was the last time Arkansas was really rolling. I mean, I remember the last week of the 2011 regular season, the number 1, 2, and 3 ranked teams in the country were LSU was 1, Bama 2, Arkansas was 3. Arkansas was 3rd in the Western Division, in their own division, but was top 3 team in the country heading into the last week of the 2011 regular season. The Hogs were rolling. I think that whole fiasco, getting Bobby P out of there, just John L. Smith taking over in that interim year, just disastrous, and they really haven't recovered. But going to Auburn, what is one thing you think Auburn would change in its athletics history if it could?
That's a tough one. I'll say this. I think quarterback development was a pretty bad one. I think when you got guys like Jeremy Johnson in the building, I remember all the hype that surrounded Johnson. Yeah, I was supposed to be a Heisman favorite, and I think after that 14 season, people were thinking, okay, he's the heir apparent to Nick Marshall. You saw him have a lot of success in the spread option offense, and then he goes in and just lays a goose egg. Gets benched after 3 games, doesn't do anything after that, and we haven't heard from Jeremy Johnson since then. And it just goes on and on. I mean, you haven't really seen an elite quarterback come through Auburn other than Bo Nix for a couple of years since Nick Marshall left.
Yeah, Nick Marshall was kind of just a product of Gus's system, too. Let's call a spade a spade. For me, I'm going to go probably the hiring of Brian Harsin. It was kind of, they were just kind of tired of Gus. Gus was never that bad. He was always close to getting fired, but then he would either beat Alabama or Georgia, save his job, then go lose his bowl game. They're all pissed at him all offseason again. It's a revolving circle. I mean, it's ever going. And finally, he just got tired of it during the COVID year. Brian Harsin just seemed like the AD. Alan Green wanted to do that, and the big border regions, the big boosters did not agree, and it just never got off the ground. It'll be a very forgotten era. Crazy enough, almost beat Alabama, but in the 21 Iron Bowl. But, man, I think that is something that they totally regret. Not a true culture fit. And I hate when people say that the whole Brian Kelly wasn't a culture fit. Winning is a culture fit at most people, at most places, but there are little nuances within each job that your personality has to fit that, I think, to mesh with the big decision people. And I don't think it really did with Brian Harsin. But what is next? Hey, let's go Florida. What is the biggest regret in the Florida?
I would probably say letting a guy like Urban Meyer walk. I think I understand he might have been burned out after 2010, but you just have never seen any consistency in that program ever since then. You have fired 3 straight head coaches since Urban Meyer left. Will Muschamp,
Jim McElwain,
and Dan Mullen. Dan Mullen sold his house at the end of the 2020 season. Jim McElwain made false claims against Florida, and then Will Muschamp just wasn't ready to be a head coach. He's never going to be a head coach ever again. He's one of the best coordinators of all time, just never was ready, and just poor head coaching hires, unable to fit together a good system, unable to be consistent with recruiting. That's a big, big thing that Florida has had a lot of hit and misses on recently.
Yeah, you're right. Like, it's got to be somewhere in there, and I can't even pinpoint exactly what it is. I mean, this is an exercise I just wanted us to do as I was just prepping for the show right before we came on. It's like, I think this would be fun to talk about. Florida was interesting because it's kind of like somewhere in there it messed up, and only like Jeremy Foley, the former Florida AD at the time, Urban Meyer, could really say why. Like, it was just the pressure of just constantly winning. I mean, I've seen tons of interviews with Dan Mullen where it's like they didn't even enjoy winning after a while. It's just more of a relief because that's how much pressure Urban put on them. It's like not winning enough was an issue. So it's like,
and if you didn't win enough, that's when all the outside trouble got leaked into the news. You had that great attorney that was able to basically sweep everything under the rug, and it never got out to the media. But if social media would have been around during that era, oh my God, Urban Meyer would not have lasted that long in Florida.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say something not forward-thinking from the Florida administration, Jeremy Foley, whoever you want to blame from that perspective, after Urban Meyer. They just never had a plan from there, and it was just over. Again, I can't pinpoint something exactly. I mean, I'd love to say them trying to keep Billy Donovan before he went to the Magic, before he went to the Bulls. Like, I'd love to say that, but I mean, Billy Donovan was always going to go test the NBA waters. Hell, he's still there. So that's that one for Florida. For Georgia, what is one thing Georgia you think would change the most in their athletics history if they could?
Georgia's a good one because they've had so much success recently, but
I mean, it could be an individual game. I mean, it could be anything. I mean, obviously the 17 Alabama national championship or the 18 championship game, technically. That's the one they would love to have back. Because, again, Kirby's record's, 1-5 against Alabama?
Yeah.
Combined against Nick and Kalen DeBoer this past year. It's not great. They'd love to have that one. I mean, overall, the problem is what I'm about to say is I think Georgia was the best team at the end of the 2007 season with, like, Noshawn Marino, Matthew Stafford. Remember, 2008, they were preseason number 1. But
they got close by Alabama.
I remember going to that Sugar Bowl when they beat Hawaii and Timmy Chang and them really bad. Colt Brennan was the quarterback then. I remember going to that and thinking like, man, they dropped it. I think the South Carolina and Tennessee regular season dropped it. But the problem is with that, if Mark Richt wins a national title that year, they probably don't bring Kirby Smart in 2016, and Kirby Smart goes to South Carolina instead. Now, I think at some point Kirby Smart probably leaves South Carolina to go to Georgia. But Kirby at that point, after the 15 season being the DC at Alabama, he was ready to go be a head guy. He's ready to go be the head coach somewhere. So they probably would have missed that vote. Probably could have got him back. I don't know. For Georgia, you are right. It is. I mean, it wasn't like Mark Richt was bad. I mean, he got fired after winning back-to-back 10-win seasons. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, give me the 2007, the 17 season, 2018 national championship, 2nd and 26, 2 to Devontae Smith.
If 2007 they win against Tennessee, I guarantee you that LSU Georgia game in the SEC title would have been for a national title. That would have been an unbelievable game that we would have gotten to see.
Yeah, that'd have been a good one. You're right. Instead, it was who? Tennessee
and LSU. It still was a good game, but still.
It was. Tennessee were all those all orange. I remember that. All right, next. Let me pull up my SEC list. Next, we got Kentucky. What is one thing Kentucky athletics would change if – I know this one. I got to pull it up, though, to be exact.
Isolating Frank Kaminsky in the 2015 Final Four.
Yes, dude. You took the words right out of my mouth, dude. It had – again, Kentucky, a big basketball. Let's go to the care. The team, it almost went undefeated. That was –
All Anthony Towns. Devin Booker was on the bench at that time, wasn't he?
Yeah, they lost in the Final Four in the semis. Yep, 71-64 to Wisconsin. Karl Anthony Towns was 16 that night. Had the Harrison twins.
Kaminsky dropped what, 26?
I'm on Kentucky's page. It doesn't say what Kaminsky, but you're right. He was in. I'm with you. I think it's that. Like finishing that game against Wisconsin and unfortunately dropping to 38-1. Went to the Final Four that year. I mean, remember, they survived Notre Dame in the Elite Eight.
Yeah. When the hell have you ever heard Notre Dame, elite, and basketball in the same sentence?
Yeah, I mean, Mike Bray had a couple of teams then. But, yeah, I'm with you. So, me and you are on the same page on this one. I'm going to go the 2014-15 Kentucky basketball team finishing off the undefeated season. First time since, the 1972 Indiana Bobby Knight's team. So, we both got Kentucky from that perspective. Next, LSU. I know mine here.
I'm going to throw a curveball at you here. I think because I know at one point, I think LSU had an opportunity to get Everson Griffin in 2009. And then the recruiting scandals came out with apparently they were paying Griffin to come to LSU, or it was something like that. But, man, that's a throwback there, but it might have been him or it might have been somebody else that was there.
For LSU, I'm going to give the 2011 season national championship game, the rematch, Alabama-LSU. I was there in New Orleans working I was a student worker there at Alabama. Man, that was a game there. But that's where LSU fans started officially. We're off the Les Miles train. Remember, Les Miles won it all in 2007. Now, mixed players. And I worked for Les Miles at Kansas. I was over recruiting for him there. He, in 08, 09, 08 wasn't great. 09 had a solid team. 10, a solid team. 11 was like their year. They had a lot of people back. They had Bo Claiborne back on D. We all remember the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. They had Barcavius Mingo, Sam Montgomery, all those dudes, dude. Really good team. But his inability to change the game plan was unbelievable. They didn't even cross the 50 against Alabama in that game. That was the game LSU fans initially were like, he's not the guy.
That was the same game where you have 92 yards of total offense, and Jordan Jefferson was still in that football game. You never pulled him for Jarrett Lee. Now, I understand why.
Yeah, you should have went with a spark. Because I remember Bobby Hebert, former Saints quarterback, Bobby Hebert, that called Les Miles out in the press conference.
Oh, yeah.
I agree, because it was like you were doing nothing. Like, I mean, it couldn't get worse.
Now, I understand. People called him pick six for a reason.
Remember in the first game, Lucas, if you remember, they pulled Jarrett Lee and Jordan Jefferson gave them that like a little ignite a little bit. They started running the option on the outside off the tackle, which Alabama didn't prepare for. They were thinking it was going to be more in the box. The toss dive got stuff that Les ran. But no, I mean, it's definitely that game. That's when they got off the bandwagon for Les Miles. But for next, moving on from LSU, Ole Miss. Oh, I got a good one here for Ole Miss. Turning back the pages. You're going to show my age here.
Oh,
we got two of them, technically.
Two. Ole Miss. What's a good one? Shea Patterson, dude. Oh,
not panning out.
If Shea Patterson would have came out during the NIL era, he and Lane Kiffin in that same offense would have exploded. I thought when all the recruiting allegations came out, and hell, I would even say even with him and Hugh Freeze, that would have been a match made in heaven. I mean, I just looked at how those two meshed together and how the offense just revolved around it, and you could see a lot of what the guys before him, like Bo Wallace and what Chad Kelly brought together. Shea Patterson was going to be much better than both of those guys. And then it just never worked out at the end of the day with the recruiting allegations. And then Hugh Freeze basically gets canned because of it. And then they bring in Matt Luke, who was basically old school with his offense. And so Shea Patterson couldn't really do much at Michigan. And I think if you would have kept him in that Hugh Freeze offense, they would have had a lot more success over the course of their tenure there.
I'm going to go with either 4th and 25 when Arkansas beat them on that crazy play, which again lost them the SEC West, because remember they beat Alabama that year.
Yeah,
they ended up winning the West, winning the SEC, winning the national championship in 15. But that would have been their second conference loss. They already lost to Florida. If they stop Arkansas in that 4th and 25 with Henry, throwing it back to Hunter Henry, throwing it back to Alex Collins, picking it up. If that doesn't happen, Ole Miss is your 2015 SEC West champs, and I think they probably win the SEC that year because Florida was not great in 15 with Jim McElwain and them. But I think that's it. Or 2003 LSU, Ole Miss, Nick Saban's at LSU. Eli Manning's the quarterback at Ole Miss. It's a back-and-forth game. Ole Miss is going for it at 4th and 10 for the game. Winner wins the West. LSU won the national championship this year. Eli Manning, the center, on 4th and 10 steps on his foot, and they lose the game, and he falls down for a sack. So it's one of those. Two times they could have won the West, but remember, Ole Miss is never – now it doesn't matter. The divisions don't matter. But they were the only SEC West team outside of Texas A&M to not win the West, but also Ole Miss was in the league for 20 years longer than A&M, to be fair.
Coach,
so I go down with Ole Miss.
The Lou Gross Award winner was on that same team at Ole Miss in 2003. Misses a 25-yarder.
Jonathan Nichols.
That's who it was. Yes.
Yeah, I remember him. He was he was good. You're right. He melted down that game, but he was automatic outside of that. Next one, Mississippi State. It's an interesting one. What is the one thing Mississippi State athletics would change if they could?
That 2015 Mississippi State team, to be honest with you. I mean, you still brought back Dak Prescott. But I don't know what changed. I don't know what happened that year. Their offense, you'd get through a stretch in 15 where your offense was looking amazing. And then just when you got to SEC play, it was just so irrelevant throughout the rest of this season. And then you just never really got to see Dak Prescott at his best that year than what you did in 2014. I could also say that the second half of the 14 season for Mississippi State as well.
I would say for State, I mean, I hate to say this, but it's probably not hiring Zach Arnett after Mike Leach passed. And that's tough, man. I mean, we'd never see that. We'll probably never see that again.
No.
Acting head coach like that pass on the job. So, again, they had no AD at the time. Remember, John Cohen left to go to Auburn. So they were without an AD. I think they were without a president, I think, at the time. So you may be wrong. Maybe the president made the hire. But I know they were without an AD because Cohen was already setting up his office at Auburn. So, I mean, Arnett just seemed easy. And, again, it was a very Mississippi State-friendly contract. So they didn't lose a ton of money on it, but it just kind of seemed like the easy thing. But, again, not many ADs have ever been in that situation where they died on the job. So I think that's something they probably changed hiring back or go in with a different direction than Zach Arnett. Next is Missouri. What would Missouri athletics change if they could? It's actually a pretty good one.
I would probably say hiring Barry Odom. You just could never find inconsistency with him. I think you could have had
a coordinator with Gary Pinkel, and Pinkel had success. Yeah, it was kind of the easy transition thing to do. I mean, Odom wasn't bad.
He just never developed that same offensive explosiveness. Even with a quarterback like Drew Lock, who set the SEC record for the most passing yards, there was nothing really flashy.
That was Heupel. Josh Heupel was the OC.
And your defense was god-awful. If you would have had a better defense during that era, that's a Missouri team that's a regular contender for the SEC East.
I'm trying to think Missouri. That's a really good one. Again, some people may know Missouri history a little bit better than me. I mean, I really followed them probably in the mid-2000s on before Lucas, you may be on to something there. And I hate to say that because I like Barry Odom and think he's a good football coach. And he wasn't bad in Columbia. It was just kind of like Gary Pinkel had a lot of success at Missouri. Chase Daniel, Chase Kaufman, we all remember them in the Big 12. Like, yeah, they had a good run, and it was like, what's the next best thing? Let's promote his DC. But like you said, the defensive court, but they were never good on defense with Barry Odom. That was their best thing was when Josh Heupel was their OC before he left to go be the head coach at UCF. So no, I'm probably going to lean with you there. Not to steal your answers off the test there, but like I'm with you. Other than that, I mean, maybe finish an SEC championship game, beat Auburn or beat Alabama when you won the division back to back. I don't know, but I don't really think that's fair either. Yeah, I would probably agree with you. Let's go to the final again. We got 5 minutes left. We'll zoom through these. Oklahoma. What would Oklahoma change if they could?
I think hiring Brent Venables. It's obvious. I think Brent Venables
on the job, huh?
You gave this dude a contract extension after 110 win season. If you were that desperate for a head coach, that is insane to me. It just didn't make any sense last year, and after that 24 season, it's not going to make sense anytime soon. I don't know when Oklahoma is going to fire Brent Venables or if he's able to turn things around. We just don't know, man. I think 24 is going to be a big-time year, but I don't think that Brent Venables was the right hire. And just the end of how the Lincoln Riley era ended, it just ended on a sour freaking note.
Yeah, Oklahoma's a little bit of a weird one, too. I mean, they had success with Stoops for so long. I mean, Stoops randomly retired. I was actually on Auburn staff. I was a president at Bob Stoops' last game. He's an Oklahoma Sooner at the Sugar Bowl in 2016. Baker Mayfield and the boys tore us up at the Sugar Bowl. I'm trying to think, I mean, you don't want to say the hiring of Lincoln Riley because they had success. They made a couple of playoffs, won numerous Big 12 titles. I don't know, probably letting Lincoln Riley make the defensive hires he hired during his time there. And again, he's the head coach of his program. You got to let him. That's probably something they regret, though, because Alex Grinch never panned out. And I see a bunch of people upset that that Scott Frost brought him over there. Because where Alex Grinch was just recently where? He was at Wisconsin, I think, this past year. Probably not getting that defensive coordinator right during the Lincoln Riley era. For me, would probably be something the athletics department probably regrets. Again, it's the coach's decision, though. South Carolina.
I got an interesting one for you going back to Oklahoma, Dave Shoemate. Losing Sam Bradford in 2008. Or no, not 08. 09.
Yeah, you're right. That was a big injury to them. Because we had, what's his name? Blake Bell, the Belldozer. All right, South Carolina. What's one thing South Carolina would go back and change if they could?
I think you let Steve Spurrier walk. I don't know if Steve Spurrier was just burned out by the time you got to the end of 13 and 14, but you let Steve Spurrier walk, dude. I mean, that's a hell of a coach that is coming off of 3 straight 11-win seasons at that point in time, and then you basically made almost no change after Jadeveon Clowney and company left. You got left behind in recruiting, and you couldn't just recover from there.
Yeah, I'm going to go something broad here. I really hiring Ray Tanner as the AD. It wasn't bad. It's just like, I mean, it was almost just like a career achievement award you gave him. I mean, he was the longtime baseball coach, won you national titles, did a phenomenal job, essentially built South Carolina baseball. That's why they got Founders Park over there now, which is a beautiful park and facility. I mean, it's because of what Ray Tanner did. So give him credit. That doesn't mean you need to be the AD, though. And again, he hired Shane Beamer, but he also hired Will Muschamp. And like you mentioned, the end of the Spurrier era got out of control a little bit. Steve quit at the end and had to make some basketball hires. So I'm going to go there. Again, not bad. I mean, it wasn't like Ray Tanner is bad, but just off the top of my head for this exercise, that's one. Moving on for South Carolina, the Tennessee Volunteers. What is one thing they wish they could have back?
Being able to finish against Florida. It just feels like season after season, whenever they're in Gainesville, they just can never win these easy freaking games against them. Even when Florida was at their lowest in the mid-2010s, you just could not get a win in Gainesville. And it just goes back to the end of the Philip Fulmer era, where offensively you didn't really have an answer until Eric Ainge came there. And even in Eric Ainge's last year, he was very underwhelming as a quarterback.
For Tennessee, I'd probably say just Philip Fulmer being the AD wasn't great. And I don't really mind Philip Fulmer. That's come from Alabama. I don't know. I don't think he really had a real passion to go be it. It was just, again, another career achievement, former coach kind of getting it. And that doesn't work in today's age. And again, the sport's changed since Philip Fulmer, Jeremy Pruitt, and that fiasco happened. I'd probably say Fulmer being the AD. Because remember, they had an uproar when they were wanting to hire Greg Schiano, like Clay Travis leading the charge, and they revolted and got the AD fired, who I forget, the old AD at K-State. Texas fans may remember it because they're familiar with the Big 12 there. The old AD, I think he's at Wake Forest now. They got him fired over that because he wanted to hire Greg Schiano, that whole Penn State fiasco. And they circle back. Fulmer got promoted up, hires Pruitt, and the rest is history. A couple more. Texas on the home channel here. What would the University of Texas change athletics-wise if they could? Quickly here, Lucas.
Probably basketball-wise. They haven't really been relevant in basketball ever since Kevin Durant left.
You know, what's wild is Rick Barnes and Shaka Smart are both having success where they're at.
You let Rick Barnes out the building.
And then Shaka left and Marquette's rolling.
Yep.
I mean, for me, probably, again, this isn't anything Texas can do. If Colt McCoy doesn't get hurt, what does that mean? Because, again, I say this all the time to my Alabama buddies, and they don't like it. Texas, I was there. Texas would have won that game, I think, if Colt McCoy never gets hurt. They would have beat Alabama in the 2010 national championship. Now, I also think Alabama gets a natty back. And maybe the springboard of the Saban dynasty doesn't go as far if they don't win that game. But I feel like Alabama and Texas just went opposite directions.
Yeah, not with the quarterback that Alabama had. And look, no disrespect to Greg McElroy, but that Texas secondary was going to eat him alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's Earl Thomas and the boys. And our guy, the safeties coach, Blake Gideon, was playing for them too. So, I mean, no, I think Texas wins that game if Colt McCoy didn't get hurt. That'll be interesting. That'll be something they obviously regret. Again, no one's fault. Injuries happens. Texas A&M, what is one thing they regret?
I think not firing Kevin Sumlin earlier. I think after these great starts that you get off to, I think 2016 was a big prime example of why you should have fired Kevin Sumlin immediately after that season. Just after the great starts that you've had after the 13 season with Johnny Football. Every year they would start 5-0, 6-0, and then would end the season at 7-6 or 8-5. And you should have fired Kevin Sumlin earlier. You should have never hired Jimbo Fisher, and you need to calm the hype about Texas A&M after 2022.
Yeah, I'm going to go probably maybe missing the playoffs in 2020. I think they were better than Notre Dame and should have got in. Notre Dame was randomly in the ACC just for that 1 year where they played Clemson in the ACC. I think Texas A&M should have got in that year. Also, I would agree with you. The hiring of Jimbo, the $70 million Scott Woodward threw out there. You had Florida State ready to run him out. His ego was shot a little bit. He wanted to. I don't even know if he really wanted to go prove himself. Again, we're all human beings. When you get a $70 million check, what is the motivation every day? And again, I worked in that building with him every day. You sensed it sometimes. But that's it for A&M. And then finally, Vanderbilt. What is one thing Vanderbilt University would change or wish they could have back from an athletics department standpoint?
Letting James Franklin walk.
Well, he was going to go to Penn State, though.
Still, if you would have been able to satisfy him, if you would have been able to give him the contract, think about where that program could have been. Think about what he was going to be able to do. If you would have given him a much better contract than what Penn State offered at the time, James Franklin could have rewrote the SEC, and what he was doing at Vandy, you would see them as a regular bowl contender.
If he stays, but Franklin was from Pennsylvania. I think it's one of his dream jobs. I'm not going to fault him, but you're right. If they wanted to stay perfect world, your choice. I respect it. I'm going to go, man.
I know baseball-wise, they've had a good
maybe one of those College World Series championship finals against Virginia when both those teams were going back and forth. Vandy won one series for a title. Virginia, probably that. Football-wise, it's a good one for you. I just don't know how realistic that is. I'm gonna go beating Virginia, trying to go back-to-back in the national championship in the College World Series for Vandy, for Tim Corbin and the boys, the Vandy boys. But guys, I appreciate you joining myself. Our guy Lucas Hill, giving the follow at Lucas_Hill23. For the SEC Unfiltered family, guys, I appreciate you joining us tonight. Phenomenal show. I enjoyed it. We broke down some basketball preview. We talked about all 16 teams. If they could have one thing back historically from their athletics department history, what would they get back on? Me and Lucas, I feel like we had some pretty good answers just going off the hoof there, guys. But I appreciate you following us, guys. And again, I know you guys are all not subscribed to the YouTube channel for us here at the SEC Unfiltered channel. It's the best SEC entity around football, basketball, and baseball. Baseball, a week and a half, 10 days away, folks. But again, if you just get a moment, just go to YouTube, just click it. It costs nothing. We would greatly appreciate it, folks. But again, guys, we appreciate you joining us. He's Lucas Hill. I'm Dave Shoemate. You have a great rest of your evening.